Hey everybody, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome back to another edition of CEwire2021, and I have Steve Silverberg and Paul Farkas with me. How you doing, guys?
Well,
Great.
we woke up nice and early today. It was dark out. We got up
Indeed, it was, and
on the
is.
West Coast.
It is very early. It was very difficult actually to get out of bed this morning.
So,
And just the chat features are open in the two rooms that are playing, so that shouldn't be a problem.
Excellent. Okay, and the live stream seems to be working. So hallelujah, everything's working somehow this morning after.
so if anyone out there live, will you put something in to make a comment that you're seeing us?
So hopefully, if they're watching us in a place where they can make a comment. I posted the stuff to ODwire too, but they can't comment directly in the page. The page that most people go to for the live stream. There's a comment box on ODwire. I just put up the video, so hopefully they'll go over to the live stream page. And yeah,
You put yesterday's schedule up, though.
I put yesterday's schedule up.
Yeah, the one I received.
No, I just made a new post today. Just moments ago, I put up a post on ODwire.
You put up
literally moments ago. You couldn't possibly have gotten there to watch it.
Let me see what you have here. Zoom link for this morning. I don't.
No, it's not an email.
Oh. Where'd you put it?
Oh my gosh. I'm not. I think you should probably focus on what's in front of us, not on the other stuff. But it's fine. People are there. You can tell that I don't want to be here this morning, right? Just because I'm wearing the.
Well,
I'm in my baseball gear this morning because it is baseball season, and my plan as soon as this is over is to.
Is there any spring training going on, Steve? You should be going to see the Yankees.
Well, yeah.
Well, the trouble is they're up at Point St. Lucie, and I'm in Boca. It's a 3.5-hour trip. So what I'm going to do is at the end of April, right before they come up, I'm going to take my grandson up and spend an evening at a hotel because it's a 7-hour trip back.
Oh, they used to play in Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah, that was years ago. They switched up to.
Oh well, I'm still living in the past. When you say Yankees to me, I think of Joe DiMaggio in center, Charlie Keller in left field, and old reliable Tommy Henrik in right field.
I don't think
That's the Yankees to me.
And I don't think they're attending this lecture.
And Bill Dickey used to be the catcher before. So,
oh my goodness.
Well, I always thought, I used to see the Yankees as a kid through the Police Athletic League, and they used to give us seats in the second. What's the second tier called up? The second grandstand up, all the way to the left. So I always thought the baseball players were 2 inches tall. I never knew they were live people.
Well, that being said,
enough trivia.
We'll talk more baseball stuff later. So thank you to our sponsors for sponsoring the event. We couldn't do it without them. And here's a list of them. By the way, yesterday one shocking thing to me, we went over 2,000 people for the conference already. So the conference this year is bigger than I thought it would be. I thought the people would be sick of, doing stuff online after a year of being trapped at home, but apparently not. So we couldn't have done it without our sponsors. So thank you to them for sponsoring the event today. And you can see the list of them up there right now. And by the way, today we're going to be interviewing a few people. I know I didn't post the schedule anywhere, but we're going to have Leo Hadley, hopefully from Vision Equipment Inc., coming on to tell us about the state of the equipment market, such as it is. And we'll have Carrie Gelb come on later. We'll have Melissa Renfro from Luno tell us what's going on with the company. Richard Hom's going to talk to us about his career change lecture, hopefully later. And plenty more stuff today. So how's it going so far, Steve? Is everything open and running properly?
Steve, I don't hear you.
I think he may have left the room.
No, his lips were moving, but it was like a silent
Okay,
sound.
you can hear me now.
Okay,
what I was doing
yes.
was checking. Some people were having sound problems in the lectures, so I muted myself here so I can hear the sound. The sound plays perfectly. So if you have a problem with sound, if you're hearing me, go out of the room, come back in, and the sound should go on. It's when they're there before the lecture begins. So again, I went into all the rooms, and now I think people are okay.
Yep. And in terms of issues from yesterday, just to let people know, people are always asking me about credits and how do I get my credits and so forth. And, that's always the biggest concern, right? Because that's why people are here. So I just want to remind everyone that the biggest thing is to watch the lectures entirely. Don't leave early. Again, because of Arbo's rule change due to the pandemic, all you have to do is watch. You don't have to take a test. You don't even have to take that survey. You don't have to do anything except sit there. But the important thing is that you sit there and you don't leave early. Now, people have asked me occasionally, they have a problem with their bandwidth and they get kicked out and then they come back. Will they get credit? The answer almost always is yes, unless you got kicked out for too long, right? So the software keeps track of the time that I'm hearing bells, bells in my head. Oh, it's a phone. Anyway, so the software will keep track of how long you're there. If you get kicked out for a couple minutes, it doesn't make a difference. The software, will see that you came back. The only problem that you'll have is if you get kicked out for an extended period of time, then you can't get credit for the event, for the lecture, right?
And also let them know how to catch up.
Right. So
if you start from the beginning,
again,
what do you have to do?
If you get kicked out, yeah. So and you get back in and it starts you from the beginning of the lecture, kind of like you may have seen like Hulu does this, right? For their live stuff, where it'll put you back to the beginning. There's a scroll bar at the bottom. You can just advance the lecture back to where you were before. You don't have to, sit at the beginning. So again, these are unusual problems. People getting kicked out. For the most part, of the 2,000 people that are here, most people do fine. It's just that occasionally, like I got a letter from someone this morning from Wyoming, and I didn't know this, but apparently they are having atrocious weather in Wyoming today. So go figure. And he was telling me that his bandwidth is dodgy and he may get kicked out periodically, for 30 seconds at a time. And I'm like, that's fine. If you persevere and you come back in, the system should record your credits as long as you have enough time accrued. If you get kicked out, a half hour early and you don't come back, the system's not going to issue you credits. So we give it a little bit of slack to account for, these little problems like that.
When you do stuff coast to coast and overseas, there's got to be bad weather somewhere.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. There's always bad weather someplace. And, just try your best to get on. The great part about CEwire, I guess, is that we are doing this 4 times. And the weather will get better wherever you are over those months. So you'll always have another shot to watch this again. So I like to consider this as like our shakedown event, right? This is just, making sure the systems are all working. And then, you have 3 more chances to get all these live credits. So, don't feel badly if something happens to you at this one. You can always come back and do more.
I'm sorry I was away a little while. One of our great speakers, Mark Friedberg, couldn't get a chat box. He had the same problem that other people have. Go out of the room. He went in too early. Go out of the room, come back in, and now he's good. So that's good advice.
This is a problem with the software, right? It's penalizing people who are conscientious and on time, which it should not do, right? Because so many of us are type A+, and we're always here early for everything. So hopefully it'll work now.
Maybe next time we'll have a little bit of a waiting room with toys and games for people to play.
We should, you laugh, but that's actually not a terrible idea. Is having a waiting room that's set up, before.
Could you have people chat in that waiting room?
Yeah, I mean that's what I, personally, when we do it again, what I may want to do is in the lobby. I should actually put that up on the screen so people can see what I'm talking about. I'm just not like waving my hands. But in the lobby, we probably should have just generalized chat set up. Let me see if I can get in here and show people what I mean. Not difficult to do. Let me let me pull this up so you can see what I'm saying. So here in the general lobby, let me pull it up so people can see what I mean. We may want to have a chat box set up in here as people come in, just so they can get oriented if they're getting really screwed up and they don't know where to go and what to do. Having a little chat box here might not be a terrible idea. It's more stuff to monitor, but not a terrible idea.
Also, you can put the preliminary stuff in about your credits, how to navigate between the rooms, so you can get that up in the main area rather than going into the lectures themselves. I think it's a good feature.
Yeah, so I think for next time, what we'll do is we'll try to put some of that there. The software is pretty easy, right? I mean, for the thousands and thousands of people that take our classes, they do pretty well with almost no instruction whatsoever, right? They get an email from me saying, here, log in here. And that's about it. And then my little 3-minute movie in between each talk. So people are doing remarkably well with it. But, having a little more hand holding probably wouldn't be a terrible thing. So maybe we'll suggest that for the next time around. All right. And let me see what else is going on here today. Looks like so far everything's going okay out in here in the real world. People seem to be doing all right. I'm not. So yesterday, of course, people panicked that they couldn't figure out how to log in. And people seem to be much better with it today, which is fantastic. I guess that's a first day thing, right? Once they figured it out on the first day, the second day is identical. So people aren't having the same amount of login issues as we had yesterday.
I expect we have a few newbies today. The people that work Saturdays.
Yep.
Are coming in on Sunday.
Not only do we have newbies who signed up and are now coming in for the first day today, but we just got a few more signups as well overnight. We've gotten a bunch of people who signed up. So welcome everybody who just signed up. And yeah, we're going to have a lot of different people coming today. And by the way, let me actually pull up the schedule too so people can see what the heck's going on here today. Probably a useful thing, right? So here we go. And you can see leading off today, Steve already mentioned Mark Friedberg is giving his lecture about, can this patient wait until Monday? I guess this is an important issue that people grapple with all the time, right? Can you actually put somebody off or not?
And especially with his specialty, retinal pathology, it's always, you see retinal detachment at 6 o'clock in the evening. You don't know whether it has to go to the hospital and whether you can get sued if you don't send him, if the macula goes off. And his lecture's playing right now, and I think it's very well attended, as I would expect it to be.
Yeah, I mean, that I always wondered about that too. It's funny listening to a guy like Friedberg who's so casual about some of this. You see some horrific pathology, and he's like, "Yeah, that's okay. You can just wait a few days; it won't make a difference." And I wouldn't have expected that in a lot of cases. So this is a great lecture.
Now, if you have a 6-foot spear in your eye, and I'm sure we won't talk about that.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm so glad we have someone like Friedberg who's willing to not only come back and do this year after year, but every single time he gives a different kind of lecture, which I really appreciate about him. He doesn't fall into a rut.
So, Steve, is he a generalist or does he have a special?
No. He was the head of the retinal clinic at Wills Eye in Philadelphia. He wrote a landmark book that everybody uses with Chris Rapparano, another of our speakers who does the anterior segment, called the Wills Eye's Manual. He deals with the posterior segment. Chris deals with the anterior segment. He wrote the original book, and now the residents take over. So no, he's a pure retinal specialist. I'm sure he takes out a lot of cataracts because during the retina problems that you have or vitrectomies, you sometimes have to do that. But that's child's play for him.
Yeah. So incredible guy, really great teacher too. More importantly, right? So his lectures are fantastic.
Exactly, his lectures are very easy to understand. It's very thought out, and they're all different from every other lecture he ever gave. I'm in New Jersey in May. At the end of our local meetings, we always have Mark Friedberg give the last lecture, and it's always standing room only.
Yep.
It's remarkable how retinology has become such a hot ophthalmology specialty. When I first went into practice, it wasn't there. There was a fellow by the name of Scapins in Boston. He is the originator of retinology, and everyone had to go up to Boston to take the residency with him.
Well, if they didn't have lasers, really the only thing they were dealing with was retinal detachments. And
people used to put the patients upside down when they did the surgery. It was, and I guess looking today, all of that stuff that you did 30, 40 years ago was quite primitive. And I'm wondering what people are going to say about cancer 30 years from now, what we're doing with cancer people today.
I think you'll go in and get your tumor analyzed. That'll come up with a antibody virus type situation to cure you that wouldn't cure anybody else.
Targeted to the tumor, and that'll be it. You're not going to put people through the suffering.
And no side effects, correct? Or little side effects.
I often think about our patients. I'm wondering who was my last patient that died of AIDS. We had such a top-heavy practice with AIDS patients, and they were dying weekly. And I often wonder who was the last guy to go.
Well, you may actually start to see that, unfortunately, with COVID now as well, right? Now that treatments are getting better for it, the population is, getting somewhat immune to it. And now there's a new antiviral that they just did a clinical trial with, right, where they think that it might actually really tamp down on some of the worst symptoms of it. It may get to the same kind of situation, right, where people are going to survive this now, whereas before they just died. And we're going to think, oh my God, how did we let 500,000 people die of this?
Right.
Yeah, so I think right now it requires a transfusion to stop the bad symptoms, but they're looking for some sort of tablet. I think that'll be the answer.
Yeah.
You'll go into the internist, you'll have the symptoms, he'll say, oh, it's, you have COVID-19, here's a kind of a Tamiflu shot you'll still be a little sick, but you'll get better in a couple of days, something like that.
Yeah.
I was thinking of you today, Steve, that you're in Florida. There was a headline, let me see if I can see it in the Sunday Times.
Not me about pedophile, though.
Talking about Florida and everybody, how happy everybody is. And the virus is still there. Everybody's like living in Florida like there's no problem.
Well, I mean, if you're an old person, there is no problem, right? Because everyone's been able to get the vaccine.
75% of people over 65 have been vaccinated, and now they're going up to 55. So it's the kids who are coming down for spring break they're worried about. They're not worried about Florida so much. They're coming from all over the country, and they're going to disseminate the virus back.
And they're going to go back.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're actually going up to Orlando for spring break on Monday for R&R after this. We all need that. Taking my grandkids to water park and Universal, all that stuff.
Oh, good luck. I'm waiting for the day, of course, when the vaccine comes down and the clinical trials are done and the kids can just all get the shot in the arm and we're just done with this. But I guess that's a few months off.
Oh, here it is. Here's the one. And it's in the Miami Journal. I'd much rather be in Florida as the headline. And Floridians are out and about, and pandemic restrictions have been lifted. There's just one problem. The virus never went away.
Yeah, but to give an example, there was less than 70 deaths yesterday, and that's way down. Hospitalizations are down to like 2,800, and it was at the peak, it was like 12,000. So it really is getting suppressed.
Yeah, I think the immunity that the virus is offering, plus all the people who've had it, it's just stopping the transmission. I mean, we're seeing.
I guess the Floridians are outdoors, so there's less of a problem too, interacting with one another.
Yeah,
we'll get outside.
Well, I mean, even here in Oregon, right, where we're all trapped inside constantly, you're seeing the numbers start to go down again because about 1 million people here now have been vaccinated. That's a huge part of our population, right? There's only 3 or 4 million people in the state. So what you're starting to see is the numbers are just naturally coming down because of all the people who've gotten vaccinated, all the people who have had it already and probably don't even realize it.
But when I take my daily walk on these paths, when you see people, they may not have a mask on, but as soon as they see me coming, they put their mask on.
Yeah, or
everyone's very courteous about that.
Well, Oregon especially, we've had one of the lowest transmission rates anywhere in the country because people here really care about this. For better or worse, right? It's destroyed our economy, but at the same time, we've kept a lot of people alive. Actually, I can put up on the screen. I might be able to sort of show how the curve here, even though we're not out that much outdoors because it's still kind of wintry here, all of a sudden the numbers are starting to really plummet. So, schools are trying to get back in session here too, which is kind of crazy, but I think they might actually pull it off. So you can kind of see on the screen, I can show you, this is us. And
okay, here's the first problem, just came in. Well, I don't know why they're asking me though. So here's the question. I'm logged in and watching Dr. Crystal Breimer's 11 a.m. dry eye lecture, but on Firefox.
So?
It is stupid that I am fearful there will be some sort of tracking measure that Firefox will have disabled, preventing CEwire from knowing that I'm watching the live chat. I was also confused at all the chat about diabetes and so early in the lecture until I realized the chat must be from yesterday's lecture in room 3.
Oh, so they left the old chat logs from yesterday, I guess, without clearing them from the last lecture.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if nobody has chatted yet, you'll get yesterday's chat log. I will call the CEO of Firefox to find out what happens. No, I'm kidding. I
No,
don't
it's
think there'll be
fine.
a problem.
I'm going to forward this to you. So you
Forward it to me. Like, I'm not sure why someone would send it to you. I mean, of all the people to talk about web
can,
browsers, sending it to you is.
Don't ever send anything to me.
But anyway,
Yeah.
the chat thing, Steve. If you want to go into that room and just type something in, just to like clear the old chat log.
I'm going there right now.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, all the browsers, Firefox, Edge, and Chrome, all work with this platform. So it's no problem. And the person just said thanks. I had posted what to do. Go in and go out, and they're getting the audio. So I think it might be the same person.
Okay, good. Yeah, and so the whole idea behind the web in the beginning, and a web browser is that when you write software that sits on a server, it should be able to work with literally any web browser. And so don't worry about Firefox, blocking trackers or whatever. That's not going to cause any problem with this. We'll know you're there. And again, if for some reason your thing doesn't appear in the certificate, just send us an email to support and I'll take care of it for you. But there's no reason that Firefox should be blocking anything because it is serving you the video, right? And so because it's serving you the video, it's actually being logged. And so it knows that you're there. So don't worry about it.
Well, I did have a major problem, Adam. When I was up in New Jersey, DraftKings, which allows you to bet on all the events legally, for some reason Chrome was not working with it. I had to go to Edge or Firefox to get it to work. Now they have it work. And that was a major problem.
Yeah, so that's
like $2, $3 bets.
That's bad programming. Unfortunately, the whole idea behind web programming is that when you program something, as long as the browser that's hitting it is compliant with the web standards, your stuff should render fine. So I cringe when I see sites that say best experienced in X or Y browser. It should never be like that. It should work everywhere. So yeah, this should work everywhere. But anyway, up on the screen, I still have our little COVID thing just to show you what's going on here in Oregon because I think it's interesting. You can see that our rate of hospitalization is down to almost nothing, and the cases are precipitously dropping. So, I guess vaccines do work, I guess, is the answer.
Well, vaccines and the stats on about 30 million people have tested positive for the virus, but the estimates are 2, 3, 4 times that have really had it. So we're upwards of maybe 90 million people having immunity from the virus itself. Now, it's a Venn diagram. A lot of people have been vaccinated who had the disease and didn't know it. So you don't add the 90 million to the whatever 100 million people have been vaccinated, but it's something that herd immunity is occurring. We probably have 40% of the population having either the disease and have immunity of some sort or the vaccination.
Right. So you can take a look here. This is Oregon's 832,000 people have been vaccinated at some level. Wow. And that's, almost a quarter of the state. So, yeah. So
I want to finish with this guy. So he put this on ODwire. Can you answer him so we can relax everybody? I can't get on ODwire because I'll be cut off. So I don't want to answer him here.
I'll do it. I'll lose you. I'll do it. Not a problem. I got it.
But you can do it on ODwire, right?
Yeah.
I'll put it on a thread.
Is that where he asked the question?
That's where he asked the question. That's how I got
really confused.
Because he was responding to Steve's for the live lecture when the speaker is in the room.
I'll answer him right now.
So it's I don't want to give the people reading ODwire a nervous breakdown about this.
Okay. No nervous breakdowns. There we go. Done and done.
Love this mute button. I just had a cough and
yes, you have a new toy. Anyway,
I muted.
So I put up our little vaccinations here, and I think the rest of the country is doing something similar. They I think they're really starting to get their act together with the way the vaccines are being distributed.
Yeah,
And
why don't you put Texas up and let's see how they're doing.
I don't know Texas's website. So this is Oregon. The only site I visit daily is Oregon because this is the only place I care about because I'm trapped here. So
And really, Texas poll, we're gonna have to look at 2, 3, 4 weeks down the road because they just opened up a couple of days ago. So the ramifications of that might occur in the future, but who knows?
I think they've been careless right along.
yeah.
So yeah,
So it's quite different.
Yep. So anyway, hopefully, the rest of us will be vaccinated here in Oregon very soon, and we'll have a relatively normal summer. We can hope.
Yeah.
But what a difference a couple of months makes. Fauci was on every talk show this morning.
Yeah, I mean,
he's a very familiar face.
Yep. Well, and hopefully, over the next couple of months too. I mean, you can see on our little vaccination schedule here, the J&J vaccine's brand new, and it's obviously very behind the other ones. But I have a feeling that it's going to overtake the other ones rapidly as soon as they can make enough of it because it's so easy to actually transport and administer.
right. And you can see why you need to test this stuff. That AstraZeneca one, apparently, not a lot of people are dying of blood clots. So they, I think 23, 24 countries have eliminated its use. So people wanted to get this vaccine out as quickly as possible, like they did in Russia. I don't think they even tested it very much in Russia, their vaccine. But it's amazing how you really do have to test it. And you never know what's going to happen with children. Children might have different reactions. You still have to do the controlled studies with population not getting it, population getting it before you can give it to the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-year-olds.
Yep. So we'll see how it goes. I mean, I think for us that's going to be probably the final frontier, at least here in Oregon, in terms of spread. Because I watch the way people behave. Most people in this state have been incredibly responsible about it. The only exception in my, when I walk around our neighborhood, obviously teenagers. What are you going to do with them, right? I mean, teenagers are going to be teenagers and they're going to congregate in groups and it's just what they do. And so, hopefully the clinical trials will be done with the J&J vaccine quickly and we can get it into them as fast as possible.
I wonder in Oregon, what the rural counties are doing with all the people that are in agriculture.
It's been a disaster. If you actually look at the rates of spread, the rural areas here are way worse than the urban areas. You have similar numbers in the rural areas as we do in the urban ones, even though their population is so much smaller. So they've had a really difficult time with it.
And they live in confined quarters. These agricultural workers will live, in many in a room.
Yeah. And it's fun. You can really see it like here in the county where I live. So I live just south of Portland, right? In a county called Clackamas, which is half very sort of urban and suburban, right? Like we're 5 miles from downtown Portland, but the other half of our county extends all the way out to Mount Hood, and it's incredibly rural. And it's like a tale of two counties. You can actually see the difference when you look granularly at how our county is doing, that in the hinterlands, it gets so much worse. They're just not paying as much attention to what's going on. So hopefully, the vaccines will get out there and we can stop the spread of this. I guess when you live in an urban environment and you're on top of people all the time, I guess you really do think about it, right? When you're going out for your walk,
Sure.
Whereas when you live out in the sticks, you don't really think about it probably too much.
Yep.
So yeah, I guess it's part of the problem.
And the other nice moral of the story is you watch Fauci work. There's a guy that's 80 years old, but if you're small and skinny, you can live forever and keep working. So, okay.
Is that the moral of the story? Keep the weight down. Okay, that's the moral of the story. And speaking of which, in terms of our lectures today, let me pull up the schedule again because we've had a couple about actually remaining thin. And the importance of it. So someone mentioned it before they saw the diabetes chat.
It's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another.
Turn that off. They had the diabetes chat. So let me pull it up here to show you. What they were talking about was this from last night. So they were talking about Paul Chauce's lecture about diabetes in 2020 and beyond. And much of his lecture is not about type 1 diabetes, right? It's all about adult onset and type 2 and what you can do. And Paul mentions it in his practice where he specializes in diabetes. He puts people on this intermittent fasting diet sometimes if he wants to get extreme, where you'll get people who won't eat for an entire day. So they'll have like days with eating and then days without eating. And apparently that's been very effective for getting people's weight down.
Well, you have to really scare a person for them to take Raja, because diabetics are eaters.
But you can do it in sort of a modified way too. So for instance, you can limit when you eat at night, right? So if the last thing you eat is, let's say, at 6 p.m., don't eat anything, right, until say noon the next day, right? Or even 10 a.m. the next day. You want to extend the amount of time that you're not eating, right? Extend the amount of time between meals. That's the whole idea behind intermittent fasting. So, if you have someone who can't go 24 hours because it is horrible, you could do something like that where you just eat an early dinner and then just try to sleep. And then
pretty much do it all day. Paul, I do it every day because I'll eat dinner at 6:30, have nothing until breakfast, which is a small protein bar, but I could skip that. And so it's really 18 hours of not eating.
Yep. And apparently that helps. So if you're capable of pulling that off, that can make a huge difference. So yeah, interesting lecture. And
then we have, at the end of the day, we have Jamie Falco adding to that lecture about you are what you eat. And so she's going to dovetail everything that Kerry says.
That's true. So yeah, we've had multiple lectures, I guess, here all about diabetes and being overweight and how to sort of get yourself back in shape. Mm-hmm. So we'll see what Kerry has to say if he comes on the air here with us today. Because I guess my big issue with all of these things is sort of the practical application of it, right? How do you get people to follow this advice? Is it even possible? Will people do it, or will they just sort of laugh and go back to eating a Snickers? I have no idea.
Well, I think it's if you live alone, it's easy.
Oh, wait a minute. Now you're going to get into this codependent thing with, okay.
Well, listen, I don't know.
You can't blame mom for...
She just hit me she went on her low carb diet again.
Yeah.
And so she tries to set up 2 sets of meals.
But, why don't you try to follow the low carb diet for a few days and see what happens?
Yeah, it's not bad.
No, you can do it as long as the quantity is there.
Oh boy.
Well, I've been living for 30 years. I don't eat red meat or pork or anything like that, veal. My wife doesn't eat fish. So we makes me separate meals and her separate meals, or we meet a chicken. And so we've been doing it for the longest time.
30 years. Well,
yeah. So
the first 10 years I did eat red meat and decided I didn't like it.
Well, it can be done, right? So, I mean, Paul, you should, maybe follow mom for a couple of days and just see what happens. I don't know. I
mean, Steve, I when you talk about that, there's a line from Porgy and Bess where there's a song called "It Ain't Necessarily So," and there's a line that says, "Methuselah lived 900 years, but who wants to live 900 years? But no woman will give in to someone who's 900 years." So I don't know how long you want to live.
Forever. I plan to digitalize my brain and put it up in the cloud and clone a body and then come back and
I saw these inspirational pictures where you see these couples that both had COVID, but they recover. And I saw one couple that were in 2 separate facilities, and they met, and their wheelchairs met. and the World War II veteran had a bouquet to meet his long lost love of 60 years or more marriage. And there they met, and their wheelchairs collided. That's very, very heartwarming.
So guys, at 8:30 here, we were supposed to have Leo Hadley come in. I don't see him here. So I doubt he's going to make it this morning, unfortunately. So
he always chickens out.
Yeah. What we might want to do is just take a few minutes here and maybe replay the interview we did with Tasha yesterday from Dompe. And, so people can actually listen to it. So Tasha Scott is with Dompe. She's an executive with the company, and she talks about how to get access to Oxervate in this interview. So it's an important one if you think you have patients who...
Why don't you describe what Oxervate is?
Okay, so let me back up then and put up the Oxervate site to show people. Okay, so for those who don't know, here is Oxervate. So the first, and as far as I know, the only FDA-approved treatment for neurotrophic keratitis. So again, a disorder that some people might not be aware of. We had a lecture on it yesterday. You might think your patient just has dry eye, but that ain't it. This is a real thing that we have treatment for now. So you need to be on the lookout for it. And Tasha basically discusses how one gets access to this medicine. You don't go down to CVS or Walgreens to get it. This is a rare disease, so this is a drug that you actually, you can have Dompe, the company that makes it, help you navigate the process of getting approvals from insurance companies and giving patient access to this medicine. So it's not like you just write a prescription, send the patient on their way. But Dompe can be with you there every step of the way to help make sure your patient gets the med, and that's what this talks about.
Can you describe what neurotrophic keratitis is?
So if you want to really learn about it, you go to the site called knowNK.com. And so let me put it up here so people can see. So again, so this is where you start losing feeling, right, in the cornea. And the nerves start to get impaired, and they can go over into the mechanism. Clark Chang goes into it with Melissa Barnett in detail about the mechanism of how this happens. The point is, though, when you detect that it is happening, you need to stop this from progressing. And that's what Oxervate can do.
Right. And here's a simple test that we used to do for keratoconus, where you just put a Q-tip swab and you test the corneal sensitivity. It's been done for 50 years. And now you'll pick up these people who have NK who you didn't really know before, and then institute treatment for them. So that there's various things that cause it. Herpes zoster will cause it, but various other conditions. You could have a corneal ulcer, things that happen back in the system that damage the nerves. So, but now you could recognize it. A simple, easy test could at least make you aware of it, and working either by yourself or with a corneal specialist is the thing to do.
Yep.
And so with that introduction, there's a treatment.
There is a treatment, and you want to get treatment as early as you can, right? Because you want to try to prevent the nerves from dying off. So, why don't we play this little video so people can see what to do, and then in about it's about 10 minutes long, I think, 12 minutes long, and then we'll come on back, and hopefully Leo will have shown up, but we'll see. So here it is, our interview with Tasha. Oh, hey, Tasha, you made it. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I am doing well. Thank you for coming out this morning.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's early here, but we're surviving. We actually just got through our first half hour of getting everyone set up here. But the conference has been going well so far. We have several thousand people taking classes right now, so it's pretty cool. And it should be a fun day.
That's exciting. I'm happy to join today.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask you, I'll put up on the screen so everyone can see it here, just real briefly, our schedule. Because I mentioned before I actually had to deal with all these troubleshooting problems that we had. I'll put up the schedule again so people can see what I'm talking about. Pop it up here on the screen. So neurotrophic keratitis is a topic that's actually in our first hour that's being covered right now. There's a lecture that's actually happening as we speak. And this was a disease that I think a lot of folks weren't necessarily familiar with, right? Up until very recently, they might have thought their patients just had a dry eye. They might have sort of slipped under the radar. Now, of course, people are becoming much more aware of the disease. Obviously, Oxervate is out there that people can use. But what I wanted to talk to you about today was not sort of the clinical stuff, right? Because Clark Chang and Melissa are probably driving that into the ground in their lecture right now. But more of sort of the access. Access to meds it's a huge issue, right? And being able to actually get the products that you need to treat patients is important. In fact, it's funny, before we came on here, I was refreshing my health department in my state for the COVID-19 vaccine, right? Talk about access, right? This is a big thing that's been on everyone's mind, right? So, but I wanted to talk to you a little bit today sort of about access, and I know this is what you're all about with your position at Dompe. So maybe you could tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do there.
Yeah. So I live and breathe access. My whole career has been in access. I started kind of from the bottom, working at reimbursement like hubs. I started by talking to patients, talking to physicians, verifying insurance benefits, doing prior authorizations, processing patient assistance applications and copay cards From there, I kind of worked my way up, managing those operational hubs, and then working with manufacturers on the vendor side to manage those hubs and facilitate those hubs. And then eventually I made my way over to the manufacturer side to my position here at Dompe. So at Dompe, I do lead the market access strategy and the market access team here. And our team consists of about 10 individuals that include our patient access managers. So our patient access managers do work alongside of our key account managers to help support our customers and our patients on the access front. So I lead the strategy, and our patient access managers help support our customers from an access perspective.
Got it. And so, we mentioned the word access before. I was mentioning it in the context of COVID, right? So this is like literally, where do I go to get it? But what does access mean to you, for your position at Dompe and with Oxervate? What does that actually mean?
Yeah, that's a really great question. So access for me is ensuring that like our patients and our customers have the means to be able to get the product and that it is affordable to them. So helping customers understand that their patients have access to Oxervate, meaning that they're able to get the product, that their patient's insurance covers it, and if it doesn't cover it, what are the other avenues that the patient have to obtain the medication? And from a patient perspective, kind of the same thing. So from a patient understanding what their insurance coverage is for Oxervate, and then if they need any financial assistance, that they have the financial assistance they need to be able to obtain the treatment.
Right. And, it's an interesting thing. Most physicians probably, NK's it's a relatively rare disease, so they may just be getting started using something like Oxervate. So maybe you could step us through, they've made the clinical determination that this would be a useful treatment. How do they get the patient into that pipeline to get them what they need?
That is a very good question. We get this question very often. So for us, it's pretty easy. We have what's called Dompe Connected Care, which is a suite of services for our physicians or our customers. Through Dompe Connected Care, there's an enrollment form that you can find on our website. It's a pretty simple 2-page form, and it does act as the prescription. Once you complete that enrollment form, you send it in to our Dompe Connected Care service. From there, Dompe Connected Care is able to contact the patient's insurance provider, verify the coverage for Oxervate. So they call the insurance plan, they determine what is the coverage. Is there a prior authorization that is required? If there is, they determine what are the steps that's needed for a physician office to complete that prior authorization. And then they relay that information to the office. They tell them exactly what's needed of the office to do. And then once you submit or the customer submits that prior authorization, Dompe Connected Care will continue to follow up on that and provide the office with that information. They'll let you know what's going on every step of the way. On top of that, they are in communication with the patient. They inform them, of the services as well. They do what's called a welcome call. They tell them about Dompe Connected Care, and they let them know kind of some expectations of what's going to be coming in terms of their Oxervate treatment. And once the prior authorization is approved, if the patient needs financial assistance, Dompe Connected Care will provide some options to the patient as far as financial assistance go, depending on what the patient's coverage is. And then from there, they facilitate delivery schedule for the treatment through Accredo, our specialty pharmacy. So Dompe Connected Care actually helps the patient facilitate scheduling that delivery through Accredo.
Wow.
So as long as the physician goes through Dompe Connected Care and fills out that enrollment form, it's pretty easy.
So you guys basically handle everything. So for the doctor, this is like a fairly send it off, and then you can handle all the insurance issues. I know one question that people have had in the past is, can you give us a sense of what insurers actually cover the medicine at this point? Or is it everybody or some? Or I know that you actually will go through the process of making sure that the patient's covered, but just in general, do most insurers cover it?
Yeah, in general, most insurances do cover Oxervate, whether it's commercial coverage or government-funded coverage. Most insurance do cover it. However, coverage does vary dependent on the patient's insurance coverage. But what Dompe Connected Care will do, again, is they're calling to verify what specifics are required for that patient. I do want to clarify. So Don't Connect to Care does a lot of the legwork for the offices, but the offices are going to have to do some work as well. So Don't Connect to Care will provide what's required of the office to submit that prior authorization, but the office will still have to submit it. But going back to your original question, most insurance companies do cover it. There's just sometimes some different requirements dependent on the prior authorization.
Got it. And in terms of sort of the turnaround time, from the time we fill out that little 2-page sheet, to the time the patient gets their meds, what's the typical, length of time in between?
Not to give you the same answer, but it does vary.
Sure.
Turnaround time does vary on a couple of different factors. So one is how quickly the office can complete that prior authorization. We know the offices are very busy with patients and sometimes are a little bit shorthanded, but how quickly you can get that prior authorization turned into the insurance company does help because it helps shorten that turnaround time. Another factor of the turnaround time is how long the insurance company takes to review that prior authorization. We have seen that be very quick, but it does depend on the insurance company. Another factor is the patient. In terms of getting financial assistance, that can depend on what type of financial assistance the patient needs. And then another factor is actually scheduling the shipment. Credo does need to talk directly to the patient before they can schedule that shipment. And sometimes it takes a little bit longer to get a hold of that patient to actually schedule the shipment. So there's different stops along the way that could extend that turnaround time. But as long as the office is engaged and doing that prior authorization, and as long as the patient is engaged as well, that turnaround time can be fairly short. But for specialty medications, it's not like just going down your CVS pharmacy and picking it up the next day that you write that prescription. It does take a little bit of time, just depending on all those different factors. So keep that in mind when you're, treating your patients with oxybate.
Got it. And one other question that I know people have is, it sounds like there are multiple parties that are going to be touching this data and looking at it and so on and so forth as the patient goes through the process. Can you speak a little bit to sort of HIPAA and how that all works? Where this data is going, and is the patient data actually protected at each step?
Yes, it absolutely is. So through Don't Connect to Care and through Credo, both entities are HIPAA compliant. So the patient's data is always protected, no matter who's touching it. Excellent.
So patients don't have to worry about that. Great. So I guess one other question, since NK is kind of a new disease to a lot of us, we're just learning about it now and the different treatment options. Have you guys actually put together anything to sort of help, educate folks? I mean, obviously, education is what we're about here, right? We're doing that lecture right now as we speak with Clark Chang and Melissa Barnett. But on your end, do you have any materials that you could give to both the doctors and the patients maybe to help them educate them on the disease?
Yes. So there's many different materials for both the providers and the patients. So your key account managers can provide materials to the physicians. There's also our website, which has a plethora of information around the disease state and around oxybate. And then from a patient perspective, through Don't Connect to Care, we send out a welcome kit that includes a patient brochure that talks a lot about the disease state and oxybate. So there's many different avenues and resources that both a physician and a patient can go to obtain information about NK and about oxybate, as well as Don't Connect to Care.
Yep, and I'm actually putting up on the screen right now so people can see the oxybate website. And I stumbled across another one. No NK? This has got to be yours,
yes, right? It is, yes. So that is ours as well. And that is a great resource for a disease state perspective.
Yeah. So, because that was when I was searching, I'm like, oh, okay, so that's interesting. So, and it actually gives really good, it gives information that's actually useful at the level of both the patient and the doctor. And I'll show it to people later, that one, with touching the patient's eye, with a Q-tip, right? So, it's something very sort of, as I was looking at it, it was funny. My son walked in the room. He's 11 years old, and he's like, you wouldn't really do that to someone, would you? I'm like, well,
technically.
Yeah. But yeah, so no, it's a great resource. And I mean, it's really well done. So I think everyone should take a look at it. And throughout the day today, we'll be bringing up the website to show it to people as well.
Yeah, and on the website, one thing to note is we have a great administration video, One thing about Oxervate is it's not just your typical eye drop. It's not just in a regular dropper bottle. And so our administration video is a great resource for physicians to get a sense of what is expected of Oxervate when a patient receives it and how to administer it. And it's also a great resource for patients. So through Credo and through Dombay Connected Care, we encourage patients to watch the administration video. We also encourage physicians to show this administration video to patients while they're in the office. So it helps set the expectation for the patient on what the treatment is going to be like for them and what they're going to receive on their door when it's delivered to them.
Excellent. And you can actually see it right here. There's the video right here. You just go to dosing and administration at oxervate.com. So fantastic. Well, Tasha, thank you so much for doing this today. You know, it's been really great. You know, we're going to replay this over and over for people to see it during our live stream this week. And I'm sure as questions come in, I will forward them on to you because there will be many, and maybe we can even come back here next time around for the next CEwire and in April and review it then.
Yeah, I'm happy to join at any time, and please send your questions my way. I'm always happy to answer.
All right. Thanks again.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too. And that was Tasha talking about Oxervate. So did you guys learn anything?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, interesting, you know, and I really like this NoNK site. I put it up again now so people could see it. But this is a really good resource for patients, so people should check it out. The other thing that we mentioned in that interview was on oxervate.com, the administration guide, which, you know, it actually worked yesterday when I wanted to play it during our live stream, but so that was pretty neat too.
I guess there was no mention of cost.
So the medication's covered by insurance most of the time, so I don't, yeah, so Tasha wasn't talking about costs at all. I think what she was really the point she was trying to get across is that there are resources for the doctors to actually get the medicine to the patients, and you don't have to sort of feel alone prescribing this, right? Because they can help you through the whole process. So this video has sound when you play it for real on the Oxervate site. So it looks pretty straightforward.
If also you listen to the lecture by Clark Chang and Melissa Barnett, it's specifically on this condition. Yeah. Can you hear me, guys?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yeah.
No, you can't hear me.
We can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Steve is having technical difficulties.
Now, guys,
Yeah, we can hear you.
can you hear me?
Yep, you can't hear us, I guess.
Come on.
Yeah, poor Steve. He has got trouble with his computer today.
Hear you? No, you can't hear me. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we're getting
Great. Okay.
we're getting some
What I'm saying is
feedback.
that-
Steve, we're getting feedback on your computer. You might just want to shut everything down and start again. I don't know if you have a video running or whatever else.
I don't have. Okay. Getting feedback?
Uh,
Let me go to the microphone again. So I'm getting it.
no, Steve's having technical difficulties.
I'll try the microphone again. It should work. Is that better?
Yep, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Let me go to Zoom and go back in.
Yeah.
So they show how to administer the drops?
Yep. Yeah, that's what the video is all about. So for people who might not feel confident doing it, at the very least when they get home, they can work on it, themselves. So the video.
You know, I think that's one of the great problems about drops. Some of these medications cost a bloody fortune, and most people don't know how to administer it. So much of the eye drop is wasted
Yeah.
when people put it in.
Yep. Although I would imagine, that for a disease like this, if it's something where you're going to do this routinely, you learn how to do it pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So you can see it up there, the rule of 15. So, yeah, this is actually very well produced and a very nice thing that Dompe did to create this. Since there are so many people who, let's see if Steve can get back in here now. So, alrighty. So anyway, so that's, and Steve, are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, good.
You're fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about the fact that it's hard to administer drops. What do you do when you practice, when you give patients a prescription for drops? Is there a technician to show how to administer so you don't waste the drops?
Yeah, well, especially it's really important for the glaucoma drops because, okay, I'm gonna have to leave. I'm here. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, Steve, I think, you have your lecture, so you're going to need to go. But yeah, your mic was cutting out anyway, so I think it's time to take off.
I have to go to my lecture, so I'm going to say goodbye.
See you later. Yeah. Alrighty, so Steve is on his way out, so he's going to his lecture now. And
what's he talking about?
So he's talking about presbyopia, and there are meds.
Low arms is too short. Ah, yes. The magic drugs.
Yep.
For presbyopia.
Yep. So while he's doing that, and since we have nobody scheduled here for a while, I'm going to put on a webinar that we did from Luno. That's about 40 minutes long, maybe a little bit less. We have an interview at 9:30, but until then, why don't we play this while Steve is busy? And I'm going to answer a few emails for people who might be having trouble at the conference, and we'll be back in a half hour. How does that sound?
Okay, so we're cutting out now,
Yep.
right?
See you later. Half hour.
Okay.
Everyone, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another ODwire webinar. Thank you for coming out. I know that the pandemic obviously is still raging on across the country, but as we've seen on ODwire, people's practices are rebounding in a lot of different ways, depending on your location. And we have a lot of folks on the site who tell us that they've never been busier, in fact, because there was so much pent-up demand. At the same time, people are also telling us, their gross has been dropping a little bit, even though the demand has been high, perhaps due to slowdowns in their opticals, or because they're starting to get these holes in their schedules when people are canceling. So the rate of cancellation has been higher for a lot of people across the country. So, there are all these new challenges that we're all facing, adjusting the way we work during the pandemic. And that's really what this show tonight is all about. It's all about how to, transform your practice using new digital tools and try to run more efficiently, which everyone sort of has to do now in the era of COVID. And specifically, we're going to be talking about a digital refraction system, the Visionix VX65 by Luno technology. That's, you can sort of see the picture of the tablet up on the screen today. And we have a special guest here who actually uses the system, and he's going to talk to us all about how he's sort of transformed his practice using technology. Before I introduce our speaker tonight, just a reminder to everybody, you can see on the right side of your screen, there's a box that says questions. If you have a question throughout the webinar tonight, just type your question in there. I'll hold it aside. And at the very end, I'll ask the speaker the questions so we can have a little back and forth at the end. And I guess that is about it for now. So let me introduce our guest tonight. So we have Dr. Jordan Jones, who is an optometrist and director at Wear Eyewear in the Chicagoland area. Their practice actually has 2 locations. So there's one in Chicago proper in the downtown area, and then one on the south side in Orland Park. So his practice is a full scope optometry practice with sort of a high-end optical at both locations, with 2 ODs and 6 opticians. So his practice might look very similar to yours. So I think it's a really great thing that we can actually talk to him about how he's using this technology to improve his practice. And the fact that he has 2 locations, I think, makes it even more interesting. So with all my blabbing out of the way, Dr. Jones, why don't you take it away?
All right. Thanks, guys. And thank you, everybody, for kind of joining us today. As Adam said, we will be talking today about specifically Linode Technologies and the Visionix VX65. But I'm also going to kind of just generally and broadly kind of overview how and what we have done to, as you can see, kind of future-proof our practice and try to stay ahead of the curve, which in this case with the pandemic has actually served us pretty well from the jump. The agenda that we'll go through tonight, we'll kind of start obviously with the introduction, go through kind of our journey as our optical and as our practice into an integrated patient experience, kind of rethinking the usual, kind of the old school, new school thought, if you will. And then moving forward in our air quotes again, our new normal, whatever that is, and as it's ever changing day by day, and how I believe that kind of the advancements in the technology and everything that we have with our Visionix equipment really allows us to do what I think is the most important thing, and that's really work on the patient education, allowing us to have more time for that. And then how that translates into helping the bottom line of the practice, which we all need and want, especially in the eras of shutdowns and everything else that we have going on. We'll finish with the recap and then go through the questions that you all have. That's me, or a younger version of me, when I had a little bit more hair. As we go through this, I was 12 years in practice. I graduated from ICO in 2008, stayed in the Chicagoland area. As Adam said, Director of Eye Care at ODwire. We have 2 locations, again, one right downtown in the heart of River North, and one in a southwestern suburb, which is far more kind of family practice. I'd say the River North practice, a little different than the far south side and the suburban practice. So again, I think we have an interesting perspective on things. And then just about me, I truly am passionate about educating the patient about their system and kind of the overall health. And most importantly, I'm a full-time dad, 24/7, literally up until 1 minute before this phone call, I was changing diapers and making dinner. So that's how life is. Our personal journey into an integrated patient experience. We started, and I'll say again, kind of the global we, before I was even involved with the practice and with ODwire, it was started by 2 opticians, and they were under the guise of, again, kind of the high-end optical, no doctor involved. Let's get outside scripts and let's fill that and just kind of be the go-to place for a high-end optical in River North in Chicago. As kind of the year 1 turned to year 2, they started to realize that people were asking to have a doctor in the office, like, hey, can I get my exam here as well? And they realized that they were missing out a little bit on something. So as basically an afterthought, they decided to add a doctor part-time, kind of as many of us do with, a day a week, a couple hours here or there to just try to start seeing where that went. Had basically free donated equipment that they got through, networks that they knew, old stuff, again, everything that, barely still worked, but someone was willing to give to them. And the doctor started kind of practicing out of a closet and doing the very basic kind of bare minimum with the old school technology. I mean, we're not talking Shiatsu tonometry, but pretty dang close to that. I came into it and was, kind of wedged into that closet and had just graduated in 2008 and kind of had seen some of the newer stuff and saw what was out there. And I really kind of pushed to say, hey, as we're going here, if we're really going to make this into, an optical as well as a full service kind of in full scope optometry practice, we really need to kind of upgrade. And rather than upgrade into just kind of a new manual kind of setup, I wanted to push and kind of, again, future-proof us and move us into the technological era and say, hey, if we're going to do this, we might as well spend a few more bucks and get the latest and greatest and kind of have what everybody would want to have and what would make us stand out. We went through and we kind of evaluated some new tools and the programs to just kind of overall improve the patient experience. And again, my experience might be very different than yours, but again, I have partners that are opticians that are not doctor backgrounds. So for me, everything is kind of that hard sell of saying, hey, I need the technology that we all need and want. And they're looking at me and saying, well, how is this going to improve our bottom line? And can't you do it? You've been doing it in a closet with, manual keratometer and a phoropter that barely works and a slit lamp that only moves to the left, but you've been making it work. How can we move forward from here? So for me, it's always kind of a hard sell, but I feel that gives me a good view, again, from like practice owner side and doctor side of why we should do things and really, really evaluate what that's going to bring to the table. The kind of overview, if you will, kind of our traditional approach, what we've learned in school, if you're like me and you're 10 years plus out or 20 years plus out, I mean, everything is done by you manually, from keratometry, from refraction, from slit lamp exam, from, literally every single step of the way. You're collecting data, you're having to write down data, you're having to transfer the data over, and you're wasting a lot of time kind of getting that data collected, putting it in. If you move to kind of a screening model, again, now you have text doing some of that stuff, but even there, again, in the past, it was limited on what they couldn't do. Now we're seeing, again, with the ability with everything that we have, and especially with, we have the full Vigionic suite from Leno Technologies, but even from the very basic stuff, you can go from start to finish with very, very, very quick and efficient kind of processes that will pipe right into your system, that eliminates the transcription errors, that moves you from spending time collecting data and entering data into what I think, again, is the most important thing, and that is having that time with the patient to explain, to go over, to let them really know what our value is and how we can make things better for them and what we can do outside of the exam room. Really let them know that we're listening to it. I mean, if you look at spending, 5, 10, 12, 15 minutes of collecting data and entering data, you're turned away from the patient. You don't have the time to sit and look at them in the face. You don't have the time to ask them questions about their work setup, their home life setup. You might not even be able to elicit the correct question that would really make a difference in their life. And I think, again, that is going to help you create those kind of lifelong patients by just looking someone in the eye and really addressing their needs. This is the new approach, if you will. And this is the approach that I think is the right way to do it and the best way in the kind of the current setup. On the far left, you basically see the VX40, which is the Vigionics version of a autolensometer. You put it on there, it will read it, it will show you progressive zones, it does wavefront analysis. Literally, put it in, drop it, go. Very little training. You get the data, it's out. Kicks over to your system. You go into your next box, your VX100, 110, 120, 130 with the varying features there. Again, will allow you to screen from everything. It does topography. You can have tonometry. You have wavefront analysis, keratometry, pachymetry, everything all in one. And in about a 3-minute span, you have all of that data, more than most of us collect, generally speaking, because we're not doing topography on everybody, usually, but now you have it. Pachymetry on everybody, not usually, but you have it. All of these things that allow you to have all of the data in front of you. And then again, you can kind of parse through and see what's important to you in this case versus not important to you, but you have all the data at your disposal in no extra time. Kicking over into, again, what we're talking about tonight, the Vigionic VX65, the autophoropter. Everything pipes in, straight in, again, no entry, nothing there. You automatically have the wavefront data. You automatically have the previous lensometry. You automatically have a without correction all set up for you at the touch of a button and ready to go. Again, you can see how much quicker that process would be and all the data that you collect, which again leads us to that greater time to educate the patient. The workflow efficiencies, the less time spent on the data entry, our reduced risk of transposing data, that more time to spend, again, leads us into everything that we want to do as doctors, and that is treat the patient, not collect the data. Kind of, again, rethinking the usual and finding out what works for your practice. As Adam mentioned, and as I kind of said off the jump, we have two very, very, I would say, unique and different practices. Our River North practice in downtown Chicago is much higher volume. It's younger patients. It's young working urban professionals that are popping in and out between lunch breaks, that are able to come over for 30 minutes, break away from what they're doing. Most of them, again, are contact lens wearers, so a lot of kind of anterior segment stuff that we're dealing with. We had, in the past, always done everything with the doctor. So even though we had all this integrated equipment and we were using it, we as the doctors were still collecting the data. Again, although it only takes 3 or 4 minutes to do it, we were still collecting that data. And my initial belief was, by us doing that, we were creating a patient experience that would elevate over a different practice. Someone who says, hey, I'm going to pipe you from room to room to room. And I know, again, a lot of us have those setups. Some of you maybe don't. Maybe you have you more set up like what we have with one exam room and patients come into one doctor. We are now in this time where, again, reimbursements are going lower. Time is of the essence. We need to shorten exam time to make the same kind of bottom line at the end of the day. We have to spend more time cleaning. We have to have time in between patients now to clean rooms and disinfect. With that, we have now implemented in the last couple of months pre-testing outside of the exam room. So we now, in our downtown River North location, we're running one model with pre-testing outside the exam room with the doctor actually not collecting the data, more your traditional kind of medical model, versus, again, what we're doing in our suburban location, which is still the patient walks into the exam room, they sit down, and they have this basically one-stop shop of everything done in front of them in 3 minutes. I'm explaining what's going on through it, kind of showing them the value add of what they're getting and how it's different than the alternative of where they've been before. We're going to kind of reevaluate when the beginning of the year comes in, and I've been in touch, again, we're keeping doctors separate at this point, so I'm only in the suburban location. My other doctor is only in the downtown location, and just kind of get a feel for, what are we gaining? What are we losing? Are we losing our personal touch? Because we believe, again, that our personal touch is what is our differentiator. And having the doctor explain and have the time to do that is that differentiator. We do not want to have to go to, 5-minute, 10-minute exams, eye checks or whatever the case may be. But can we still get that same experience and that same feel in 15 minutes if it is 15 minutes solid of the doctor doing it and we have a well-trained staff collecting the data on the front end versus our traditional model that we've been doing for the last 5 or 6 years? The digital refraction and kind of the huge benefits that have worked in the new normal are absolutely apparent and right in front of us. My own story, this is kind of pre-pandemic, and one of the things that was a big deal for me is I have chronic back and kind of shoulder pains. I played football through college. I actually had a spinal fracture that created some drama for me, and as such, sitting all day long and reaching across often created some issues. So from that standpoint, again, I know a lot of us, we have some neck and back pains. When you have this setup with the Visionex VX65, you have an untethered tablet. It literally is an iPad type or Samsung Galaxy tablet type that you can hold anywhere at any place with perfect ergonomics. And again, move and adjust yourself into a position where you're not going to have that repetitive stress type injuries. There's none of the awkward angles or spinning dials. You're not leaning over the patient, which again is different for now too. It's very important. We'll get to that. And again, from the standpoint of at the end of the day, I feel better. With the ease of use, there are 2 modes with the Visionex VX65 by Lenovo. The autophoropter mode, which again is the screen that you see in front of us. If you've ever worked on an autophoropter of any kind, this is more of the screen that you're used to. It's run through, kind of a jog dial as well that you could run if you want to, or you can run it on the tablet as it looks in front of you. Again, there's a learning curve with it. Once you get used to it, it's very quick. It's very efficient. Again, it just goes. To your eye off the jump, it might look different, especially if you've never done anything like this and it looks intimidating. I promise you, again, if you give yourself a couple of refractions through it, it becomes very, very easy and you will really, really enjoy kind of and the speed with which you can do things. With that being said, again, they have lots of support. They kind of will work with you through it. I personally like this mode better. This is the mode that, again, 5 years ago, I started with our Visionex equipment. And as you can see, it looks like a phoropter. It's in front of you on the tablet, exactly as you've seen, exactly as it's been there before, but it's now sitting in front of you on a tablet. Where you would normally spin up, you spin up. Where you would normally occlude, you would occlude. If you want to twist the dial, you twist the dial. You literally just touch where you would normally touch, and it responds in the way that a phoropter would respond. There is absolutely little to, I shouldn't say absolutely no, but there is little to no learning curve. And again, kind of as a side note, we recently had to have a fill-in doc at our downtown location, and our doc literally spent 10 minutes on basically a Zoom call with him and said, this is how you do it. And within 10 minutes, he was up and rolling and did 16 patients that day, having never seen the equipment in his life. So it really kind of, it takes the scare factor out of going into a digital format if you're used to the kind of the manual mode of everything. It is seamless and efficient and easy. Here we go. Our COVID, 6 feet or more. I used to joke with patients when I first got the Vigionics VX65 that, you know, I didn't even need to wear deodorant anymore because I didn't have to lean over them and didn't have to be so close to them. Some would laugh, some would be appalled. Again, some are still my patients, probably some are not. But in this era, again, where we do need to keep and be cognizant of that 6 feet or more to not only keep ourselves healthy, our patients healthy, but just to respect that space and to make everyone feel comfortable if they're coming into your office, that you're doing your part and that you can do it safely and efficiently. This is a huge thing that you can broadcast out to everybody and say, hey, listen, the old school way of people reaching over you, not at our office. We can literally run this from a tablet and be in a different room if we wanted to. But I grab my tablet, I slide back to the other side of my room. I'm 10 to 15 feet away from the patient. I can still see exactly what they're doing. I can judge, you know, facial expressions, everything else that we do as we're going through our refraction, but I'm 6 feet or further away. It is a huge win. You know, that untethered tablet, during this pandemic has been huge, huge, huge. And again, you're not within that 6 feet. So the whole concept of, hey, I'm 15 minutes or more and this, that, and the other, you will absolutely be well under that. So if you have patients that are concerned, you have the ability to really quickly kind of put them at ease and make them feel comfortable that you are doing your best to keep them safe and yourself safe through it as well. The staff side of it, again, if we go back to the kind of that screen earlier that you saw with the other Vigionics equipment that does auto refraction, wavefront, keratometry, topography, again, it is one button push operation. The patient sits in there, line up, you're on the other side, you push one button, you step back. I am not within 6 feet of my patients, even though my room is only 12 feet across. Basically, for much more than, a minute or less when I'm doing a slit lamp exam. Everything else I can do from 6 feet or greater away. If you have staff that is doing kind of the pre-testing, the same thing will hold for them. Single button push, away they go. You can kind of see again from just this slide, that whole concept. Again, you can imagine, if we were sitting there with trial frame, you're up in their face, they're touching, they're moving, they're shaking. You go to manual refractions we've done, again, the joke of they could smell your armpits. Well, from that standpoint, again, we're right there. With the Vigionics VX65, you have that ease of use, you have the efficiency, you have the safety, you have the patient comfort, you have your comfort. Again, win, 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 win. It's almost too easy to just look at it and say, well, of course, why wouldn't everybody do this? To my favorite part of this whole thing and why I was able to convince our practice to go forward with it, again, was that idea of elevating patient education. Built into it, and again, you can kind of see this screen. This right here is the screen that you would see that will show you an objective, a lensometer, a subjective 1, a subjective 2, and an unaided. Literally with one button push, you can flip between any one of these, and within 10 seconds or less, 5 seconds or less, you have every lens switched over to their new prescription. Again, it is absolutely amazing what you can do when you show someone, that quick and easy from, hey, this is your subjective today, and this is what you have in your current glasses from your lensometer, that like, oh, is it really? I can't tell you how many times patients will like pull their head out from underneath the slit lamp, from the phoropter, try to grab their glasses and put it on because they don't believe that it's that significant of a change. And then they look at it and they're like, huh, yeah, that is, yep, that's right. It really kind of just slams the door on that, hey, there is a difference. We need to make a change. I personally use that subjective 1, subjective 2 a lot of times for varying levels of, say, an intermediate versus a near, or trying to explain to someone a progressive, say, hey, listen, if I fix your distance, you're going to get this. If I fix your near, you're going to get this. What happens to your computer? For that person that's kind of on the fence of like, well, I don't really need a progressive, or I don't really need that intermediate pair. You can show it to them instantaneously and have that wow factor right in front of them. And again, it really, really reinforces everything and allows that patient to kind of be involved in their own kind of care, if you will. This screen right here, again, also very quick, very easy to kind of see. With the VX130 and the VX120s, you'll get this screen that is a simulated no correction view versus a simulated like lower order aberration screen. The main one that I use this for is for my pediatric patients, and not necessarily to show the pediatric patients because they know what they're seeing, but more importantly, to show the parents. When you have that 7-year-old or 8-year-old, or for that matter, 5-year-old, who is plus 50 minus 175, and they can fake their way through the chart, and they get down to 2025-ish, and they're missing their P's versus their F's, and the patient's parent says, "Oh yeah, they're still learning their letters, and they try to, brush it off, or they try to coach their kid. Come on, you know that letter, it's P, it's right there, you can see it." You can show this to that parent, and they get a much better sense really quickly of, oh man, well, I don't want my kid to see that, versus hearing their kid kind of read through it and half-heartedly kind of get some of the questions right. Again, that patient-parent buy-in, letting them kind of really see through, quote unquote, their own child's eyes, it puts that pressure on them to make a decision. And again, what I would again argue is the right decision. Don't make your kid work harder. Give them the tools to succeed. And in this era, with remote learning, I have prescribed and had filled more plus 50 minus 75 prescriptions than ever before in my life for 8-year-olds, 10-year-olds, 12-year-olds. Because now those patients are coming in and saying, holy smokes, I have a headache, I have strain. The sheer volume of near work, what they're doing is exposing it. In a normal school classroom, that patient slides right through 2025, we write it off, they say good enough. Now when that 10-year-old complaining of a headache at the end of every day, this really, again, will help kind of the patient and the parent understand and reinforce that buy-in. The value selling, basically kind of been hitting on that. But the big thing here is when you are educating your patients and they see what they're missing out, it's easy. It's no longer a sell. And I know a lot of us don't like to feel like we're selling. I don't feel like I'm selling. I feel like I'm educating. I'm showing them this is the best. This is what you could see. Why would you want to see less than that? I try to, again, elicit from them. Do you have headaches? Do you have strain? How do you feel at the end of the day? Do you have any difficulties when you've been staring at the computer and you look back up across the room? Do you have delays in focus? Do you feel like there's anything going on there? Having this time, by having things automated, it allows you to have the time to explain through to the patient, to really dive into it and, again, address the needs. If you think back to one of your first kind of days in clinic, you're supposed to address the chief complaint. Oftentimes, I think we lose that. Sometimes we start kind of going on our routine and we go through it, and we will maybe address the chief complaint, but we're not trying to elicit that secondary or tertiary complaint, and the patient might not even know until you show them or explore them. They might just think, that's what I'm supposed to do. Having that little bit of extra time, whether it's 4 minutes or 6 minutes more, it will allow you to educate. That absolutely will translate into sales. I can promise you for sure. And that is how I was able to, again, no pun intended, sell my other co-owners on this technology. It was translating into sales and when we go out into the optical. It's now the optician reinforcing what the doctor has said, not the optician trying to feel like the upsell is going on out there. If you as a doctor say, yeah, you need a digital progressive, or you need a secondary pair for, you're a trader, you've got 4 monitors in front of you, they're all at 32 inches and they're at eye level. A progressive isn't going to work for you. We need to do something different. Your life is different than everybody else's. Let's make you a pair that's, an office lens, a computer lens. It's good for that and allows you to be successful at what you do. Those things now are in the patient's head. They've seen it. They've been able to see the differentiator of it before and after, with versus without. When they go out into the optical, the optician is basically helping style them. They're not having to reinforce any sales. It's just happening on its own. In recap, just in summary, again, I think you can tell that I'm fairly passionate about this technology. And again, the whole suite of technology, not just the VX65. I think the VX65 right now is huge, and it's really, really, really great in this era from the idea of that 6 feet social distancing. There's no way that you can do this with, the manual phoropter. If you have that in your office, unfortunately, you're forced to be right there in their face for that period of time. I literally am sitting 10 feet away. I'm running from a tablet. Not only do I feel safe, the patient feels safe, the patient feels comfortable. Your patients, again, will feel that kind of that wow factor that, wow, this is different. This is not, I've never had that done before. Well, shoot, you're doing the same exact thing. It just feels different to the patient. You elevate your overall patient experience for them as well. And they're really, really wowed by it, which again will translate out to kind of that, hey, we got another sale. You know, we're moving things in our right direction. We are having that integrated workflow and kind of just moving into the new kind of the usual of what we do, right? How could you do it? How are you doing it currently? I was laughing the other night. We had a lovely little rainstorm here in Chicagoland, and I had to go downstairs and check on my basement, make sure my sump pump was still working. And lo and behold, down there, I have a manual keratometer, my old slit lamp, it's sitting there, you know, collecting dust without a camera on it, an old manual phoropter. I'm thinking, wow, that's how I used to do it. And now it is literally sitting in my basement as kind of a relic. And I feel like those things are kind of relics at this point. When we have these tools out there for us, it is a really, really, really nice thing to have. And again, I think that, you know, Linode Technology and Vigionics have it hammered down, and just that full kind of experience that allows us to do what we need to do, educate the patient, counsel them, get them where they want to go. And again, you can be the best advocate for the patient, which will again breed loyalty, further patients. 1 leads to 2, leads to 4, leads to 8. And that's what we all need right now, is to have those patients come back, fill our opticals, fill our exams, and be good patients that are loyal for us going forward. It is that foundation for value selling, as we kind of hammered on. You don't have to sell. It isn't a sell when you're telling truth. You know, when you are showing them what it is, it shouldn't feel like a sale. It should just feel like you are trying to give the best to the patient, and you now have the time to do that. You're not having to pick and choose your battles. You can have the time to kind of have that foundation for them. With that, I think it's time to turn it back to Adam and see if you guys had any questions. Again, you can see the website right up there from Linode Tech, Linode Technologies. Again, if you go here to this website, they will have plenty of other information up there, way more than what I would have. But again.
All righty. So I think this is a good time to stop it there, because I think Kerry Gelb is here. So let me let him into the room and see if we can say hi to Kerry here. So Kerry, are you there? I think he's connecting. I hope.
I still see you have Erica up there.
Yeah, so that's so Carrie's wife. I believe he might be using her Zoom account, which is typical. A lot of times, people think I'm Meredith because occasionally we'll use I'll use her computer and her name will be on there.
Spelling of the name Erica.
Yep.
Right, or my daughter's name
A C and a
is
K.
with a K. Many people have it with a C, but when you combine the CK, you got it all.
Covering all the bases. It's like type AB blood, right? So
yeah, wow.
So hopefully Kerry's mic will work and we can get him on here and say hi, because he's giving a talk today to the all about diabetes.
Oh, when does he do?
So his lecture is at 1 p.m. Eastern time, so in a half hour.
Okay, so
yeah, I can put it up on the schedule. So Kerry, if you want to turn your mic on whenever you get in.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, there we go. Hey, how's it going, Kerry?
How you doing?
Doing
How's
well.
everybody?
Doing great here. So
glad to hear that.
Yeah, so
everybody's doing well.
Yeah, so how have you been? I know the last time we spoke, we were watching your movie again together online.
Yeah, that was fun. You know, the movie's been doing great, and it's going to be on Zoom soon.
Excellent. Yeah. So tell me all about it. So for those who haven't seen,
delayed.
Yeah, are you getting a little bit of a delay?
Yeah, I don't know if you because I can see myself speaking. I'm a little delayed. If that's a problem.
Yeah. So I'll put you in a little smaller window here, a little less distracting. So how's that?
Good.
Okay. So, your movie has been a huge success. It's been really fun to watch too. I've gotten to see it a couple times now, and I know you're getting broader distribution for it. But for doctors who haven't seen the movie yet, maybe you could just describe what it's all about.
So we did a movie because the public doesn't know what an optometrist does. They think all we do is glasses and contacts. And the whole medical side of what we do and the importance of the eye and the importance of the optometrist and how critical we are to the healthcare system. People just don't realize. So the purpose of making the movie was so people would understand, the public would understand, we're just not glasses and contacts. There's a whole medical part of it. And now, because of our technology, the eye exam could pick up disease a lot earlier than getting even blood tests. So the optometrist is so critical. And about 3.5 years ago, our team realized that this was going to happen and that we were going to be trivialized by people who were going to try to do exams online and by your phone and bypass us. So we thought it was critical that we would get the message out to the public about the importance of the eye exam and the importance of the optometrist.
Absolutely. And the film really does that. It drives home the point. And you went on quite an adventure, actually, to film it. It's not just you sitting there in your office, right?
Oh, no. I was in Budapest, Canada. I was in Costa Rica and, of course, all across the United States. It took about 3 years, 2.5, 3 years, probably closer to 3 years to do the film. I would leave almost every Sunday morning and come back either Tuesday or Wednesday, at least once a month.
Wow.
And interview giants in the field, many times not optometrists, but other healthcare professionals, doctors such as nephrologists and heart doctors, cardiologists, and they would be the ones to brag about how important the optometrist is. And in the film, Dr. Derek De Silva, who's an optometrist, who was a internist in New Jersey, he really went into how important an optometrist is and how important the eye exam is and how looking at the capillaries. And in the film, he says, well, if it's happening here, I know it's happening here.
Yep.
And he's a very well-known internist in New Jersey who is on News 12, has his own program. So it was great having him in the film.
Yep.
Yeah, Kerry, so the public knows how many hours of filming did it take to end up with is it a 1 hour film?
Well, yeah, it was probably close to 500 hours.
It's amazing the amount of cutting and editing.
Yes.
And
yeah,
you had a good director.
I give Wayne Chesler all the credit in the world. He's the director and he put the pieces of the puzzle together. And what is so interesting is he knew nothing about our profession. So he came in and he had to learn optometry, he had to learn about the eye. And after, 6 months, he had a pretty good feel about how to put the movie together, what the public would like. And he made the movie so unbelievable because there's something in it for everybody. We have the whole part about centenarians. So really the senior people love that part. And then there's animation in it. So even kids like my son, who's 11, loves it. He loves the animation. And then there's a whole health and wellness. So you get the people between 30 and 60 who love that. So there's just something for everybody. And we got tremendous reviews on the film. And it's going to be on Amazon Prime. We filled out all the paperwork, or I should say, Wayne Chesler filled out all the paperwork. They did all the legal stuff. And any day soon, it's going to be on Amazon Prime. So look for it.
Excellent. Yeah, it is a really cool movie. In fact, my son also refers to it as the avocado movie whenever he sees it screened here.
I know. That's right. It's great. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Well, one important part during the filming, how much weight did you lose?
So I lost about 15 pounds. So the idea was I was supposed to be a little chubbier at the beginning of the film and get a little bit less chubby at the end of the film, although I was a little chubby to begin with. And unfortunately, when they make films, it's not always in order. So in some parts of the film, I really look like I'm in much better shape than others. So that was toward the end of the film. And I started getting in much better shape because I found microaneurysms in my eye. And we wanted to see if we could get rid of them and I could improve my own health.
Wow. Yeah. So just so everybody knows, I have it up on the screen here. So, you have a website where people can go and learn more about this too, right? So I'm putting it up here because,
Yes.
and you're doing a lot of stuff to support the movie too. You're doing podcasts now as well and so forth, right?
Yeah, if you could go to the Open Your Eyes podcast, I get great guests such as who I know who's close to you, Dr. Steve Silberberg, who did a great presentation on genetics, and I interviewed him on that, and I interviewed Jeff Gerson on macular degeneration, and I just had a great one, Dr. Schmidecki, who did low vision, and and for the public to learn about this, because these podcasts are really for the public, but we do get into the weeds. So a lot of the especially the optometry students, but the optometrists, the ophthalmologists love the podcast. I get compliments all the time from ophthalmology. I interview ophthalmologists, optometrists, vision scientists, and then the other half I interview people outside of the eye care field, because I want people to realize that we're a very important part of healthcare and how important the optometrist is, and that's why I cross over. Of not only optometrists, but of other physicians to that. But the eye is so complicated. Almost every disease could affect the eye. So we're right in the middle of everything.
Yep, absolutely. And in fact, you probably collaborate with other practitioners more than just about anyone I know. Coming up, I guess in a half hour or so, you have a talk with Jeff Gold coming up here, right?
Yes. So Jeff Gold is a cardiologist, and he was just calling me on the phone just there. I mean, we've worked together, we've given lectures together, and it's just, the eye is really the window to your health. And, you look in the eye, and all the blood vessels are the blood vessels. So whether, it's from the brain to the tip of your toes, we get an inside view of what those capillaries look like.
Yep. And in fact, I'm going to put it up on the screen so everyone can see it. So this is your lecture coming up
so
real
do
soon.
The equipment companies help you along marketing the movie?
We've had some help, but the movie isn't out yet. So once the movie is out, I'm sure we're going to get a lot of help. But they've helped the podcast and they've helped the website. But once the movie is on Prime, I'm going to hope that the whole optometric community will be able to say to their patient, go watch this film because you have this, or this, and you really enjoy it.
So that's the $1 million question. Will organized optometry support you? Will you have enough marketing through the state associations to make sure that every optometrist sees the film?
Well, we hope so. I mean, we've had a number of viewings of the film because we wanted the optometrists to see the film first, because what we didn't want to have happen is that somebody goes and sees the film and says to the optometrist, "Oh, I saw this great film about the eye," and the optometrist didn't know anything about it. So that's why we brought it to the optometric and the vision community first.
Smart move.
We felt obligated that they know about it and they saw it, and we had a number of viewing. And Adam was great. I mean, Adam is a great host. He has a great personality, and I really appreciate him working with us. And hopefully, we'll be able to continue to work together in the future, and maybe future movies as well.
That would be great. Yeah. And in fact, you're leveraging what you did for the movie. I've seen now. If people want to use pieces of it, right, in their own practices, maybe you could talk a little bit about that, because that's really cool. Because you're taking, your highly professional approach, right, and leveraging that to give people's offices this content as well.
Yes, I'm working with Wayne Chesler, and we're going to have Open Your Eyes content that people could use to play in their office or on their social media. And he's going to come up with fresh content on a monthly basis to get the message out there. And the message, of course, is how important the eye exam is and how important the optometrist is. And It's called Open Your Eyes content. So look for that. That'll be coming soon.
Excellent. So as soon as it's out there, we'll help you spread the word and try to get people on board.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. Well, Carrie, thanks so much for being here today, and good luck with your lecture today. I'm sure you're going to have a million questions. You know, it's funny, this CE Wire, I didn't think people would show up this time because, you know, we just finished in December and but we've already had over 2,000 people for the event. So
that's exciting. So hopefully we'll get a good turnout for our diabetes talk.
Yep.
We're going to talk a lot about medication. So if you're interested in learning about diabetic medications and learning from cardiologists, tune in.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much, Carrie.
Thank you. Bye.
Great. Nice seeing you.
Yep. So that was Carrie, and you can take a look here at his lecture coming up right on the schedule, and it should be great.
Yeah, that film was very, very professionally done.
It was really good.
I haven't seen anything that comes close.
Yeah. The avocado movie, as my son calls it, because he remembers the animations, right? Because they put in the movie, for those who haven't seen it yet, right, there's this eye-catching animation throughout and sort of the subplot going on with the different foods, and it's really cute. And so kids definitely remember it. So I thought it was really interesting. So yeah, the fascist fruit, as he calls it. So there's you have to see the movie to understand what happens, but yeah. Pretty neat stuff. All right. So it looks like, what time is it now? It is 9:40. And so Steve's lecture is still going on right now, I believe, right? So we'll see how he makes it through, and he'll let me know if there are any problems, I guess, when he comes back. So Steve was talking all about presbyopia, and this lecture is relevant to my interests, so we should talk to Steve about it when he gets back. I mean,
Absolutely.
The population, obviously, of people who could use these drugs is huge. I guess my feeling as someone who I suppose is in the target market for meds like this is, do I really want to do it? What are the real implications of taking meds like this?
Or can you turn presbyopia into another disease? You know, there's a tendency to take things that we took for granted in optometry for many, many years and have added now the term disease to it. I mean, for years, myopia was myopia. But you started with it and you got it, and you live with it, but now it's become a myopia disease, and so as with dry eyes. So will presbyopia to take on that moniker of a disease?
Well, I mean, some people feel, especially with myopia, right? If you have a way to modify it, you have an obligation to do so, right, in severe cases, because you're sparing someone from retinal detachment and so forth down the road, right? So I don't know. So I could see where people could, if they have the tools, want to get more aggressive with myopia. Yeah. Dry eye. It's definitely become a thing, right? At least people are much more aware of it. And again, it's probably because the tools for diagnosing and treating it are so much better than in the past.
Sure, and it's something that annoys everyone. I can't imagine that beyond a certain age, we all don't have some of the dry eye symptoms.
Sure.
The issue is, how much do you want to treat it?
Yep.
That becomes a challenge.
I mean, with something like presbyopia, if the meds are truly effective and the risk is low, I could see it being a blockbuster, right? I mean, I would use it.
Oh, for people that want to lie about their age?
Well, not even that. I mean, it's just aggravating not being able to see in the morning, right? I mean, at least for me, it's aggravating not having your lenses in and not being able to see. So
Initially. After a while, you learn to live with it.
Well, yeah. But, if there was a way to actually modify this, I think, I'd be willing to explore it. So maybe when Steve comes back, we'll ask him a little bit about how he really feels about these drugs and if they're going to make it.
Right.
Yeah, it's hard to know, right? If this is going to be something that people are going to take to, or it's just going to, fall by the wayside or become something that's a real niche.
It's up to how much marketing. It's always
and expense
I think
too,
the
right?
dentists have been masters of marketing. I mean, many people now have spent more than a year not having their teeth cleaned.
Yep.
And somehow we've survived.
Well,
this business of going every 6 months, is it really necessary?
Well, I would say it's probably helpful for a lot of people, but I agree with you. I mean, I'm in that boat right now myself. I don't want to go back for cleaning just yet until I'm vaccinated. So, if I've held out this long, maybe another month or two, we'll see. Yeah.
Interesting. As a matter of fact, we use the same dentist.
Mhm.
We use a top quality person. They used to made me nuts with follow-ups, and they using their automated system for
Mhm.
follow-ups and have me come in. And I kept telling him, please don't bug me.
Mhm.
I will know when it's time for me to come in. However, I haven't gotten a single follow-up since the pandemic. I don't know, have they been communicating with you?
I got one a couple days ago, saying that I'm overdue. Like, of course, I know I'm
Yeah,
overdue.
so maybe they're
But-
starting.
But I think they've been very less aggressive about it because they know people don't want to go in for preventive maintenance, right? I mean, who would? You have to be crazy to want to actually go out in that environment. But yeah, now, with about a quarter of the people in the state, give or take, of the adults being vaccinated, I think they're going to start up again. And
Yeah, and then I'm getting my second shot next week, so maybe I'll make an appointment and for 2 months.
Yep, I might do the same. Just being optimistic and say I'm going to get that J&J shot probably within the next 8 weeks, I would imagine, depending on how quickly they can get
Yeah.
the supply together. So
Because I have a feeling the cleaning, the cleaning aspect is going to be very, very busy.
yeah, there's going to be a backlog. So yeah, you're right. That's actually a good point, and I will make a point to actually make an appointment in the distant future for sometime in the summer. Yeah, it's hard, especially for younger folks, right? And people my age, where I'm in this terrible death zone, right, where I'm too young to actually get the vaccine. But should I actually get this virus? It could not be.
Yeah,
It could be
it's not so good.
a
I've
not so
heard-
good thing.
I've heard some bad stories.
Yeah. So hopefully.
Hello,
soon.
guys.
Hey,
I'm
you're
back.
back. How's it going, Steve?
Okay.
Good. First, is the sound better?
Yeah, you sound good.
Good. Then I'll sing a song. No. A well-received lecture. Do you want to discuss a little bit about it? Because I think this is something that's
Sure.
going to affect us really soon in the future.
Yeah, I mean, we were just talking about it actually, because I'm thinking I'm in the target market for these drugs, and I'm kind of wondering, is this something that I'll even want to do personally?
Well, the answer is yes, and 2 or 3 of them are about to be approved in the first half of this year. So we're talking a couple of months down the road. And I don't know if you've discussed it, but I think the marketing of the companies, number one, will determine how much population and info you have in your office. And then as you feel more comfortable with it, how you present it to the patients. Number 3, what we don't know is the cost. And I can tell you about the effectivity, and we'll go over it very, very quickly. First of all, these drugs are going to work. Are they going to work great at the very beginning? Maybe, maybe not, but they're going to help. So there's 2 types of drugs. The one drug that I think has the greatest ability to make patients happy is the drug by Novartis. And that drug, it's called Alpin, as when it first comes out, is a lens softening drop, which actually works on the crystalline lens and makes it more amenable to accommodation. Paul, you and I could forget about it because our lenses are too stiff if you have your lenses.
They're gone.
But for people, let's say in the 43 to 50-year-old age bracket, it has the ability to increase your accommodation by 1 or 2 diopters. And the big thing is the therapy. As you keep on taking the drug, the lens stays soft, and they've done studies up to 7 months that the process will last. So you might have a drug for that early presbyopia, or even before somebody becomes presbyopic in the 38, 39, 40-year-old age bracket, present it to the patient and say, look, you're going to start having this problem. In fact, let's show you where you can't see up close. And that drug might work. That's going to take a little while to be approved. I would bet about a year or so. All the other drugs are miotic drugs, some of them pilocarpine or other analogs of pilocarpine. But we all know pilocarpine has a lot of side effects. When I never used it in glaucoma therapy, thank God, except maybe 1 or 2 patients that had it. But headaches, conjunctival injection, even the thought of retinal detachment and cataracts. Well, they're using low dose pilocarpine, and it's a simple making your pupil smaller. You make your pupil smaller, it's like the pinhole effect, you're going to see better. But they're not giving people just pilocarpine. They're giving it in combination with other drugs, steroidals, non-steroidals, alpha agonists. You don't have to know it all, but they all ameliorate the side effects of the miotic drugs. And because of that, they will give people better near vision. And most of them in the studies, in our phase 3 studies now, without many complaints, 3% complained about distance vision problems in some of these drugs. Allergan has a drug, Oasis has a drug. There's probably 5 or 6 other companies that are in earlier studies. So the problem with these drugs, unlike the lens softening drug, which is kind of a therapy and works over time, and you get better and better near vision, if you recall your treatments for glaucoma, how often did you have to put pilocarpine in the eye? I'm not going to put you on the spot. You got to put it in 4 times a day. It lasted for 4 to 6 hours. And if you're at work, it gets inconvenient to use these things 4, 5, 6 times a day. Some of them, they've created the formularies in such a way where it will last for 5 or 6 hours. But I could see, for example, where you're going out in the evening, you want to bring your reading glasses, it's 6 o'clock at night, you pop a drop in, it'll be good to look at the menu in the restaurant. And it creates a lot of other possibilities. Let's say, for example, somebody has cataract surgery and has a monofocal lens. I mean, they're going to see beautifully far away, least invasive, probably very successful. Even if it's an astigmatic one, people are very successful with these, but they can't see for reading for, let's say, crap. You can use a miotic drug on these people because you have no lens. You can't cause the lens to be softer when you're putting in a plastic lens.
Right.
And those people will probably get some improvement in near vision. You might have people who had a multifocal type lens put in and are not happy with their near vision. And in those people, again, you can use the miotic drug in tandem. And people are worried that they're going to sell less glasses. Well, you could see from what I'm talking about now, at least in the next couple of years, you're not going to sell less glasses. You might sell more glasses. You might sell a pair of plus 75s when it's working, but not working perfectly, and the person has to see just a little better, and a pair of whatever they need when they're not using the drug at all.
Right.
The big thing is it's coming out soon, and there are very little side effects, so that the practitioner is going to have to know about these things, incorporate into their practice, because they'll be driven to your office by the advertising and referrals from other patients.
Sure.
The phase 3 study, what about night driving?
Well,
when you're
that's
using
what I
the
said.
miotic?
If they use the pure miotic, I'll talk about one other company. If they use the pure miotic, you will have problems night driving and glare and halos. But some of them are using miotics with even dilating drugs. Tropicamide is one of the drugs they use in combination to create less miosis. And apparently, from at least the company's reports of phase 3 studies, the complaints of distance vision problems are extremely minimal. Probably less than the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines' effectivity,
Right.
which is a good way of presenting things in this day and age.
Yeah.
Now, if somebody's 68 years old and has posterior subcapsular cataracts, you're not going to use a miotic drug
Yeah.
or nuclear sclerosis.
I mean,
because obviously.
My gut feeling tells me, though, I'm a little bit nervous about the polypharmacy that's going on here, right? With these other ones, like the Novartis one sounds ideal to me, and here's actually the clinical trial of it, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, that's literally just been done, right? In phase 3, it's just finished.
Are they calling it dioptin, or are they calling it the URA?
URN 844 chloride.
Yeah. It's the same. That's the same drug, but they
Yeah.
will change it to a brand name. Giving my lectures, I chose all generic names because of Arvos. Nobody knows the brand names. You know the rules,
Right. But I'm kind of thinking just from a personal perspective, when this thing gets approved, I find it much more attractive, right? Actually getting to the root cause of this, softening the lens and going from there.
And absolutely, for you, you're at 39, I believe. You just turned 40,
Yeah.
maybe. The trouble is, it's going to have a limited range
Right.
in terms of the age of the patient, because of the fact that it's not going to work in a 69, 70-year-old person.
Right.
But I love it as a off-label use, to use it pre-presbyopically to maybe keep that lens more flexible. And this is my own thoughts. In that 41-year-old who doesn't have problems yet, but is an accountant or a lawyer or works on the computer all day, you might start the therapies, and again, that would be predicated on the cost of these drugs. I can't expect them to be very expensive, because they're not very complicated. The ones with the polycarpine is a very, very inexpensive drug, and even the combination drugs they use with them.
Right.
Now, there's a fellow out of Columbia, not the university, but the country, because it's more flexible in what they could do. He has a 5-drug cocktail. It's a meiotic drug, but with 4 other drugs that work with it. And he's had tremendous success, and he's going to bring it to the United States. And again, that might be good for that older population. I was even talking to one of the companies about using it if somebody was successful with monovision and just using it in one eye. And we were talking about it. They said, yeah. And I said, what about the Pulfric effect? They had no idea what I was talking about. Do you remember Pulfric effect, Paul? If one pupil's small than the other, you get more light in and the brain processes it. So you don't, like, you see a pendulum, instead of swinging like this, you see it swinging in an elliptical form. So, but these are things, it's not like putting a multifocal IOL in somebody's eye, and if it doesn't work, you have to do a whole bunch of things, surgical or non-surgical. If it doesn't work, you could try another approach. And that's what I was trying to explain to the audience. And I did have a nice crowd there, that you now have a lot more office visits. And that's, obviously it's good economically, but you can try a lot of things, a lot of combination of things. One of them being, Adam, for you, for example, try the lens softening approach. If it works, great. If not, use the meiotic a little bit. One company has something called a microline injector, where it's a very low dose pilocarpine, which causes literally no side effects. That might work in combination. Now, people don't want to be hassled. That's why the lens softening drug seems better and better. If you use it for 7 months and then don't need it for a year or two, that's great.
Yep.
So just remember, what are the 2 pillars that optometry was built on? Myopia and presbyopia.
Well, that means that you got to name it. Like myopia now is a disease. So is presbyopia going to become a disease?
Well, I think it's more of a disease than myopia, because it literally affects everyone, unless you're -2 and you want to take off your glasses your whole life. So you don't characterize it, because you're not preventing. Well, there's been thoughts about myopia control to prevent retinal detachments and various other things that high myopia causes. I don't buy into that, because it's so rare. But everybody is presbyopic, and it causes problems for everybody, essentially. Dashboard of the car. Right now, I'm a -175. I'm not wearing my glasses. Yay! But
basically, then you have the immediate problem of cost, right? That if it, what is it going to cost per dose? And it's this is a lifetime type of thing you're going to be using for the next 10 to 20 years. What's it going to cost you annually?
And will the insurance companies cover it? Probably not, because it's, in quotes, cosmetic, refractive, not
But again, if it's cosmetic, for make a lady look younger, or a guy that's in a business where he has to maintain his youth, it's worth the money. So that part. The next part is how to market it. You have to convince first the eye care professional that this isn't a silly thing. So, right, that's what you're doing now as far as giving lectures. But then you have to go into the cosmetic market. So every glamour magazine has to start being advertising this.
Yeah,
sure.
It has to be a public acceptance of this.
Sure.
You remember when colored lenses first came out? I mean, I prescribed 1 million of them. Now you ever very rarely get a request for them at this point. It just waned after a while.
Well, now also you have, but you also have a population of contact lens wearing patients in your practice right now. When they hit 40 and you don't want to move them to a multifocal lens because you know it's not going to work well, right? At the very least, you could offer them this and say, look, we want to keep you in your same lenses if we can. Start on this, because otherwise you might go down the road of wearing a multifocal, which you may not like as well as what you've been wearing up until now.
Yes or no. This depends on the fact you don't know what this drop is like. It may screw up the contact lens.
Right.
But then again,
you just gave me an idea, Adam. Normally, for the older population, we have to prescribe a higher ad lens, which creates distance vision problems, etc. If you're familiar with the bioaffinity, it has a D center and an N center, the various lenses do. You can now prescribe the lower power, which will not cause the problems with the lens softening drug, and you might have a very happy, successful patient.
Well, that's what I'm thinking about for myself with the DT1 multifocal. I'm going up, up, up in the ad. I'd kind of like to stop that until there's nowhere else to go.
Yeah, but my point is, what is it going to do to the soft lens that you're wearing? or hard
Well-
lens that you're wearing, it may coat it. So you don't know what the formula is.
That's
What's
up
the
to, well, it's
formula of the
Allergan.
drop?
It's Allergan and Novartis producing it, at least the two major companies. There's some minor companies, and they're pretty well versed in contact lenses, I think.
Yeah.
So I think they'll do. But the problem would be something like you have to put the drop in 15 minutes before the contact lenses, and then it becomes a hassle. You're trying to create less hassle for people, not more hassles for people.
Yep.
But I ended my lecture by saying next year I might be talking about these lenses and how they're working, not how they might work. And I think that'll be the case by then.
Yep. And by the way, just looking at the clinical trial for the Novartis drug, that wasn't contact lens wear was not a contraindication to be part of the study. So I'm assuming that at least some of the people who participated in the study were contact lens wearers.
Do they mention when they expect the pre-approval? Because they're a little bit reticent about saying 2021 to me when I spoke to them.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is the government site. It doesn't say anything. So, and you know how
Allergan
the FDA
was-
is. So.
Allergan was very, very adamant they expect approval in 2021 and expect in the first half of 2021. It's already March. We're talking about.
So now when you say Allergan and you say Novartis, aren't these two separate companies now?
Yeah, they're two totally,
Yes.
they're competitors. Yep.
They're competitors, right?
Yes. One's doing the Amada drug, and
Did
their
you-
drug actually is two drugs. One is the pilocarpine low dose, and the other, there's a name for it, AGN. There's four numbers after it, and the other drug is a it's an anti-inflammatory. So they're combining them in various doses to see which is the most effective dose with the least side effects, with the best benefit. And that's what their studies are doing now. That's what they do.
But the company that's making the lens, the lens of the eye softer.
That's Novartis.
That's
That's
Novartis. It's
Novartis.
the only one, but there are smaller companies that are starting that. So 10 years from now, we'll have this. But this year, we'll probably have the myotic drugs, and next year, if not this year, we'll have the lens softening drugs. They know what's happening. I'm really good at this in terms of knowing other things in history. The way the drug works for lens softening is there's something called disulfide bonds. I'm not going to get too complicated here, but I'm going somewhere with it. You'll like this. They're double bonds that proteins form that make the protein not stiffer, okay? We use the same chemicals, kind of, in hair treatments. When somebody wants to get a perm, I don't know if you've ever smelt the perm when it goes on people, or straightening the hair. They put the hair in rolls, put this stuff on, and those things break disulfide bonds in exactly the same way that Novartis's drug works. Okay, now the disulfide bonds are broken. You put the hair into any form you want and use another chemical to lock in the disulfide bonds again. So if you want straight hair, you make it straight and you put the stuff on, the neutralizer is called. If you want permed hair, you put it on then. So it's exactly the same type of bond that causes the lens to not change its shape,
Right.
that causes hair to be in a certain conformation. People like that slide, by the way.
Interesting.
So,
Yeah.
So Novartis would have to commit as much as the toothpaste companies commit to have a special formulation with teeth whitening now.
Yes.
If you watch the commercials every half hour, you get your whiter teeth.
But you know what, Dad? You know what, Dad? If you're sitting around with your 50-year-old friends and you notice that one of them's not wearing reading glasses, you know, and they'll crow about it, right? If this actually works, this is going to be everywhere.
This will be what you do in practice every day.
Yeah.
I have to interject, Paul. I just tried a new toothpaste today. Teeth are nice and white. And it's a Colgate or Crest. I don't even know which one. And it had charcoal in it. So I put it on my toothbrush and it was black.
Yep.
And I said, this is going to make my teeth white. And one treatment, I don't know if it did, but so it is going that way. That it's a whole new formulation. It's not just the fluoride, etc.
So it's going to take a lot of marketing.
Yeah. But it might not take a lot. Like Adam says, if it works, like the U4 worked in 1972 or whatever, 1982, whatever it was, it's going to be in practices all over. So it'll get out there very quickly.
The reality, unfortunately, is beyond a certain age, you want a pair of glasses to cover your eyes, because unless you're doing plastic surgery, you look like crap without glasses on. The eyes droop, there's puffiness. So eyeglasses are a desirable cosmetic effect after a certain age. Of
Well,
course,
maybe the offices will now have optometrists with oculoplastic surgeons at the same time because
you got it.
you don't need reading glasses
Got to do
anymore.
both. Yeah, absolutely.
It's funny, he was not here, so I can't comment. But my optician in my office always had glasses on. He had a yellow tint. We never thought of it. And one time he had taken off his glasses, and he's only about 59, 60 years old. And he had the biggest bags under his eyes that we never saw, like you're saying.
Yeah.
And he looked 10 years older. So now I said, put on your glasses.
Yeah. Well, look at this. It's all droopy. my eyelids are drooping down. I said,
That's
because
not
in
as bad as
theory-
other people.
Well, but the fact
Dr.
is that when you put the specs on, hey.
Well, Dr. Moidy, who does a lot of our lectures, he didn't do it this year. You can visit him. He can do a good job. He's an oculoplastics man. But it's exciting because it's not neurotrophic keratitis. It's not pars plana retinitis. It's something that's really, really common. And if it does work, I think it'll be more popular in myopia control.
You know, that as long as we're only at the area of cosmetics and small talk, do you realize many years ago, hair implants became a tremendous vogue?
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you lose your hair, you had a choice in the 70s. It was either the big swoop, you swooped it over like our ex-president, you just keep growing it around, or some people actually put plugs in. Now, we have our new president is a plug guy. Biden, if you look at his hair, take a look. He was balding when he was in his 40s and 50s. He has plugs in, but nothing in the back. So all the plugs are going up. Yeah, I worry about these. So when you're bald, you look at all bald people and you see things. And Schumer also.
So it works though.
Schumer, he had plugs. They plug, yeah, but you got to do the whole thing because of somehow everybody loses it in the back.
Yep.
So unless you wear a yarmulke.
Well, so the thing is plugs. If a person has a good surgeon, you will not know they had plugs. So for instance, you can look at something like this, right? So Steve Carell on the right is what he actually looked like when he started filming The Office. Do you notice he was really losing his hair? And then if you look on the left side, that was 5 years later. So he had a really good. That is not a hairpiece. No, he had a really good transplant surgeon, and so it's not really noticeable unless you knew what he looked like before. You wouldn't realize that he had anything. So
there's two things about plugs, though. One is it's expensive. And the second thing is you have to have the time to take off work for a couple of weeks to a month because you look like hell as it's being done. Correct?
Yeah.
Yep.
So.
I remember I had one patient, it was his daughter. He was a plastic surgeon and he started doing plugs in the 70s. And when you start with these things, you get a lot of crazy people coming in, expecting miracles. And somebody came in, they were totally dissatisfied with the way they looked, you know, and he said as a plastic surgeon, you know, I didn't guarantee anything. And what can I do? With a shrug. So this guy pulled out a knife and cut him up.
Great.
Took care of him.
So
another New York story.
Great.
Yeah. That'll be the next big with CRISPR. You know, that's a genetic technique. It's really amazing that the hair over here knows it's here rather than here. Just amazing, the genetics of that. And through CRISPR, they're able to know the sequencing of the gene. So there's a possibility, you know, I'm a genetic guy, there's a possibility that they can take the hair and retrain it here to think it's here. And so before you lose it.
Yeah.
Oh,
pretty cool.
See?
Yep.
But most people don't give a damn anymore because so many people walk around with shaved heads. You know, that it's not the same thing than losing your hair in your 20s.
When I'm at the gym, there's so many millennials, 30, 32. I'd say a third of them shave their head, like you just said.
Yeah.
It thins a little bit.
Yep, it's definitely the thing these days. So meanwhile, getting back to CEwire for a second, because we have another interview coming up in 20 minutes, I think, maybe. Yeah, Melissa Renfro will be here in about 20 minutes. But until then, let me just get back here. The things are going well today. The tech seems to be working fine. I've had maybe 3 or 4 people who didn't know how to log in, so I've emailed them back. They're in good shape. So again, the whole thing where they didn't get their confirmation because it went to the spam folder. It's a thing. So maybe next time around I'll warn people. You'll have a confirmation coming soon. If you don't get it, check your spam folder. So we'll know for the April event. Interestingly, people are filling out the surveys too. So for instance, I think we have about 100 people filled out Clark Chang and Melissa Barnett's lecture from yesterday morning. So people are doing a good job filling out surveys, which is useful for us.
Are they gentle and kind to the speakers?
Oh yeah. I mean, obviously if they like the talk. So for that's the only one I've actually looked at because I haven't had time to look at the other ones, but I always do some QA and I look to see that the surveys are working. So yeah, about 80 people filled it out, 80 to 100. So
speakers
it's
almost
time-
universally accepted. It's the infrastructure of getting in, getting out, learning how to listen to the lectures. But after the first 2 or 3, they get the idea.
Yeah, and we've been running my commercial in between too, explaining about the Arbo credits. There's a question this morning. I didn't have my OE tracker number entered before I watched the first couple, and then I put it in. Is it okay? The answer is yes, because we don't transmit this stuff immediately. We wait till Monday or Tuesday to bundle everything together and send it.
Now it's time for a commercial or two.
A commercial?
I haven't said anything about our sponsors.
Sure, that's probably a useful idea. So let me pull up our sponsors here, and maybe we could just walk through who they are and what they're doing. And I'll get it going here, so hold on. Okay, our sponsors. There we go. So sponsors, thank you to all of them for participating this year. There's one that's not on there actually that I'll add for the next time we do this because they were last minute addition, the Total Merchant Services, so a credit card processor. But we'll get on there. So thank you to all of our sponsors for coming out and helping. And we won't go through what this year in review, which that was 2020 in a nutshell. But we'll talk about 2021 and talk about the sponsors here. So again, thank you for all of them. Let me just quickly run down all of them. So MacuHealth, makers of the supplements that everybody knows and loves. So I'm not sure what their specials are that they're running here today. Go to their booth, probably very similar to what they ran last time. The most important thing that I can tell you that I learned from the ISFA conference was that Vision Edge is actually the same thing in a different package. Marketed to younger people who might not feel like they need to take a supplement, right, for macular degeneration, right? This is not on a 25-year-old's radar. So, but, getting an edge in sports absolutely is. And so what they did was they repackaged it. So this, you might want to market that to sort of the younger crowd who might want to get an edge in their athletic endeavors.
And
So it's the same. It's identical product but cheaper.
No, not
no,
cheaper.
same price. What it does is add more yellow pigments, specifically those 3 pigments that MacuHealth produces or makes. And we all know that people used to use yellow shooting glasses to see things better. So having more yellow pigment in front of the macula will give the wavelength of light that the retina or the macula's cones are most able to see to the visual system. So there's studies that go on. John Nolan presented some of this lecture that it does improve not only static but dynamic visual acuity.
Right, and so you can see MacuHealth, right? This is the old bottle, and Vision Edge. So same stuff. It's the same 10-10-2 ratio.
Could you put the price up? Why did I see a difference in price? Vision Health is
So-
worth $13 a bottle, and the others are sold by the pack. And then MacuHealth is $40 a bottle.
So let's see. So one of these, I have the bottles actually right here in front of me, so I can try to tell you.
MacuHealth Plus has the AREDS formula in it.
Right.
MacuHealth does not. So there's more stuff in the second one.
Yep.
So there's a difference in cost.
Sure, because they have all the AREDS, the A's, the C's, the D's, the zinc.
Yep. So anyway, you can check out their booth and see what the deal is with.
There might be less pills, Paul, also. It might be a different dosing. Yeah.
In fact, yeah, that might actually be the case. I have the bottles here. I'm not sure how many are in each. I can crack it open. I'll look later and see. So Luna, we actually saw a webinar from them earlier today. We showed an old webinar that we did. They're a platinum sponsor, so you can look. We showed this webinar before, and we have another one with Patty Barkey all about standardizing your practice with dry screening, using their devices for screening. So pretty cool stuff. So next generation refraction, right? So this is their remote refraction system. That's tablet based, pretty cool. And again, we did a webinar on that. You saw it earlier. If you go to their site, lunotechusa.com/CEwire, you'll see the deals that they have running right now. And I can just tell you about one, that I know about. So $1,000 off Brio Attitude or an iRefract purchase. And you want to go to their website or go to their booth where you'll have the link to their website where you can book your demo and take advantage of it. And in about 15 minutes, I guess, Melissa from Luno is going to come here and talk to us about what's been going on with them. You know, I think for equipment vendors, this year has been a really interesting one, right? You have people who aren't necessarily buying as much as they did before, but the ones who are doing it for a purpose. And all of Luno Technologies products, or most of them anyway, you'll notice they are ideal for social distancing, right? And setting up this idea of remote refraction, or even looking at patient data from home. So we're going to talk to Melissa all about that. She's responsible for setting up these systems. When you buy something from Luno in a certain geographic area, she actually will go into your practice and help set it up and get you running. So again, Zeiss, thank you to them for sponsoring the conference. They have bundles going on for retina and glaucoma, and trade-in discounts for folks who are looking to trade up from an old unit. Oculus, we spoke with folks from Oculus yesterday. We're going to be speaking again today to someone who works with Oculus's products, a professor from Indiana University. So we'll probably finish off the show with him. He's going to talk a little bit more. He actually designed scleral lenses too, about that process. So that will be interesting. iCare Pro, so they do social media and website design. So if you need social media presence for your practice, definitely one of the companies to consider outsourcing to. They'll also help you get good reviews on Google Maps, which is critically important these days, right? You don't want to get a bad one because people will pass you right over. Lac Rivera, makers of punctal plugs. And again, they're offering 10% discounts on all the stuff that they sell. So check out their booth. And I think we have a lecture this afternoon or this evening on punctal plugs as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Dr. Brooker.
Yeah, I think that's this afternoon, right? Let's see.
Yeah.
There we go. He finishes off the conference tonight.
Yeah, he's by himself, so he'll get a big audience.
Yep.
So are plugs making a comeback?
Absolutely, yes, Paul. We were plugging so many people in the mid 90s, late 90s, and with limited success. They didn't have collagen plugs, etc. But now we've learned to not keep crappy tears in the eyes, but get the tear layer better through medications, treatments, etc. And then you plug the person and you're a lot more effective. So it's being used. And again, you use the 1 month plugs or 3 month plugs, see if the person's successful before you put in the silicone plug. So it saves the system cost, and the patients realize that they're not going to have something in permanently that they have to worry about.
Yep.
So it is making a comeback.
And Vision Equipment Inc. So Leo Hadley's company. Unfortunately, Leo didn't make it out this morning because I wanted to talk to him about the state of the market. But if you go to his booth, you'll see what kind of deals he's got going on right now. Always got refurbished equipment coming through. So his inventory is always different. I actually was contacted by someone this morning who said she's going to contact Leo today because she needs some equipment. And he's a good guy to go to. Yeah. He does a really good job. I think we've been working with him for like 15 years or something ridiculous like that.
Yeah.
And
it's a one unique one where you can talk to the owner.
Yep.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll get him in April, because I'd love to find out what happened with COVID, whether he sold out or whether he has a plethora of equipment because of practices closing or streamlining.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I were trying to like outfit a new lane or something right now, I don't know what I would do. I really would want to understand what the refurb market looks like.
Optometric equipment lasts forever. So if it's a chair and a stand, absolutely use one if it's a good condition. It's going to last you another 20, 25 years. It's the high-tech stuff that you don't know.
Right. Yep. So yeah. So this is what we have to talk to Leo about and to see where the market is. So hopefully next time we can get him. So again, he's got specials for CEwire2021 folks. So check out his booth. Dompe, makers of Oxervate. So again, thank you to them for sponsoring the conference. And we've spoken with the folks from Dompe. You saw the interview again. What they're focusing on, and the critical thing, is how to get your patients access to their meds. And they help you every step of the way, which is really, really useful. In fact, I can't imagine for a lot of these specialty drugs what it would be like if you didn't have the support of the companies that made the product, right? Getting it would be much more difficult. So this kind of a program is incredibly useful. So definitely check them out. It's funny actually. My wife, and she doesn't care if I talk about her medical stuff on the air, at least with this. She gets migraines, and her physician prescribed her a monoclonal antibody product, right? So this is like the highest tech of high tech drugs. And it's a very similar situation to what we had here with Dompe. It's not like you can just walk down to the CVS and say, hey, I want a monoclonal antibody. So they had the same sort of system set up where the company that produced the medicine actually walked us through the entire step of getting the injectable, which is what this was, to our door, right, from start to finish, because it's not a straightforward process sometimes. So it's great having sort of that pipeline of help for the clinicians who otherwise, can you imagine having to deal with this?
Oh,
Right?
awesome.
I mean, it would be impossible. You'd spend your whole day working on it. So having the company, help you with this is an incredibly important thing. So
So this, is Dompe a French company?
Italian, I think.
They make other things, Paul, but this is their first introduction to the eye care field.
Yep. Yep. And so what else do we have here? Innova. So we learned an awful lot about cones yesterday. More detail than I think I ever wanted to know. But what was fascinating to me is just how you can actually now see, you can test which cones are actually failing and use that to sort of as a marker of clinical disease. So I thought that was really interesting.
It was eye-opening that we always thought that all the fancy structural tests we do, OCTs and wet imaging and etc. But we learned that sometimes the structure is not well done enough, and the function tests actually show more or show the problems before it occurs. And Ova taught us that yesterday.
Right.
Yep. So so their booth has a lot of information on it. Actually, I went in there to look about not only about their tests that they sell, but also about the science behind it too. Oh, and Melissa has entered. So let me let her in here. Melissa, let's see if you're there.
Can you hear us, Melissa?
I think her audio is connecting. Let's hope.
Yep, there it is. Hi there.
Melissa, are you there?
You're muted. Muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
There you go. How
Okay.
you doing, Melissa?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well. Doing well. So welcome to the show today. So what's going on in your world?
I've got the second generation iRefract, and Milbian told me I can't talk about the new device
What?
till April.
Oh, come on now.
We can stay on for 17 days.
Yeah. Can't talk about it. Man. Milbian, you're being a real buzzkill.
You'll definitely hear about it though with Dr. Rasa. I think you're talking to her on the 24th, right?
Am I? I guess I am. I don't know.
Well,
we do
you will
so
be.
much with you guys.
I know you guys have a lot. You have a
Yeah.
lot going on, and this is a busy weekend. So.
Yeah. So no, but I'm excited to hear about it. So we'll keep our ears open, I guess, when we can finally talk about it. Because we've spoken a lot with you guys about iRefract over this past year, right? I mean, this was sort of the critical time for a system like iRefract because you can keep your distance, right, from patients. So pretty cool stuff.
Exactly. Yeah. With the tablet, you can be farther away, and doctors are able to delegate, and then that gives them more time. Like Dr. Ross in particular, that's what she really likes about it, is the fact that literally she's delegating all the data collection, and then she's actually just spending time talking to the patient, finding out what their real complaint is, and then spending time, like if they need more medical, if they need advice on their glasses, contacts, and it shows in her reviews. I mean, I've seen them on like Yelp and Google and stuff like that. People talk about the technology, which it really surprised me. I didn't expect that.
So yeah, Dr. Rasa in particular, I got to see if I can pull up one of her offices so people can see it. Let me pull it up here. So she's like the Energizer Bunny because she has set up, I don't even know how many offices at this point. She's running
She's
like
got
11
13.
or 12. Oh my
She's
God.
13, up to 13.
Yeah.
Yeah, she opened like I think 4 last year, even during COVID.
Yep. So she is just out of control. I mean, let me actually put this up so people can see it. So her company, Big City Optical, all around Chicago. Now, Chicago is an incredibly competitive environment, right? This is someplace that I would actually be very nervous about opening up cold in, despite the fact that there's so many people there, just because your competition is just killer. But what she's been able to do, I don't even know. She's done like, 12 cold starts in like 3 years? Or so? I mean, something ridiculous, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And these are successful practices, and she's used the technology to sort of amplify her reach, because she can actually like look at her data where she's, across town, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So like she did a cold start recently in Bucktown, which is an area in Chicago, because they all have their little names.
Trendy
And so
area. I remember Bucktown,
yes,
so trendy,
yeah,
yes.
very trendy. And I mean, it's the 20, 30, 40 somethings that are coming into our office, and they're very, tech savvy, and they sit down in front of the iRefract and they actually, notice it, and they're like, this is new, this is cool. And they get their glasses, and I mean, her remake rate has gone down, which is great, for an eye doctor, the less remakes, the better. So
Yep.
yeah, there you see the list of Bucktown, Broadway,
Yep.
they all have the iRefracts. So it's really cool. Like I'm headed down there Monday. They got some new hires, and I'm going to go down to the Broadway location and actually train them on Monday.
Oh,
So,
cool.
yeah.
Excellent.
So what does she do? Can you go through the mechanics of what she does? How can she run 12 offices? How many optometrists should she have hired?
Actually, I
12.
think I want to say she has 7 ODs,
Yep.
including herself. And what she does, like in particular the Bucktown, she'll open that office, and because there's only like maybe 4 appointments, the first day, she'll literally be in another office where she has a full schedule, and she'll remote in on a HIPAA compliant Zoom and go over with the patient, because she has a couple of our devices, and it shows them the anterior segment, because we've got our 100 series, which does wavefront and Scheimpflug and placido ring topography, NCT, and it takes an external photo. So she has all that data, and then she has the iRefract, which gives her refractions. It gives her pupils, day and night refractions. And then she talks to the patient, and as long as there's no issues, she'll go ahead and give them their glasses and contacts, and then they just stop back by to pick them up. And then if there is something that she sees, then she'll schedule them to come in another time back to the Bucktown office when she's there, and dilate them if there's something that needs to be addressed.
So she'll write a prescription online?
She will, yeah.
Melissa, she has to have a well-trained staff to do it remotely. Do you help her train these staff, or does she do it herself?
I do. I go in, like I told you, Monday she's got some new hires, so I'm going to go in, and then she's also got a technician, Ava, who's actually, I believe, going to optometry school come this fall, and so she's kind of like helping me train the staff in those locations, because when I can't be there, she's there, and she obviously understands quite well what the iRefract is doing. So between them and then of course Ratha, she's an expert and a great refractionist. So, and her staff has done really well with it. I think they like it because it gives them more ownership of what's going on.
Right. Yep. Like another doctor told us yesterday, different company with different equipment, he doesn't know how to turn it on at this point, and his staff does. Similar with yours.
Exactly. Yeah. And so, I mean, and her staff, if they run into problems, they have my number, they just reach out, and I help them get back on track, and then they're able to work.
I noticed that is not advertised, and any of us that were in practice for many, many years before all this automation, we used to stand over patients, and in very short order, we all had lower back aches. That was a disease in optometry. Everyone had backaches, and this eliminates backaches, but yet it isn't. I never see it in the commercials with an optometrist holding his lower back.
Well, that's like me. I mean, I'm a refractionist. I came from a big cataract and LASIK practice, and I refracted, and I have repetitive motion injury from doing Which Is Better 1 or 2 myself. It's my shoulders, not my back. But yeah, I totally understand that. We actually did a campaign on LinkedIn about that, because you're right. Your back or your shoulders get messed up from doing that over years and years and years.
Yep. I think the chiropractors sued them, so they can't say that.
I believe that. Yeah.
Well, it's funny. I mean, in the future, I'm sure a lot of ODs won't even know what you're talking about, right? Because what we have now, what this is going to be, is like going to be the standard, right? This is the way younger people are going to know how to do this, right?
Exactly. Well, I mean, you're on our webpage. I mean, we've also got our VX65, which is a digital 4-opter, and it also works off of a tablet. So, I mean, even if you still want to do the refractions yourself as an OD, I mean, you're still going to be able to do it on a tablet versus having to put your arm up, So you're right. They won't have those same issues.
You know, I used to go out to give motivational speeches to optometrists, and one was sponsored by a company that was selling devices that were eliminated optometrists from doing a lot of the work using automated equipment. I began the lecture saying, what sort of crime would you have to commit to get a sentence of 30 years to life, being locked in a dark room, saying better 1 or 2 your whole life? And
Seriously.
not only that, but you
It's your
end up
choice.
during that life having backaches and shoulder aches. What kind of crime is that?
I know.
And then I went on to say, here's how you eliminate this
Exactly.
sentence, you know, so.
Well,
there you
and
go.
that's like, we don't want to take the art of refraction away from the ODs. I mean, let's face it, the eye refract is still a phoropter. I mean, and the majority of patients will go through it just fine, but there's still patients that are going to have to go to the OD because, you know, they have ptosis, you know, or they have, you know, severe cataract and they can't go through the eye refract. So you're still going to be practicing. You'll just get to do all the challenging ones.
But it's remarkable how many don't know how to use a retinoscope
Right.
or a direct ophthalmoscope.
Right. Well,
I don't know if they train them in school anymore. For
they do,
retinoscopy.
because I will tell you, the schools don't want our eye refract simply because they do want the ODs to come out and know how to use all that stuff. I mean, it's great. I mean, they may get to see our eye refract, you know, and they may get to see like, you know, digital phoropters, but they do still want them to have the art of refraction. So, and I like that. I think they should, you know, don't
Well,
you?
I don't know, Steve. I don't know when you were in school. Did they still teach you the art of lens neutralization, to be able to find out the power of a lens using another lens?
Sure.
If you didn't have a
That was
lensometer?
part of ophthalmic optics. We all stood in the
Yeah.
back of the classroom, and I don't think it was ever on the test, but yes, the moving back and forth, the angles and stuff. So we learned
Yeah,
that,
and you would neutralize it with a known lens
and I
to get
probably
the
could still do
power
it to this day and age.
because you didn't have a lensometer.
And there are other environments where it just doesn't work. If somebody's in a nursing home or some other facility that just doesn't have the high tech, you have to go back to your knives and bearskins to get as much information as possible. So I think
Yeah.
always would be a place for it.
Exactly. Oh, and speaking of lens meters, I know Adam knows about this. We have the VX40 lens meter. It is also wavefront. It is literally one button. So if you're hiring a brand new tech who's never worked in, you know, optometry, they literally put the glasses on, push one button, and you get accurate readings on a pair of glasses every time, which is great.
Yeah.
It does prism, yeah. So it's pretty cool because, you know, a lot of times that's what, you know, and I mean, right now, nowadays, there's such a tech crunch getting techs to stay, you know, so it helps the easier that, or at least that's how I feel. The easier that I can make it for you guys, you know, so your techs can do the things that you need them to do, the better it is, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
The challenge is, I'm sure everything goes very seamlessly into EHRs, electronic health records, your stuff. It's when you have a multiple office and the internet goes down that you feel like a prison of technology, but hopefully it's not going to happen as often as it did way back in the past.
Yeah, I don't know that I've had that problem with Dr. Rasa and her Big City Opticals, but it's what I tell people. If that happens, I mean, we all have our cell phones now. Take a picture, and then if you need to, you can import it into the EMR when it's back up.
Yep. And in terms of reliability, you guys were telling me a story about the tablets, right? Those are just bog standard Samsung tablets, right? So if you screw them up, which will happen, right? People drop stuff all the time. It's real easy just to replace them and get back up and running.
Exactly. And you can buy one off of Amazon, or you can reach out to us because we can, since we've already got the software on there, we can just ship one out. Or like if it's Big City, which is right here local, any of my Chicago doctors, they may stop by our office, or I may run out to them.
Right. I mean, these things are so cheap too. You may just want to keep a few spares lying around, right? Put them in the back room, and if you need a tablet, whip it out, right?
I think that's what Jordan Jones said that time he talked to you. Yeah, that's what he does.
So, you know, it's worth it to prevent any downtime.
Exactly.
So what's behind you? I looked at it. What's your background there? It looks.
One of my friends is an artist, and this is a painting that she did. It's called Brain Traffic.
It's probably the coolest Zoom background I've ever seen.
Well, thank you.
I'm in my Yankee room, by the way. I'll move my thing so now you can see my background.
Oh, I like that. Very cool.
Thumbs down. Thumbs down, says the guy in the Mets hat. So, Oh my goodness. Well, Melissa, thanks for being here again today, and thank you for sponsoring the conference. It's been going really well, and I know we're going to be working together a lot over the next, I don't even know how many months, right? We have a bunch of webinars coming up and other fun stuff, so it should be good.
We do. I look forward to it. Thank you.
All right. Have fun in
Thank you,
Chicago.
Melissa.
Great.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye now.
I'll go back to my blank wall.
All righty. And so again, I just want to remind everyone, to go to Luno Technologies website so you can check out all of what they have going on. They have a lot of stuff. And
I know she couldn't say anything, Adam, but what is potentially that thing coming out? Because I have no idea.
So iRefract. So, we've been talking about it a lot already. So we can, I can try to bring up the system. Oh, wait a minute. No, so she's not allowed to talk about it, but they actually have the next gen on their website. Come on now.
Okay.
So let's see. I mean, I probably can't even tell you what the next generation version of it's going to be, but if I had to guess, it's going to probably, like everything else with tech, right? Maybe it'll be faster, maybe it'll be cheaper, who knows? But iRefract itself, this is the system that Rasa uses at her stores, right? It's how she's getting up and running so quickly and able to do all these cold starts, within a span of a couple of years by implementing the same system in all the places. So she's effectively multiplying her ability, right, to go out and run these practices remotely. Because she goes from location to location to location, she can actually run each one from a distance.
She must have a very cooperative banker to back this stuff.
Well,
or rich father-in-law.
Well, I don't know. I mean, she's. I'm impressed by what she's trying to do in the Chicagoland area, right? I mean, she's really built up this brand throughout Chicago. So, and again, I think you're right. It does take backing to open all these places, but kudos to her for getting it done in a very systematic way.
I was wondering if they would ever incorporate, at least in the near future, some AI into it, because Paul will understand the example. Somebody comes in who's a -3 sphere, and you find them to be a -3 with a 4-cylinder. You won't prescribe that 4-cylinder typically. Would you agree with me at the very beginning? Now, I'm sure the doctor just makes a decision, but I wonder if the eventual outcome of this device would be that the AI, the artificial intelligence,
will be able to help.
Determines maybe what's the best initial prescription, not based on the refraction.
How many degrees of change in axis, for example.
Right.
Things like that, yeah.
So it wouldn't surprise me at all if they're actually collecting this data from the output of the device and trying to figure out what optimal outcomes are, so then you can use an AI to train it that way. So we can ask them about that for sure, because they're sitting on a treasure trove of data. I mean, obviously, anonymized and everything else, but if I were in their position, I would try to use it.
When you went into practice, what was your initial layout? Since you opened cold, I assume, right?
Well, I worked for 3 people. I worked at the university for a year with also a side doctor from the university. But let's go a year later. I opened in a super optical, and it was extremely well equipped. This is 1981. It had an autorefractor, it had a visual field tester, it had something called a Harrington-Flox way of testing visual field. It had a puff tonometer. So it was not that far. I mean, it was far behind.
So you didn't have to pay for anything. You just moved into a place?
No, it was called a loan. Yes, it's called a bank. And we moved into a place and we opened up, it's called iLab. Bobby Hillman owned the eyeglass part. So I did that for a few years. And that's when I opened up my regular practice, about 28 years ago now. I made it high tech. I had a topographer. I had a remember I told you the Marco?
Mm-hmm.
I had 2 Marco chairs and stands with a unit like she was showing, with not a bad back, and one of them is still working today. Like I had to explain when Marco was our sponsor. So, but my approach was always high tech in a mom and pop environment, trying to combine the two. So I was a little outlier. I had a retinal camera, but it was a Polaroid retinal camera, not one which took a digital image, because there were no digital images. So really, I think I was ahead. Now, if you go to my practice now, you'll see it's a large practice. And if you click on the equipment, you'll see things like the flows and essentially every bell and whistle that you could.
So basically, the bank paid for the equipment, or you leased everything?
The patients paid for the equipment, and the insurance companies paid for the equipment. The bank lent me the money for the equipment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you got So what did it cost you with debt? Just trying to figure out the difference.
The initial debt then was
20
probably
20 years, 30 years ago.
in 1995, it was about $150,000. So I didn't pay taxes that year, with the elections.
So 150, when we opened up our practice, take a guess what we each put in. This was in 1958.
$75.
No, I'm going to say $5,000 each.
7,500 each.
Okay, so
And we left a certain amount for advertising. So the 15,000 paid for the equipment that we got in, paid for furnishings, and left some money left over to do some advertising to start with. And
so Adam, you see some of the equipment there. There's really nothing that we don't have.
because
Yep.
we didn't need much for contact lenses. I had a trial set from school. We had a keratometer and a slit lamp, and we had a beauty parlor chair. We didn't even have a hydraulic stand. And people
Wow.
used to say, "Boy, it's very modern in here." So whatever you did, that was in 58. And we kept the money aside for advertising, and we were smart enough to go into the college newspapers. Very
I
cheap
remember,
advertising.
When I was in school, an older professor had opened up cold. He had really no equipment. He would have the patient look in the lensometer and rotate the wheel till it was clear, the reticles, and then he'd look at the number. Oh, 0, very good. Jesse
Absolutely.
Rosenthal, by the way, I think he passed on, so I can mention his name.
So it's a big difference. I just don't know how people can go into practice now with the debt load.
I think you have to do it carefully, right? And I mean, if you're gonna, if I were starting, I would probably go to Leo first. If I figured out what I wanted.
No question. Although we have a lot of sponsors that are new equipment companies,
Right.
There is no way that they should start out, especially anyone opening cold where they don't have cash flow.
Right. If you're well funded, like Rasa must be, right, or she must have, you're right, a very friendly banker, and you can take that approach where she standardized all of her locations, which to me is, if you're going to do it that way, if you're going to open up 12 or 13 places, you better standardize on the technology, right? Or else you're going to kill yourself. So yeah, in that case, I see why she did it that way. But if I were starting out and I was going to be a little less ambitious than her, or didn't have the funding, I think I would probably go to Leo to start, for a lot of the base equipment that I feel like I would need, right? Like an OCT. I doubt I would try to buy one of those new.
When I was with iDoc, they asked me to write an article about what to buy when you open a practice. And the whole thing is you have to, at the beginning, just to be conservative, buy something that's going to give you a return on your investment.
Yep.
So things like a retinal camera, things like an OCT, which didn't exist in those days, but exists now. Things that will, a visual field tester, things that will be able to let you treat things and bill for it are better than things that, like a LipiFlow, or you see there is a cell counter, Adam. It's nice to have. They're great. They do teach you a lot, and they help you with patients, but they don't generally pay for themselves, at least at the very beginning, until you get 3 or 4 doctors using them at the same time, like we had. According to the topographer, this is our 4th one, because this one permits us to do things like flit scleral lenses. Rather, it's the new keratograph, not the older one.
Right.
But you work your way up, and you don't get the things that are really cool, like the Optos. We didn't get any what's called the wide field testers. We didn't get at the very beginning. We got a retinal camera because the billing is the same for it, and we did our own dilation and a look at the periphery of the retina. The way we hope that doesn't become a thing. By the way, what she didn't mention, we could not do in New Jersey, and I don't believe you can do in New York. You can't have a technician refract in New Jersey.
That's correct. You couldn't have a technician in the old days even do a contact lens instruction.
Yeah. So it depends on the state. I'm surprised Illinois allows that, because many states do not allow, especially with doctor not on site. But even if the doctor is on site, do a refraction. But I think that's going to be changing, which then begets the other problem, the Walmarts and the other, let's not get commercial, the places that don't require an OD there might just be hiring technicians and have a central OD sitting in a chair like yours, Paul, and writing prescriptions from 35 locations. That could be a problem that was created because of this technology.
Yep.
Right.
Although, one could argue that if the outcomes are just as good that way, You know, I mean, what's best for
AI
public
might even
health?
be better. You don't
Yeah.
make correct it. The outcome. I'm not defending it or saying it's
Yeah.
wrong. I'm saying it's a possibility there.
Sure.
For example, I couldn't find a buggy whip manufacturer in Boca. I mean, they went
Right.
out of business.
Yeah, so I mean these are all the risks of technology, right? And you know, well, it's hard to know what's going to be real, what's a fad, what's going to work. You know, we saw it in dentistry actually when we did the dental crown projects, right? Where you know you mentioned eye doctors, you know, having to do their own refractions. I worked with a dentist who would actually have his techs take dental impressions for crowns and bridges. You're really not supposed to do that. And yet there it was. I saw on more than one occasion, I saw dentists doing it. They were trying to skirt the laws because they wanted to have as many rooms running as possible.
Sure.
And so they had the techs do it. And then the question ultimately is, did that hurt quality of care? Are the techs actually worse at it? Or because they're forced to do it all the time, are they even better than the dentist himself at getting that impression done properly?
I think the latter.
Yeah.
I go to a dental office where they have a 3D printer for crowns and for implants. And all he's doing is moving the thing around. And indeed, it's a friend of mine. So the technician did it for one and it came out perfect. There's no manual dexterity involved except for the basic stuff.
Right.
And it's really cool. 10 minutes later, a crown comes out of a printer and it's in your mouth. You don't have to wait 2 weeks. So it's happening in dentistry. It will happen. What we'll have to do is reinvent ourselves, do more medical, do ortho-K, prescribe those presbyopic drugs because you have to make a decision. That we have to always just keep on going forward.
I mean, the presbyopic drugs are an interesting example, right? Because it sounds like a simple product, but there are decisions you do have to make, right? That could be clinically really important. So that's the kind of thing that I think people are going to be shifting to.
Right.
So you have to have a mindset to be able to delegate. And the question always is, who will you better delegate to another optometrist or a technician to do the work? I remember that we had in our Bronx office, we shared the office with a dentist, and he was in our fancy, to him it was a fancy office on Fordham Road in the Bronx, because his other office was in the inner city in Harlem, but he was busy as hell. And I said, Charlie, you know, why do you keep killing yourself? Why don't you hire another dentist? He said, they're no damn good. He was a refugee. He wasn't American. He said, these dentists are no goddamn good. They only want to work on the lowers, and they always leave me the uppers. So he did. So that's the problem in dentistry.
Yeah.
So he never hired dentists, you know, and he killed himself.
Yep. He never was able to solve his practice.
I don't know what happened to Charlie. He's long gone by now.
Here's another example, right, Steve, from your own website, right? Let me just show everybody this, right? So now, does a doctor really need to do that? I don't think so. I mean, I think an assistant can be credibly trained to use a BlephX.
We did it at the very beginning, and then we showed them how to do it, and they did it better than us after a while. They would change the tips better, absolutely. And we have both devices, not the plug BlephX. We have the other device from Myco, and we found that actually was. I'm surprised they don't have that up there. Was more useful.
Yep.
And we would do that, and then we would come in and we would do put a Brutta mask on, which heats the lids, and do before we got the flow, we do a meibomian gland expression. Got the cheese out. People were very happy. We charged because there's no code for it, but it wasn't a lot. And we were helping people with dry eye. And then this is what that clinic is doing. In fact, I before we leave, Adam, could you send me their information? Well, actually, I know their website. Someone, if you have their email, so I can contact them directly, the people in Boca,
sure,
at the Dry Eye Center.
Yep.
Because I want to meet with them and see what they're doing, and maybe even help them out with information on private practice and optometry.
Right. So what you're talking about is Dry Eye Rescue. I'll put it up there, one of the sponsors of the conference. And
please.
So it's interesting because the Dry Eye Rescue, the company, spun out of this one particular doctor, Dr. Evans. He's got a bunch of practices around South Florida. And I think this is where they formulated the idea for the company. So they're, he was talking about their different locations. And
if I had any suggestion to them, I think they picked the wrong name.
How come?
It doesn't really tell the product that they're selling. Dry eye rescue doesn't mean much.
Well, what
You know,
what would you have picked?
They're basically selling a place to show your medications, right?
So
Isn't that what they're selling?
remember, there's two halves to
No.
their business. There's a consumer-facing side to their business, and then there's the doctor-facing
Sure.
side. So they needed a name that spoke to both parts.
Maybe rescue your dry eye.
So,
Just
you know,
change the-
because what this is, you can see the clinics are now open. And so, right, so there's the consumer-facing side for people who have dry eye, and they're going to try to drive traffic to those doctors' offices that work with them, right?
But what they're doing is excellent. They're really organizing doctors. Number one, they have the best equipment. They have every single bell and whistle you can have for the treatment of dry, which you need if you can do something like this. But secondarily, which other doctors are not doing, they're establishing a marketing way of selling these products, which the patients are getting anyway from the outside and maybe not getting the correct products, whether it be pharmaceuticals, vitamins, lubricating drops, etc. But by formulating in a way and having marketing in your office as well as outside, they're making it a big profit center, and the patients are getting better care. because they're
That's
getting
the
right
part
things.
that should have a different name.
Yeah.
You know, so maybe
Maybe
No.
Bank Book Rescue.
they.
That's why I want to see
Who knows?
their operation, and
Right.
I'll take them out to lunch. I'm literally 8 miles away, so it's great. It's right down what do you call it? Glades? You know Glades Road?
Mhm.
Oh, sure.
So,
I'm on Glade.
so yeah,
No,
but,
you go to Meisner Park. There was an optometrist there for many years. I'm sure that's their office now.
Okay.
And you'll see it's a very nice, more optical. When you don't get the impression that they
Right, so
do
there's-
major surgery.
so
there.
on the screen, it's sort of showing you the displays that they can put into your office.
Yes.
You can see right
Yeah,
there.
so that's the part that I think they should rename in some way.
And because there's such an elderly population here, I mean, those people, literally everyone has dry eye, and so there's a big need for it. I've seen their commercials on TV. I think I just haven't been aware of the name that they put out. And sometimes these local things come through, and I've probably seen it 10, 15 times. So they really are marketing, and they do get a lot of testimonials from patients talking about how they were looking for a place like this. They found it, and now, wow, my eyes feel great.
Yep. Yeah. So they have their commercials up on the website, so you can see them there
Yeah.
too. So
That's why yeah, so just some, just their email address, and I'll talk to them personally. Go out to lunch and try to help them out in on my Facebook page, and maybe talk about them on ODwire.
yep. So cool stuff, and thank you for them for participating. Pretty neat.
Cool.
We'll probably talk to them again next in April to see how they're doing as they're rolling out their latest version
Yeah.
of their program. So excellent. So in about what time is it? It's in 10 minutes. Oh wait, Richard is here. Richard Hom is here. We should say hi. Let's open up the room for him. Richard, my friend, are you there?
Rich is high tech. He'll be there. Hey, there you go, big man. He's connecting.
Oh, he's connecting. Good.
Just as Richard comes on, my grandson, when he's on Zoom and doesn't want to be in the class, he makes his name Connecting to. Is that smart?
That is funny. Yeah, it's funny. The teachers are all sort of requiring now cameras have to stay on for a certain amount of time, just the kids aren't screwing around or whatever. So it's pretty funny. Richard, are you there?
Dr. Home, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Well,
Oh
yeah.
yeah, you're perfect.
How you doing, Richard?
Pretty good. I updated my camera and microphone.
Oh, looking good.
Yep. You hear and sound better and look better. Well, you always look good.
So, Richard, Steve and Dad had some theories about your lecture about retiring at 50. They said the best way to actually do that is to marry someone rich. Is that correct? Is that it? Go in your lecture? Did you go over that?
Be like Tom Brady.
Yeah, there you go. Be Tom Brady.
Okay.
That's easy.
Tom Brady married somebody twice his wealth.
There you go.
Yeah, my daughters hate him.
Football is a luxury to him.
Yep. So, I guess, though, your lecture, unfortunately, is more down to earth, right? For the rest of us schnooks who have to keep working. But let's say, you do want to make a change sort of at the age of 50. Is that something that people can even do?
Yeah, I actually have done it on most recently like 4 people. And it's a long process for people over 50 because they have a lot of bias against them. Bias from their family, bias from colleagues, and bias from any prospective employer.
Sure.
So therefore, there is no unfortunate magic bullet, but there are steps that you could take that may last 1 to 1.5 years or longer that can actually reinvent you so that you look completely different, appealing, youthful, and energetic.
Yep. Yeah. So I would imagine then the biggest hurdle that people face really is that tacit age discrimination, right? Because in general, you're obviously legally not allowed to discriminate, but the reality is people do, right? They find those cues, even if they're just looking at your resume, to try to figure out what your age is, right? If only looking at your work experience, right?
Yeah, so the statistics show that the fastest growing job seeking segment of the market is over 50, but the lowest probability of employment is over 50. So there is a less than 1% chance that somebody over 50 will get a new job from if they have been laid off. Although it's 25% of the new segment of the population looking for a job over 50. So the statistics are stacked. So personally, I have had 4 jobs after the age of 50. So it can be done.
How was McDonald's?
Say again?
I said, how was McDonald's? Sorry, just had to put that in there. Now, let's talk specifically about optometry. A fellow has a practice, sells it, gets fired, whatever, his commercial place closes down. What's their experience statistically?
Actually, I've had 2 people like that. So I always try to say is that you have to have an exit strategy. And the exit strategy is either being fired, mainly the people I've been involved with is lease terminations from a commercial place. They have an inclination or knowledge that they are going to get terminated. So if you knew that 6 months in advance, that 6 months better than waking up one morning and doing it. So the worst thing you can do is waking up one morning and saying, I got to do something because I got fired. So the best thing is my strategy is always that have an exit strategy in operation all the time, even though you may not need it. So as a matter of fact, 60% of the people who've been surveyed in the technology industry are thinking about their next job on the first day of the new job.
Yep.
So therefore, we have to adopt that because no longer can optometrists believe, due to aggregation, lease terminations, that they can have a job for the rest of their life. You know, environmental conditions may cause their office to fold. So they've got to have an exit strategy, and it takes an average of about 1.5 years or even 2 years to create a exit strategy that's workable, realistic, and productive. Anything short of that is going to be pure luck.
Yep.
Now, pure luck is important, but I would say that if you add planning and luck, you will get there faster than just luck alone.
Yep. And so we've seen over the past maybe 5 years a wave of private equity taking over practices, right? And clinicians are staying on for a certain amount of time, but it's almost like a baseball contract, right? They must know, like in the back of their mind, when this 5 years is up, they're going to push my ass out the door, and what am I going to do, right?
Exactly. So the aggregators, I've interviewed about maybe 25 or 30 post-aggregate, and they don't even last 5 years. They last 2 years in general. So they know that the contract for 5 years is a gift, and there is no expectation on the aggregator for them to stay longer than 2 years, because they will likely change the operation to some extent, and it'll be dissatisfaction. So when you know, in my opinion, in my lecture, I will kind of do a game plan. The reason for a game plan or a strategy is so that everyone could follow it. However, it can be customized to each individual's what I call a circumstance. So just like optometrists and businesses need a business plan to execute for opening a business, they need a business plan strategy, exit strategy, to actually create the new career that they want to do.
You know, I wonder how many people who've sold to private equity even think about this, right? When they're signing that contract, right? Because they should be from day one.
18 to 20 people that I have interviewed, none of them thought that they would be leaving so quickly.
But
You know,
there's the caveat is they did get a fair amount of money, so they have that security.
No, so the money is based on a couple of things. First of all, they never get the amount of money they thought they could sell it to a private. It's about 50% probably. And
Oh,
so
okay.
the money is, very few people can get $2 million. That's what you need. So $400,000 is going to be good for maybe 2 or 3 years. And what most people may not realize is that at 45, 50, you have a lot of capital and fixed expenses that you cannot wind down. So if you're going to have a reduction in income, then you have to reduce or align your fixed expenses to that. So in other words, if you happen to go to a low-cost state, you have a very low mortgage, you paid off all your children's college expenses and stuff like that. You have to be in a situation that if you do not have a low profile expense count, then you need to have more than $500,000, which is average sales price. Now, the deals are not free. So I did actually a course a couple of years at CEwire to determine mathematically how much money you're going to get, either in salary or in the sales price, because it's called a capital return. If the capital return is such, they've got to keep that internal rate of return. So therefore, you're either going to take it away from salary after the sale, or you're going to take it away from the sales price. In either way, the buyer is not going to give you more just for the heck of it.
Yep.
You know, there you have basically most optometrists that sell to either privately or to an equity have been bosses for many, many years. Then they have to go into a situation where they're not going to be the boss. How do they handle that?
Most likely, they do have to have sometimes professional help, or they have to have somebody that support, because for 1 year after the sale, they will have a very poor attitude. They can't hide it. The staff will probably lose some of the staff because the new procedures usually are antithetical to what the old practice philosophy is. Standardization is not something that individual doctors like. Yet aggregators want to standardize as many standards as possible, because through standardization you get economies of scale, and that's how they make money. Is the percentage points are very slim. The real money in aggregators is resale of the property, not in the continuing, the continuing revenue. So if they got to prepare your office for a resale. So every 8 years they've got to. That's how they make their money. They resell that to another. So as you can see, some of the like my eye doctor was resold once or twice. That's how they got the $1.8 billion valuation in sales, because it got resold over and over again. So that's called recapitalization. So that's how the aggregators make money.
Yep.
You've got to standardize so that the revenue is going to be as each office as maximized.
Right. And that's again why it's so intolerable for people who've worked on their own, right? Because you start seeing cost cutting in ways that you may find personally incredibly unacceptable, but to the firm that bought you, they have to do it. They have to drive your expenses down to make you look more attractive when they flip you over again in 8 years.
And they know who the employees and the doctors are. They will start to weed out the doctors and the staff that are not productive enough.
Right.
There are a lot of people who say that there are a lot of advantages to aggregators. Yeah, and in my last, I had to see CEwire about how to survive a aggregator, how to survive a acquisition. And one of the things is the fact that you've got to realize that you will not be better after aggregation. So you got to create a new career for yourself, unless you really feel like you've amassed so much money that you can retire and not worry about it. But very few people can accumulate $2 million on optometry alone up to the age of 50. It's kind of difficult.
Right. All right. Well, your lecture hopefully will give people that path, Yeah,
but you still haven't answered the question that I had. How do you train someone who's been the decision maker to take on any sort of job where they are now listening to another decision maker and have to be the employee? In
the 4 or 5 individuals that I work with, I counsel them very closely. And so one of the things there are certain doctors or certain people that don't like to be told what to do. I will find that out within the first 30 days. If they don't like being told what to do, then they need to adopt a different strategy, because when you work for somebody or a new career, you're going to be told by what to do. And so that the career transition, even if you want to go into a new business, you're going to have to take out a loan, and that bank will tell you what to do. If you're going to if you're going to buy a franchise, the franchisor is going to tell you what to do. If you're going to want to retire and you want to live out and your family, the family is going to tell you what to do. So they got the illusion that you get to be your boss has to be quickly liquidated, or in order, the reality is that somebody's telling you. Right now, insurance companies are telling you what to do. So there is no such thing as you get to do whatever you want unless you are completely financially independent. And very few are. And my particular thing is the energy that you use to create a new job will sidetrack your desire to be so independent that you don't like to be told, because the excitement of a new job usually lasts 5 years. A new career, new job, it's so exciting that you don't mind being told what to do most of the time.
Yep, I think
And I have 100% track record of people converting these owners to realizing that they have a option.
Right. I think the hard part, especially for someone like Paul, right, is you're staying in the same line of business, right?
I'm a poster boy.
You are a poster boy because you're staying in the same line of business, right? You don't have the control anymore, and you have a way of doing things, and you think this new guy who's coming in is screwing it up. So I could see maybe going to a completely different field would even be easier in some ways, right? Because you're a novice at it.
So one of the things is that you can go into a different field in the same vertical market. So in other words, if you want to be out of practice, you want to be in vision, that's one thing. Or you can go one step removed. It says, okay, some of the people that hang on to vision, in other words, like insurance companies, they don't necessarily sell the products. And then you can say, let's do what works for drug. But that's still kind of like the same vertical market, and there are not a lot of jobs. The more plentiful jobs is in the world of general business. Okay, and as a matter of fact, after the age 50, I held 3 jobs in general business, not in optometry, completely. I worked in the computer industry 3 times after the age of 50, before, and just because I showed up, I knew exactly what to tell them, and that's what I train people. I tell them what to say. I tell them what questions to ask. I tell them exactly how to position themselves so that they look like a credible. Because in the world of business, you are a risk over the age of 50, and you've got to lower that risk for them to hire. They have to make it so that the hiring manager does not have to gamble on you. That's the key.
Yep.
They know that you are not a risk, then they will willing, and it's not a gamble, they will hire you.
But do you think that it's maybe easier for some people to just stick in this vertical, right? Because I know, I mean, I work with all the companies, right? So I know what they're like. I know their internal, drama that they have going on at a lot of these places. I think a lot of docs, older ones even, would be an asset in these places because they understand sort of the business already. And they would bring with them possibly, not only that insight of decades of experience in the field, so they're already up to speed with that, but maybe a little bit, as sort of a calming influence on what's going on behind the scenes at some of these places.
Well, so I actually had 3 doctors call me just over the week, Friday and Saturday, and they told me their journey about how they were trying to get out of, trying to apply to the same vertical. And what has happened is the fact that the companies are now very, very picky. Number 2, consolidation has occurred and shrinkage has occurred such that there are very few jobs. There's a very limited job. There's probably over each position is going to have 25 to 50 people who are equally or even more qualified. Right. So take example, the most common way for a clinical optometrist is going to be a medical science liaison. The medical science liaison is something exactly what optometrists would do. They can use their clinical skills to tell optometrists how to prescribe a medication, but that job is not restricted to optometrists. It's open to physicians, pharmacists, PhDs. So therefore, you're competing not just with another optometrist for that job, you're competing with every other specialty. And the biggest specialty competitive is the pharmacist. So you have to beat the pharmacists to that job. And since you do not have any medical industry experience, your chances of being hired straight from retirement is going to be very tough. You will probably not be, protected. Now, if you happen to be a household name, that's different. But there are very few doctors who are household names that are actually recruited for MSLs. So I always like, one of my first questions, are you a household name? If you're not a household name, how can you become one? That's what it takes 2 years, is to become a household name in 2 years.
I could name a couple that really did work out for. We interviewed Bill Tullo before, and he exactly did that. I don't know if you know William Tullo. I don't know if you know Bill Potter.
I know Bill Potter, yes.
And he is about my age, and he just went vertically from his big millennial practice to pharma, and he's doing rather well. And then there's a younger person who you know who also has a very high profile, who did the same thing, Whitney Hauser. Just recently did it. So it can be done, but you're right. You have to put the horse before the cart. You have to develop the name, the recognition, so they want you, not that you want them.
Right.
Yeah,
So
I could be the poster boy, however, for what not to do. Okay,
Well-
I left practice in my 50s at the peak of earnings. For personal reasons, I had to get out, and I got an offer to go to a new optometry college, and they gave me a full professorship, and they said, whatever you want to do, you can do. That was the first mistake that I believed them, and I did what I wanted to do, but on the other hand, the administration didn't like what I was doing because I was taking the side of the students rather than the administration. And the fact was that I felt that they were not running the school as they should. And I let them know. And they didn't want to hear that either.
So Richard, this is your nightmare client right here, Richard.
Yeah, I mean,
you know what this is that
I was out on my ass in 3
I
years.
gave a course at the academy. It's called How Not to Get Fired from an Academic Position.
There you go.
Absolutely. But
I
no,
gave that
actually,
2 years ago.
not only did they fire me, but they had 2 guards leading me out of the place.
With a box.
With a box.
So
Absolutely. They were afraid I was going to steal their crappy furniture.
So when we talk about the limited opportunities in the same vertical market, what I try to do is prepare doctors who want to continue working to look at other areas because of their native skills or experience they can add to it that make them so they can be very much more attractive. So for example, one doctor, I told him to go to PA school. Within 15 days after graduating, they got a job and they were thrilled. The second person I asked was to get a master's degree in data science. 5 days out, they were hired by a healthcare company. So you could become much more attractive just by adding skills that are not necessarily, that probably are more open fields and within optometry. Optometry is a marketplace where there's a lot of people. Unfortunately, many companies cannot distinguish between an average applicant and from a superior applicant, so they depend on the name recognition more than the actual skills.
So what's Adam to do? He's now 50. He has an MD and an MBA, and he would leave ODwire and CEwire, and he wants to start a new career. He just can't take it anymore.
Venture capital. There we go.
Partner.
Yeah. So that would probably be my route, tragically.
No. Hey, by the way, you did a 5th year, right? You did a 5th year internship.
Oh yeah. Yes. Yep.
Okay. So I would recommend that you do Chase. JP Morgan Chase.
I'd rather.
They're hiring MDs like crazy to be because when I was doing so I do venture capital for my present employer and for 2 previous, and every time I sat in, there were 1 or 2 MD venture capital, or not venture, but they were investment bankers.
I mean, I'd rather gnaw my own leg off, to be honest with you, though, because, just it's my own temperament, right? I like building stuff. And so.
Well, one of the things you do is if you go to a Silicon Valley venture capital, you will be appointed to boards, so you can help them. So that's what venture capitalists do, is you can say, hey, I'm a board member for hire. So you can be a general partner, and then general partner gets assigned to a startup, and you help that startup get to build from the ground up. Yep. So there are Since biotech in Central Valley, there's over 350 biotech companies in just San Francisco alone. There's over 650 in the Bay Area from San Jose to San Francisco. There's 250 to 300 in San Diego. And you don't have to be there, but that's now over 1,000 biotech companies needing 1,000 to 2,000 MDs.
Yep. So yeah, so there's definitely opportunities should I decide to leave the glamorous world of CEwire behind.
But you can't wear a baseball cap. You got to go in.
Oh,
for the
can't I?
interview.
Can't I?
Well, you do have to. Most people I've met, they do have to wear a shirt.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not even wearing pants right now, right? For all you know, right? So there you go.
So that's one of the reasons. But things have changed. I think that what's going to happen is the whole behavior of business is going to change because of virtual. So this is where doctors' offices located in downtown next to employers are going to suffer, because they've got to realize that many companies will never reopen their large corporate offices downtown or in the suburbs. They're just not going to open up again. So it's going to be a situation where the doctor's offices located in those areas will have to adjust or even relocate.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, we're seeing it here in Portland already, right? Where there's an influx of people still into our area, a lot from California, actually, but a lot of them aren't going to the downtown urban core anymore. I live in a suburb that's 5 miles from downtown, and this place is getting flooded with people, right? You can't buy a house here. I mean, it's just, there's no inventory. So we're seeing that change already in people's behavior.
So anyway, I think that, and so one of the things that, I've had the distinction or the experience of working for a company that has allowed me to be virtual for 8.5 years. So therefore, I've known and learned about the technology necessary to minimally participate. And so one of the things that people have to develop is how to become a valued or be a career changer when you can't impress the people one-on-one. So that means, how do you come across in video interviews? How do you do well in phone interviews? So one of the most stringent interviews is done by one of the largest vision plan companies in the United States. They make you do 2 to 3 video interviews before you even, and you could even be hired strictly from those video interviews. You never have to meet anybody one-on-one.
Wow. Yeah, it's funny actually. I've actually gotten a couple of side consulting jobs from people who they see the technology that we're implementing here, and they want to use us to try to show them, how to re-implement this, right? Because so much stuff is virtual now. So I don't know if that's going to be a temporary thing or going forward. If being able to present yourself in a much higher quality way online is going to become a really important skill.
Well, one of the advantages that you've had is that you've had a kind of like a 5 to 6 year history of presenting. And I have done 55 webinars in the last year. Okay? And I've attended 55 webinars from practically every school, every company, just to see what their experience is. And you have one of the best.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. We try.
Well, we were in the right place at the right time, right? I mean, we've been doing this for so long. So if we weren't good at it by now, just shoot us in the head, because, we're obviously terrible at our jobs.
And the speakers crave to come on.
When you told me that that only one person could minimally do it, what you're doing, Adam, the average, like some of the large commercial companies using 3, 4, or 5 people per webinar. And that cost is reflected. So when I have a CE, 32 CE hours per year that I give. And if I'm looking for an administrator, I would like to have an administrator that has a little bit less cost than $5,000 per event.
Right.
That's what some companies are charging, $5,000 for 1 hour.
Suffocates you.
Wow.
Well, I found that just off or on topic, in my circle of friends and acquaintances in other industries, when they lose their job and they're 50, 55 years old, they do one of 2 things. They sell real estate, or they sell Mercedes and Lexuses. You find that?
Well, one of the things. So there's 2 industries where there's a low age bias is less prevalent, and that's financial, which is insurance, and real estate. So those are the 2, and actually insurance sales is probably the least. Banking is the second, and real estate's probably the third. Mainly about real estate is the fact that you have to be out on weekends. A lot of people don't like weekends. They want to keep their weekends, I should. They don't want to work. So, and finance and insurance sales is probably the most common. In fact, the average age of some insurance sales people is 55, 60. So it's not unknown that you can have some very, and actually there's more insurance licenses than real estate licenses. I happen to have an insurance license, and so therefore I meet other insurance salespeople, and I just did it mainly so I can meet more insurance people and see how they came about. So about a third of those insurance people didn't start out insurance. They were coming from another industry.
Well, after I got sacked from the school, what to do next? So I went. I was living in Florida, so I got a real estate license.
There you go.
As a salesperson. I never sold anything, but then I got a broker's license, and then I said, okay, what to do now? So you need a broker's license to actually buy and sell practices.
Yep.
So
every state of the United States.
Yeah, so I said, okay, I'm going to help people sell practices. But then I had to deal with optometrists.
Well,
and I'm not very good with optometrists.
One of the biggest practice brokers I've met actually started to screen their clients, because if it's too small of a deal, they wouldn't do it, because the amount of pain with a small practice is the same as a $1 to $2 million purchase price. It just wasn't worth it. So what most people, that's why you see a lot of aggregators taking up, they're starting to go lower in the revenue. It used to be that they had a minimum revenue you had to do, but because of the scarcity of high value practices, they're going to lower and lower valuations, as low as $400,000 a year. That's pretty low.
Yeah.
So therefore,
so after that, I said, no, this is not, brokerage is not going to be for me. But lucky for me, Adam finished his residency, and he came down and said, Ad, what do you think? Should we go into this whole new venture of having an online type of business?
Oh, what a mistake.
And lucky for me, Adam came along.
What a mistake.
And I was able to use his brains like I've done with most people most of my life.
What a mistake.
Being really incompetent and being surrounded by smart people is a secret to success. So,
oh my gosh.
Well, I would say this is that, the hardest thing, this is what I also teach people about. It's one thing to get a job after 50. It's another thing to keep the job. So I tell people how to keep the job, because in one of the cases that I did, I told somebody how to keep the job. They didn't do it. They were fired within 30 days. So the idea is keeping the job is as important as getting the job. If you don't know how to keep the job, you will not last.
Yep.
Because in corporate world, statistics show that the average corporate business person will have 12 jobs before they retire. 12.
Wow.
So optometry is a unique thing, because you don't get 12 optometry jobs. You could, but they're not full-time jobs completely. Usually at the convenience of the doctor who says, I want to jump to a new location. But because of the fact that the license requirements are so restrictive, that's why optometry is not necessarily a viable vehicle to expand or stay in the same environment, because of the unique nature of state licenses.
Right.
Yeah. And you have to, lucky for me, Adam keeps me quiet. So therefore we don't get into too much trouble.
Well, I think, Paul, I think that I remember you quite well, and I'm a graduate of 75, right? So I'm, not as necessarily as way back as you are, but I'm getting there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the hard parts, and I don't want to sound ageist, Richard, especially not in in this talk, but as you get older, your filter tends to drop away, and dealing with nonsense becomes much more difficult. At least I find.
So you're absolutely correct. So what happens is that sometimes you have to bite your lip or tongue to say, okay, and that's what you learn, is that you really do have to kind of bide your time before you make your comments. But one last thing I wanted to say is that the reason why I got my PhD at 68 was so that I can be hired, and I've got more job opportunities after the age of 68 than ever before.
Wow.
Amazing.
Wow.
Amazing you got a PhD, however.
I know. Kudos
in
to
your
you.
60s.
Most people would not have the wherewithal to do it. Maybe Steve will,
Well, I
but I
knew
don't know.
that. I knew that 6 years ago, 8 years ago. I said, "Well, I looked at it. I said, I want to work a little longer, and how can I extend my career for another 10 or 15 years?" And as a matter of fact, I will tell you that that is the number one thing that increased my consulting opportunities incredibly. Also, interaction with physicians went way up. And because it was a quantitative PhD, I got a lot of work regarding quantitative analytics. So that's what I'm talking about, is enhancing by addition of one degree or another, you can actually expand significantly. And as a matter of fact, the one I told you to get a data science wasn't a stretch. They liked it. And as a matter of fact, that's how they completely forgot about optometry and went in data science.
There we go. All right. Well, Richard, thank you so much for the advice today. We're going to repost this on ODwire, actually, because I think a lot of people need to see it who aren't listening here today.
You don't mind, do you?
No, I don't. I appreciate it. I'll tell you what is that I have a, my goal is to make sure that every optometrist lives to their natural life happy.
That's a noble goal. So you know what, Richard? I'm also going to give you a copy of this MP4 when we're done, and you can post it far and wide wherever you want it.
I will.
All right.
And I like to say is, Adam, and Paul, you have the best platform that I've ever seen.
Oh, well, thank you. That means a lot coming from you. I mean, I know you've seen it all, so thank you so much.
It's no credit to me for sure. So thank Adam.
Well, I would say this is that, by the way, I heard yesterday, Craig Thomas is one of the best lectures I've ever heard.
Yeah, amazing. Yep. He did it under the influence of drugs too. So he recorded this thing high as a kite after his knee surgery. So kudos to him.
His pajamas yesterday. He was recovering at home.
All right.
Well, that was a great lecture, and I have to say that was one of the best I've ever heard.
Yep, it's fantastic. All right.
He's always good.
He's always good. Well, thanks, Richard, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Okay, talk to you later.
Talk to you.
Bye.
Right, bye now.
Bye.
Bye-bye, Rich.
So for everyone who wants to catch up with Richard, let me put up his schedule again.
Well, we learned something, though.
We learned a lot.
I thought his lecture was going to be totally different. I thought it was going to be about what you could do prior to 50 years old, so you don't have to do any work after. His thrust was really, when you stop at 50, what could you do afterwards?
Right, because it's such a huge issue now, right? With private equity, especially, people are being bought out, and then it's temporary, and then what do you do? So
yeah, well, you remember with Chuck Reifer.
Yep.
We had a neighbor that got a golden parachute. He certainly had enough money, but he had a clause in his severance pay that he couldn't go into a competing business for 5 years. And he paced around until he could do something because he had to get back into action. And that's one of the problems when you retire early, you miss the action.
Yeah.
So lucky for Adam that Chuck then went into dental. So Adam became a dental expert.
Right. He hired us in to do the consulting work on the IT systems for their company. So yeah, for better or worse. It was a fun experience. I'll say that.
5 years from now, Steve, you better watch out. You may have an idea to go back into practice.
Well, I'm always looking for little things to do. I don't financially, I don't need to, but you want to keep busy. I have my astronomy, my bridge, and golf and gym and racquetball, whatever. But again, as my body starts failing, I'll lose some of those things.
Yeah. Well, you can always finish that PhD, right?
That's
Well,
right.
that's got screwed up. I was going to do that a year and a half ago, but it closed down. I didn't want to do it virtually. You can't do it virtually in terms of your, especially your thesis when you have to do actually academic. You have to go places. You have to go to Hawaii. You have to look at through a telescope. So I'm going to try to revisit that in September, see what happens. But he did it. He's I graduated in '80, so he's 5-6 years older than me. So he did it.
See if Florida Atlantic University has something for you.
I'm in contact with them. I delivered a astronomy lecture to Boca Woods on March 11th last year, and 100 people showed up. It was great. That was March 11th. March 12th, everything closed down.
Yeah,
that's when they stopped baseball, basketball,
because
football.
they have lifelong learning that you might be able to get a job there.
So I was in contact with the head astronomer there, who was very interested. And at first I was just going to take groups there. They have a big telescope at Florida Atlantic. It's only 15 minutes away. And so I
Right.
still might do that, but he's still not open to the public. And then maybe teach a course there or something like that, and work on my. I don't know if they'll be able to give me a PhD, but I just need a small master's thesis to get that done. But hey, we'll see how things go. But,
Yeah.
I'm not
Just
worried.
stay healthy.
Yep.
If we keep on doing this 16 times a year, it'll keep me busy enough.
Make sure the marbles.
I mean,
keep your marbles.
This has been, CEwire is fun when you do it once or do it twice, but it gets to be a bit of a grind when you have to do it so many times each year. At least it has been for me. So, but until this pandemic is over, we're going to keep doing this because people need it. I guess I even underestimated how many people need this just looking at the size of the crowd we have now.
I haven't even looked at let's see if people have signed up.
Yeah, things are still working, by the way. I don't know if you've been watching, but things are going fine. I haven't had any real tech support requests now in a long time. So
at least Richard's compliment should give you a little bit of a swelled head.
Well, I'm just glad.
I never met a more modest person than Adam.
Well,
so.
And by the way, we did get a letter from Richard Klampus, who always outlines all the things that aren't perfect. I'll forward you the letter. Essentially, we've done very well by him this time. So
thank God. I mean, I poured over all those videos to make sure the audio was good, the video was good.
The audio and everything else. He said there were delays and things, but that we know why that was. They didn't give us a bandwidth, and then they corrected that problem.
Yeah.
So he's my. You know who Phil Mushnick is?
The writer.
The writer for the New York Post.
Yep.
And his thing is to look at TV. Whatever is wrong, he writes about, whether how they emboss something when they say something in baseball or whatever. He's a curmudgeon, but that's his shtick. Well, that's what Rich Klampus was for us. But finally, we satisfied his needs, at least 95%.
That's hilarious.
Yes, so I'll forward you that. So that those are the greatest kudos. When your critics give you kudos, it's good.
Awesome.
But the bottom line, if anyone is watching this, this excellence doesn't happen by accident. It takes a tremendous amount of work.
It's a fair amount of work throwing everything together.
If you want to come in and compete against us, think about the workers involved.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a lot of work. But I'm glad it's come together, and now hopefully over the next several months, the next 100 days or whatever it is, we can repeat this, and there won't be any glitches, so people can get their credits in.
If there's no glitches, the next few should be seamless. We've had glitches which we've corrected. Hopefully the new software team, which we're with, is now aware of all what they have to do, but that'll make it a lot easier. And I might still retain the small amount of hair. I
mean, I think, it's it's like one thing after another.
Too late for transplants.
Maybe a heart or a liver.
So guys, we have like an hour now before our final guest who's going to be coming. So I think I want to play back the museum thing so people can see it.
Sure.
And then, because that's about an hour precisely. And then let's come back and meet up with our last person. And then
so
away we go.
Back at
about an hour.
Quickly, 5 people asked for my slides, which I believe I have online. So
so the slides. So everybody gave a lot of people gave us slides. They're not uploaded to the control panel yet. It was one of the last things that we haven't done yet. So it'll be there. All of them will be there. But just wait till Monday.
Will speakers give up their slides that easily, Ed?
So some are paranoid and will not, but many are getting much better about it. I mean, again, I'll sound ageist. The younger people tend not to care, and they'll just hand it out because they realize people are going to copy what they want anyway.
Just give their outline, which is really just a summary.
Yep. So
okay, so we're back at 12:30 your time.
Yep, about an hour from now. All right.
Okay.
See you guys later.
Would you tell us how you came about this idea? What prompted you and Craig to start a collection?
Well, like most collections, you start collecting things one at a time, and then one day you wake up and you find you've got a museum sitting in your home, in closets, garages, and we found ourselves in that situation, and then decided that we were just going to open up a contact lens museum.
How long did it take you to curate the collection in here?
A long time, and that's an ongoing endeavor. trying to do something of this magnitude while you're working full time and everything else, got full curriculum and back there, it's been very busy, but as you can see, it's just such a joy. It just brings so many smiles to so many faces when you bring older practitioners through here, because
another relic in.
Yeah, really, it's so true.
Why don't you embalm me? I have to get a few more years. You can take
Yeah,
me,
that's
stand me
right.
up.
We'll put you in the chair.
There you go.
That won't be creepy at all.
No, it won't be creepy at all. But no, you're so right. It's just so many memories then come back to all of us that were touched by contact lenses. It's when you think about how contact lenses have changed so many people's lives and changed their lives. All those keratoconus patients, irregular cornea patients. It's humbling, to be a part of having this history. So we felt that,
Adam was one of the younger patients. Where did you get your lenses? You were 9 years old?
9 years old, yeah.
So
Yeah.
Probably one of the younger contact lens wearers.
Yeah, they're in so many millions of people's lives have been changed so much with these.
Now, if practitioners have anything lying around their basements or garages or the back room of their practices, would you be interested in hearing from them?
Yes, we'd be very interested. That's where we pick up a lot of these relics. Every practitioner, literally everyone out there, has 1 or 2 items that have been given to them by an elderly patient, or they took over a practice that had been established back in the 30s or 40s. And somewhere in their archives are these treasures, that they've not known what to do with them. They hold on to them because they don't take up a lot of space, but they don't know they know they can't throw it out.
Right, of course not.
But they're looking for a place to send it. This is the place. This is the place to send it. So there, it can be archived, taken care of properly. Craig and I have spent, hours and hours learning about curating an optical museum like this. There's a lot that goes into it. We had to then apply for a nonprofit organization, a 501c3 with the government. We got that, so we're official.
So not only are you accepting items to be displayed here, you're accepting financial contributions to support the museum.
Yeah, very much so. This has been totally funded through gifts and so on, and by Craig and myself.
That's a good charity for next year.
That is, it really is. It's a lovely charity for individuals in the eye care profession that want to see, the history of contact lenses preserved. So you can see here we encourage donations, and so we love it. When people can, when they win the lottery, send us some of that, and so we have fun. But it's we get believe it or not, our biggest support from patients. So they feel this incredible emotional, tie to these lenses.
Sure.
Now this is actually just part of the collection. A lot of it still is in storage right now. We need a bigger facility. When we opened this up in July, we opened it up with the knowledge that we've already outgrown it.
It's a good problem to have.
Good problem to have. And so we're just going to keep raising, funds as best we can, and hope to move into a bigger facility as time goes on. And then this is, like I said, part of the collection. The other collection I'm going to show you is the collection of antique glasses. spectacle lenses. Probably one of the finest in North America right now, and that's across the street at the school. This has been just a passion for Craig and I, you know, this collecting. And fortunately, we have wives that understand the insanity, because that's what it is. It's insane to be doing this. But you know, Craig and I have been blessed so much, like you have, like we all have, by the eye care industry. That
Very much so.
yeah, that it's just been a humbling experience to be a part of it. So this is our payback, or this is our legacy that we'll leave, you know. So.
And it's a beautiful one.
It's a start. It's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful start, and so we're real happy, very, very happy with it all.
Excellent.
So many, many years ago, as you can imagine, it's really myself and Craig Norman who kind of put this all together. The story begins over here. I'll sort of walk you through. This is kind of the evolution of contact lenses. All of these lenses here are made of glass. And so these were the earliest contact lenses in Germany and Zeiss. So they were the three making glass scleral lenses at the time.
When did Oberg come in?
Oberg came in the 1940s. How do you know that name?
I used to live with him.
Oh my. I was just reading a book this morning, his textbook from 1945 on contact lenses. It's really one of the earliest.
Yeah.
And that is, what a coincidence.
Oh, yeah.
So
Are these companies related? It's
no,
Muller Sohn
they were
and Muller
different.
Welt?
No, they were different families.
Okay.
Yeah, they had no relation. And so these, like I said, it's the largest collection of glass contact lenses in the world. So it's they're hard to find, very rare, wonderful to feel because they're incredibly heavy.
Can I touch one?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, you can touch the one that is yours. Craig and I wanted you to have this. This is a glass
Really?
scleral lens.
Wow.
And it's all the contributions you've made to the industry. You deserve that.
Oh, you are so kind. Thank you.
Yeah,
Look at this
it's
thing.
kind of neat to have. You can see kind of how rough the optics were.
Very rough.
And, but, you know, they got better with time. That's a real early one.
Would you like
What
to see?
year?
This would have been probably early 1900s, so between 1900 and 1910. But you could feel how smooth the glass
The workmanship was wonderful.
But, yeah, it's, that's definitely one we wanted you to have.
That's very nice.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
This would be a real challenge to apply and to remove.
Yeah, it really is because of the size. These were about 22 to 24 millimeters in diameter, so they were pretty big.
And then I see that they're fenestrated as
Some
well.
of them were, and that's kind of unique, the number of them that were fenestrated. You can imagine drilling a hole in glass can be a little bit challenging. And,
A lot of breakage.
Yeah, but I'm always surprised when I'm going through the lenses, the number of them that have actually been fenestrated.
And that would have been a challenge as well, not only drilling the hole, but making sure that the edges are smooth enough.
Oh,
Because
yes.
that would have been quite painful had you applied a fenestrated
Yeah.
lens that wasn't smooth.
But then you look at these Zeiss lenses, the optics are absolutely perfect and they're incredibly thin. And I always wonder how many of those broke in the eye. You know, it wouldn't take much trauma
That would have been a
to
really
shatter
big problem.
those, yeah. But that was unique of the Zeiss lenses at the time. They were incredibly thin.
Do you know who made this one, the one that you gave me?
That one, yes, I do. That one was from the Mueller-Weld company.
Wow.
Yeah, that one.
Look
from
at these.
there.
And then
So
those are the molds right there?
Those are the molds.
So that is
and let
brass,
me
and then
take you through how. Let's
looks like
say
a shell.
it's 1920, and I'm going to fit you with a contact lens. It would all begin over here.
May I sit in the chair?
Yes, please.
Okay.
You sit in the chair again. That's where I sit. You know, I get comfortable in here.
Gretchen's gonna get
And now the molding process began by just simply mixing this compound. It's called moldite. And we would mix it in one of these containers, and then it would be placed into a syringe. And this mold then would be placed onto the eye, and the moldite compound injected through here, and then it would take a perfect mold of the anterior segment. So the molding compound would harden in about 90 seconds. So you had to be real efficient with your time. You had to load this, inject it, and be pretty efficient.
So you have to do that on a board exam, right?
Absolutely. 1950s.
Jeez.
And then what happened next was when you had that beautiful mold, you would mix this next compound called cast stone. And that cast stone then was just like a concrete, but incredibly fine, powdery concrete. And then you would let it harden, and then you would have this beautiful impression of the eye. Now, back in the day, before World War II, a second mold would have to be made of brass. And the reason for that is that when the lens was actually turned into a contact lens, it was made of glass, and the glass would just simply, the heat of the glass would destroy the moldite, so it had to be turned into a brass mold. Then it was taken over here, and this is probably the highlight of the museum, in the fact that we have the only remaining glass contact lens making apparatus in the world. This is
Really?
it. This is the only one left.
Does it work? If
It
you wanted
works.
to create a lens,
Oh,
you
yeah,
could?
yeah, we've had it fired up, and you could see we've destroyed part of the table from the firing it up, and it makes a lot of pops and noises. And now there was this vise was on the stand. We don't know what its function was, but it must have had some function. The problem with this instrument is that nowhere can we find anything written on how to manufacture the contact lens or how they were manufactured. So we're having to piece it together little by little. Now, the
If I push this, is something gonna happen?
yeah,
Oh,
push it.
Push it?
Yeah, push both of them. This one.
Oh my
And it
God.
still works. That's the amazing thing. We fired up these motors, and they were still working.
This is incredible.
So, now, the way it worked was you attach the mold, the brass mold of the shape of the eye here, top two, I think. Perfect. Now, that bottom, yeah, no, you got it. You got them both. Good. And what would happen is you had natural gas and oxygen that were mixed together. Those were, it wasn't propane. Propane hadn't been invented yet, so they actually used natural gas back in that day. And so the gases were then mixed up here to the appropriate concentration, and these valves controlled the amount of oxygen versus the amount of natural gas.
It looks like it's a very non-precise process.
Exactly, very non-precise. Then they had these 2x2 wafers of glass that were set right here. And then this was just simply brought around once the glass had been molten, and this just brought down and an impression made of the contact lens.
And that's the mold right there.
That's the mold.
So you would
of the
swap
eye.
that out depending upon the
Yeah.
patient you're creating this for.
And then in this little container, when I got the instrument, it was just filled up to about here with asbestos.
Oh, excellent.
So that made it all complete. So then you would bring it back here, drop this mold, and because it was flaming hot from being in contact with the glass, and it would fall into the asbestos where it would be cooled. And now with these little tools here, the residual glass would be broken away. And then you saw over here how the edges were rounded, and then the power placed on the front of the lens with this. Now, the only thing we can think of here is that this was actually operated by hand to oscillate the application of the power on the front side of the lens. That's all we can actually kind of surmise. We don't know how else it was driven. And but everything came with the unit. It was intact. And it's actually from, of all places, Perth, Australia.
Don Ezekiel.
Yeah, Don Ezekiel.
And if anybody would have something like this, it would be
It'd
him.
be him. And you'll see as you go through the museum, many of the pieces are from Don's collection. And that was probably the largest in the world. And he gave it all to us. So we're really super fortunate to have that.
And he got his basement back.
I'm sorry?
He got his basement back.
Yes, he had in his garage. He had it in his laboratory, but when he sold the laboratory, it moved into his garage. So he was kind of grateful, but again, sad to see it all go away. And but to have the only one remaining, now this is for this.
A mechanical tool then, nothing to do with creating the contact lens.
No, just strictly for changing out the gas.
If you wanted to, is there gas in there? Could
No.
you make one?
No, we keep the live ones in my garage at home, but these are actually empty. And
So you have filled ones if you wanted to?
oh,
I mean,
yes.
I don't know that I'd put
Oh,
asbestos there, but you
sure.
could
Oh,
create
yeah,
a glass
yeah.
lens?
We're the only ones in the world that can make glass contact lenses if you need one.
Have you tried it?
Oh yeah, we've tried it, and it's incredible. Just, there's a lot of experimentation, getting the temperature right, getting just the exact amount of natural gas and the exact amount of oxygen. But you could see that it would be very easy to accomplish. Now, when PMMA came along, things changed rather dramatically, because now it was possible to just simply use the mold itself rather than turning it into a brass mold. And what was used at that time then were these PMMA wafers.
That's Actual PMMA?
Yeah.
I thought it
now-
was cardboard.
No, it has this protective coating on it, and you just peel this away, and then there's this beautiful piece of acrylic plastic
Wow,
for scleral lenses.
that's really cool.
Very cool. And now, it didn't take any temperature at all to melt that. That was not like melting glass. So I think we even have one here that might be, yeah, there we go.
Oh, so that's it.
That's it.
So
It's a
dare I ask the
little
question, when you were in school, did you ever see anything like this?
Yes, well, with the way it worked in school, our contact lens course was one person with keratoconus that was handed down from class to class. And we had it was at Columbia University, and we had Isidore Finkelstein was the professor, a very bright guy, but that was it. And he had this one guy, and every time they had to do something to wash the lens or something, there was no sink. The Fink used to walk in to the bathroom and wash it and try it on. And this guy never succeeded, but he kept coming back from class to class.
Oh.
And that was the
Bless him.
contact lens course in the 50s.
Oh my gosh. That's so interesting you mentioned that name. I read his name for the first time last night. Finkelstein from Columbia University. And the reason I came across it, I was doing a story, as I'll show you down here, on Dennis England, who helped invent the first corneal contact lens. But I came across an article written by Hank Knoll from Bosch & Lowe on this gentleman from Columbia University. And it was the first time I had seen his name, and so it was really
So that was
kind of neat.
that was the contact lens course.
Oh, my
Period.
That's
End
so
of story,
cool.
and then whatever you learned happened afterwards.
Yeah.
It happened afterwards. But the academy required, in order to become a diplomate, you had to be able to fit a scleral lens and using moldite. And what happened, is basically we smuggled in some anesthetic because there's no way you can put that shit in your eye.
Yeah, no kidding. And say, stay still now. Because you
So-
can imagine if the patient's eye was moving
Right.
during the molding process, you have a pretty bad mold.
Yeah, I mean, so
What year did you earn your diploma?
in 1965, I think.
And so that was
67,
being required at that
Yeah,
time?
it was a very large class. The word was, you better get it now because it's going to get much tougher to do. But that particular part was separating the men from the boys because you had to learn not only to do it, but then to adjust it. And I was always very unhandy. I figured I'd cut my hand off with the bars that they used.
Oh, my.
So,
Wonderful.
So we
Well,
have glass lenses.
Glass lenses, and then,
in fact,
oh, boy.
Boris and I suffered.
Oh, my.
So here we go to PMMA sclerals.
PMMA sclerals, and it was very plastic was very slow to get involved into evolve into the contact lens industry. It was only after World War II that plastic really did replace glass as
World War II. Huh.
The plastic first started on airplanes.
Mm-hmm.
I see up there Ernst Abbey.
Yeah, Ernst
Does that have
Abbey.
anything to do with the Abbey value?
Yep, it sure does. That is it right there. He was the mathematician, the brains behind the Carl Zeiss Corporation, and he was a brilliant mathematician. He developed this machine right here. This was
It's like an early lensometer?
It looks like an early lensometer, but it's called a refractometer. And what it did is just measure the index of refraction of the glass. And because when they were manufacturing glass at the time, they could never control the index of refraction of it. So each piece had a different index, and So what they had to do is read the index of refraction, and then they knew what radius to put on the front to create the power.
There was a lot of math involved.
There
back
was
then.
a ton of math involved back in those days. And, but he was the one who really kind of was at the forefront of that.
Now I see back here there are corneal lenses as well as scleral lenses.
Yeah, it's just like CDs and VHSs. You know, there's that time in space where the two cross over, and this was really it. In the 1950s, it was unsure which of the two modalities was going to really take over. Was it going to stay scleral or was it going to go corneal? And so you see a number of these fun sets that have actually both in them. Now here's the Theo Olbrich sets out of New York. The one in the back was the original Theo Olbrich scleral lens set, and then the one in the front is one of the later sets.
I like these glasses down here. The world of contact lenses. That is really cool.
Bizarre.
So WJ made them.
Well, Newton Wesley was the man responsible for kind of bringing contact lenses into the mainstream. So in the early 1960s, he marketed everything to get contact lenses out to the masses.
God bless him.
Yep, and he appeared on the Steve Allen show, and he was just this incredible kind of showman, but yet incredibly ethical. And
He was keratoconic.
Yeah, that's correct.
Do you have any stories?
Well, yeah, he had a partner, George Jessen,
Yeah.
and George was a glad-hander type of salesperson, and Newton was the front guy with the research type of thing.
Right.
And they did everything, and they not only market glasses, but I remember they used to hand out ties.
Oh, I've got
Christmas,
one.
with those contact lenses on it.
Yes, it's so funny you should mention that. You're the only one I've ever known right there from the Newton Wesley
yeah.
company. And, but he was just this incredible marketer.
Yes.
And it was just so cool what he was able to do.
That's good. Somebody needs to get the word out.
Well, you know, and little known fact, it was Newton Wesley who founded Pacific University College of Optometry.
Is that right?
I didn't know that.
Yes, it's a rather kind of long and sometimes sad story because he founded it, but then had to give it up and sell it because of World War II and the internment camp. So his two sons and his wife ended up in an internment camp throughout the course of World War II. And it was here in Portland where the internment camp was. And Roy Wesley, his son, is still alive, and he is on our board of directors of the museum, because he's this incredible historian of that era of the internment camps and all the kind of injustices done back then. So kind of a fun story to just hear him talk about.
Oh, I bet.
About his life growing up as a child in the camp.
Right.
So, and then over here, we have a couple other items. One is the Micon. This was the first commercially available contact lens solution that went into the back of a scleral contact lens.
What is Micon?
And, you know, it's, I'm not sure, system. What does it say there? I
Oh,
looked it up.
2%
there we go.
sodium. You were
Yeah,
right.
I was. Sodium bicarbonate solution.
So where did the name Micon come from?
Now that I don't know. It was manufactured by House of Vision in Chicago.
House of Vision.
And House of Vision, yes.
It sounds like a sketchy place.
It does. It's like a haunted place. Now, next to it here is another one of those Wesley Jessen things. This was a research lens. And patients were losing their lenses pretty easily when they switched to corneal. So what they did is they impregnated the contact lens with little graphite particles. And then you would just pick it up with a magnet or find it.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, so it was a magnetic
contact
lens, and that's what it's actually stuck to, is the magnet right there.
Oh my
Did
gosh.
that affect vision by having that into the plastic?
It's sort of like putting fenestrations in the lens. They never really affected acuity very much, and just a clever idea. So, but they never marketed it or anything, but it's just kind of cool to have
A
one of
magnetic
their...
lens.
Wow.
Some patients may
Magnetic.
like to have that option available to them.
Oh gosh, I thought it was so clever, but it just shows you, you've got a problem, this is how we're gonna fix it.
Who was the optician that brought I forgot his name, that made the corneal lens popular? What was
Oh, Kevin Toohey?
Toohey, yeah.
Yes,
The Toohey lens.
Kevin
That was
Toohey.
the first one.
We've got some of his early things over here as we evolve from...
It took lids of steel to adapt to those.
That's for sure. Then we went from the sclerals into the...
Oh, we have a TUI contact lens fitting record back there.
Yes. Now that's kind of interesting. That's
Robert
Ryan. Now,
Is that a HIPAA violation, Pat?
Yeah, it's a definite HIPAA violation. Now, he was a famous actor.
Oh, sure.
Back in the 50s, and
Another famous person was Ronald Reagan.
Ronald
He was highly
Reagan.
myopic.
Yep.
He wore contact lenses.
Wore contact lenses. So we have some pretty interesting things.
Oh, so here's the little scandal, I guess, with Dennis England. He applied for the first U.S. patent.
In 1945, I've got the original patent. Craig, I've got a Xerox copy, but Craig has contacted the patent office, and we're going to see if we can get the original patent, that patent application.
And Kevin Toohey preceded him.
Yeah.
Oh, no, sorry.
Followed.
Okay.
He followed him by 2 years, 1 month. 2 years later, Kevin Toohey took out his patent, or applied for his patent.
That was in the 50s, I think.
Yeah, 1950.
And then Bill Feinblum also got involved with scleral lenses.
Yeah, and there's Bill's diagnostic set.
Yeah,
You'll notice those green lenses there, and apparently someone told me that those were actually developed for treatment of an nystagmus. Now,
Did it work?
That I have no idea.
I didn't know why it would work.
Again, I wish Bill was still alive, and
There's a Yiddish expression, it worked like a Teutonbankus, like a leech on a dead person.
Yeah.
So did you know Feinblum?
Oh, sure. Oh, yeah, we used to work together.
He was the man.
He was, Bill, what happened towards the end, he couldn't handle the contact lenses, so he referred to us. But he was a tremendous promoter, and his main specialty was low vision.
Yeah.
Right.
And he was able to get his face on Life magazine.
Yeah.
And he ended up having a tremendous practice on Park Avenue. And again, the low vision didn't work. But but people kept coming
I've
in.
got that Life magazine with his story, the Feinblum story. It's actually one of the really earliest
He knew how
publications.
to promote.
Yeah.
He was, well, actually, there's a direct link between Bill promoting and me. afterwards,
Oh, my.
so I shouldn't knock them.
This machine, the Compumatic.
Yeah, it's the only one
computer?
I've ever seen. Again, another WJ product from the 1960s, and you turn those dials, and it would you would build your contact lens. Each one of those dials put on a different radius of curvature.
Wow.
So you design both the anterior and posterior surface of the lens with that little, they call it computer, but it's just roller device. And a very, very cool thing. But
Did you ever use one?
no, never used one. It's the only one I've ever seen. And,
Those tinted lenses are also very interesting.
yeah, those are from
Change your-
England.
Change your
Yeah,
eye color.
yeah,
Remember,
Caprice
we
PMMA
had-
lenses.
Oh, God. Somebody needed his eye color changed.
Yeah.
I forgot his name already.
Well, I recognize something down
George
there.
Siegel,
Oh,
the actor, yeah. So he
George
came in,
Siegel.
he was young and he had to play an Arab. He had blue eyes. So he had to play an Arab in some sort of film he was in. So Columbia Pictures sent him in. He was in New York in those days. So we had to give him one of those lenses. So I gave him the lenses and I gave him a bottle of anesthetic. So we were shooting because he suffered with those. They were thick and they were terrible.
Oh,
So he
my.
had to have dark eyes for the shoot.
Did you see the movie afterward?
No,
No.
maybe it didn't even come out, I don't know.
Yeah, it could
Who knows,
be.
many
Yeah,
of them
maybe
didn't.
don't make it.
I see a bottle of Playa-Gel down there. I haven't
Yeah,
heard
Oh my gosh.
that name in a long time.
Yes, Plygel, and the ones behind it, the yellow ones are called LC65. They were big items back in the 60s for PMMA.
And what happened in the 50s and early 60s, these lenses were very thick. And somebody came up with the idea of what if we fenestrate them? And they put 4 little holes in, and they called it the Ventair contact lens.
Yeah.
So Ventair, and then became a marketer for the thing. They did a tremendous amount of advertising, and they ended up with offices all over the country.
Wow.
Ventair was one of them. There was one other company from Chicago that also,
Yeah, there was a Spirovent,
Spirovent had one.
and
You just happen to have some of it right here.
yes, yes. Here's an original TUI brochure, and let's see. I don't know if I have my Ventair out there.
See,
No,
and
I
then
guess I
After
don't.
that, the lenses were so thick that the people were terribly uncomfortable, and that's when I went into practice. And Ted, my partner, worked for Ventair down the street,
Oh boy.
and he sent people over to
Yeah.
me. And then we came up with the bright idea, says, hey, if they're so uncomfortable with thick, why don't we make a thinner lens?
Oh, boy.
So we formed a company called Micro Thin Contact Lenses, and we got one Orthodox Jew to work in Brooklyn in a lab,
Uh-huh.
and he was the micro thin maven. He was the one
Oh,
that did it, and we had a thinner lens, and because we had a thinner lens, we were able to succeed where Ventair failed. So we built up a very large PMMA practice in those years.
How did Ventair feel about Ted?
They didn't know he worked for us, and then after that, he left there because the practice got big enough that we were able to.
Now, over in this cabinet is the early evolution of soft lenses. Soft lenses were developed by that gentleman there, Otto Wichterle, in Prague, Czechoslovakia. He started working on the material in the early 1960s. He actually started producing contact lenses in 1966, and those were the first soft lenses. They were called SPOFA, S-P-O-F-A, SPOFA lenses. Right there, right in front of you, is the first soft contact lens brochure ever produced. That was in 1965. These lenses here really do represent the first key mount or first soft contact lenses. I've got one hydrated there. The rest are stored dry.
Wow.
Very kind of neat to have those as part of the collection. These were the original SPOFA cases from 1966. And about the same time, a company in upstate New York and Toronto started this Bionite company, which was a Griffin lens.
Oh, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, that was the high water content lens. It had about a 55% water, but you see it goes back to that same time frame as the Otto Wichterle lenses.
Oh, and there it says they were purchased by AO.
Yep.
And then became SoftCon.
Yep, and then became SoftCon, exactly.
And then B&L marketed them very differently. They had salespeople, and the first sales manager insisted that all their salespeople come in dark suits. So they were very formal,
very unique,
very businesslike.
Yeah.
With the Bausch & Lomb lens.
Oh,
And now we're into the salt tablets and heat units.
Salt tablets and then heat units. This is the
scepter unit.
Range of the scepter units. The first one you see right here was the original Bausch & Lomb one, 1971. The FDA had no idea on how to disinfect these soft contact lenses, so this is what Bausch & Lomb came up with. If you look kind of closely, that heater unit there was actually a baby bottle warmer. They purchased them from Gerber Baby Food Company and then modified the top lid to hold a contact lens case. So you filled that up. You remember the distilled water that you put in there and push a button.
And actually, it was a marvelous way to sterilize lenses because after that, the cold sterilization came in, but unfortunately, they put thimerosal into the solution.
And that was this one right here. This was the first.
And the red eyes started.
Red eyes started big time. So you'll love these names here, Paul. The Normal, Flexol, and Preflex. That will resonate with you. Those are just so cool.
Alcon Swirl Clean.
Yes.
That sounds like toilet cleaner.
Well, it does sound like
Sorry,
it.
Alcon.
The scepter unit was something that the patients had individually. However, the office had very large units.
Right.
So you could
Oh, right
sterilize
down
the
here.
lenses. So there they are.
I remember
And
those glass vials, cutting my
And that
fingers on them.
particular one ended up with a short circuit over a weekend, and our office burned down.
Oh, no.
Boy,
The staff
yeah.
forgot to turn it off before they left.
They lost many an office with that unit.
Wow.
And
That was when you met me at the door, said, "Dad, you can sleep late tomorrow." And I came back from the lecture.
You know, this was, you'll notice that a lot of different cleaning systems were developed because at the time, we had to make soft lenses last a year.
Right.
They were replaced on a yearly basis, so a lot of heroic things were developed to try to extend the length of time.
Matter of fact, we had one scheme. We met the developer, a woman who developed the contraceptive sponge. You remember Seinfeld Spongeworthy?
Right.
It was a contraceptive sponge.
I remember that.
And it was FDA approved, and it had the ability that if you would rub a contact lens on it, you could clean it. And we say, this is what we're going to do.
So how did somebody come up with that concept that this is a contraceptive sponge, I'm going to put my contact lens on there? I mean, where did that come from?
Say what?
I mean, who would think of that?
So,
And the chemicals, because it was a spermicide,
Yeah,
right? So,
but-
I mean,
but-
wonder what the chemicals would do to the
We
lens.
started dealing with this crazy woman who had some company in Europe and Germany, and it cost us at least 6 figures by the time we figured out it's not going to work, and then she conned us. And so that, another scheme
Okay, so I'm glad to hear that
You
that
talk about
was,
my West Indian land, that was even worse.
but, so that actually, nobody ever really did that, so she
No,
took
we
you for a
just-
ride, okay, I'm
Yeah,
glad to hear that.
absolutely,
I mean, not that you were taken for a
No,
ride,
no,
I'm
I-
not glad,
I
but that
have-
nobody
I
was
have been
cleaning their
taken for
lenses
many
on a
rides.
contraceptive
That was
stuff.
only-
weren't
that was
sponge-worthy.
Yeah,
That was only one of the many rides.
I see CSI lenses back there, and now
Yes.
what else did I see?
Yeah.
Lens Plus, now we're getting into things that I remember.
Yeah.
Those terrible vials that you cut your hand on.
Yeah,
Yep.
and do you have there it is,
The crimper.
the crimper, I remember those things, and those
Oh,
very
yes.
light, the caps.
Caps that
They were light, and then you
aluminum.
put it on, and then when you
Yeah.
try to pull it off,
Yep, there goes your finger.
yep.
And so it's just so much fun. Then lenses that never made it, the 3M lens called the Advent lens, lasted in the marketplace just a few months, and it was a pure fluorocarbon contact lens, very oxygen permeable. They teamed up with Allergan to promote that lens, but it never made it. The Epicon was another one that never quite made it in the marketplace. And then the Nike Maxite.
I remember that.
Here.
You have any So Soft in there?
Silsoft is right here.
Yep.
Another one that worked beautifully, 100% oxygen permeable,
Yeah.
but way too thick. So
Yeah.
it was terribly
And so
uncomfortable.
hard to remove
Yes.
too. It was that rubbery
Yeah,
thing.
it was Dow Corning owned it.
Yep,
and they
Dow
gave-
Corning, way to go. Man,
can
this
ask
has
Joe.
gotta be weird for you.
Yeah.
All these things
I
coming
live-
back. And
Yep.
just, you wonder where all that garbage is being stored. You know, I always ask myself, where is
Well, are you
it being
kidding? I
stored?
mean, I've got these Gilbert and Sullivan operettas up here that.
Oh, my.
You know,
Oh, that's, yeah.
But I can't remember what happened to them yesterday.
Yeah,
Right.
me either. That's the truth.
Oh, you've got a DMV in there,
Yeah, we do, and.
and it looks
that's-
like you have a designer case.
Yeah, we do.
There was a short period where Revlon bought out one of these companies.
Hydrocurve.
Bought out Hydrocurve.
Or Barnes
And they
Hind.
got themselves a really serious PR firm in New York, and they sent me around the country to talk about their particular product. They were interested in tinted lenses in those days and changing eye color. And but they got me on morning shows all over the place by using a great PR firm.
And that's when you did Phil Donahue.
You know, Phil Donahue came through that as well.
These you'll remember. Now, these were
I wear
called
contact lenses.
medical alert bracelets, and they were developed for PMMA lens wearers who had been involved in auto accidents and maybe in a coma, because what was happening is people were wearing PMMA contact lenses, they'd be in a 2-week coma, they'd finally look at their eyes and find a huge ulcer sitting there. So these medical alert bracelets made everyone aware of the fact that they were wearing contact lenses. And then these old Shiatz tonometers, you'll remember those.
yes.
Both you and I were trained on those back in the day. And,
Wow.
really beautiful instruments, and obviously replaced by applanation tonometry. And so.
You know what you need? Oh, you do have it over there. I see, you need I was looking at this trial lens set. You need
Oh,
a
yeah.
lens cabinet.
Oh, yes.
I have a friend at one of the practices where I worked, and she had one of those old, it was a big piece of furniture
Oh,
with the
my.
lens. It was
Oh,
beautiful.
my.
I wanted it.
Oh, no, I want it. Those are, they sell for a lot of money now,
Yeah.
as you can imagine, because they are just beautiful. And read this Barbie doll
I
thing.
saw that.
Ooh.
Why does it say looking for Ken?
Yeah, I just put that in there.
It's a little sexist,
Yeah,
Patrick.
little bit, but.
Oh wait, on loan from the Craig Norman Barbie doll collection? That's totally awesome.
Yeah.
We need to find out what other Barbie dolls Craig has in his collection.
Yeah, we really don't know.
And you've got eclipse glasses in
Yeah,
there.
you know, it's part of our history. 2017.
That was really interesting, that we had done a story about how to protect your eyes during an eclipse. And there were there was so much interest drawn during that very short window of time of people talking about that and vision and blindness and looking at the sun. So it was a great news hook and great PR for all of eye care.
It was a wonderful opportunity for eye care to tell the story. And then we have a collection of eye cups there, and this was kind of the original treatment for blepharitis. And I don't know why it went out of vogue, because it's still perhaps one of the better treatments for cleaning the lids and lashes, and very popular in the 30s and 40s. As you can see, a lot of different styles came out. And
well, maybe it will come back into vogue, because neti pots are coming back into vogue.
Yeah.
Similar concept.
Yep, exactly.
I mean, that looks like patent medicine, though. What is that, McElroy's lotion? What is that?
Some of these were mixtures that you would put into the eye cup, and not sure what some of these actually had within them, but you'll see in the forefront the bicarbonate of soda tablets. That's what was usually used.
Baking soda?
Yeah. And
this is really cool. And I see some instrumentation up here too.
It starts over
Placido
here.
discs.
These are all from the early 1900s. These are all keratometers, ophthalmometers.
They look like satellite dishes of today.
They
There were
do.
still some in my school.
Yeah,
Those-
just like that. And,
Yeah, that phenomenon,
yeah.
position, you had to get the axis on.
Yep, and they rotate, and I swear that they could still be used today. You know, the electronics would just have to be redone, but other than that, they're fully functional.
Yeah, there's the old slit lamps too.
Yeah, the old slit lamps, and you know, you really realize that very little has changed in the optics of eye care. Optics are just such a fundamental thing.
So this says circa unknown for this clock, and I'm guessing 60s.
Yeah, you know, some of this stuff I'm still trying to track down, you know. I need to get out to Bosch and Lohm. So much of the history of optics in this country originated there, and I've been in contact with their curator there, and a lovely person, lovely woman.
American Optical still do.
You know, that's the other one. American Optical in Massachusetts, are they still around? That I am not sure of. And if they're still around, AO was a big company. And then back here, we have some interesting things. One, this is our little humble library. What we're trying to do is also get all of the books ever written on contact lenses, and any articles, brochures, anything related to contact lenses, we're trying to archive and save as well.
Does the AOA library have?
You know, I'm surprised the AOA does not have a very complete collection. I've always been kind of a little taken back by the fact that they haven't taken their kind of the history of optometry a bit more serious.
And in Indiana, also, they have the Historical Society.
Oh, yeah.
They should have.
Yes, and so we need to get involved with all of those folks. Now this, here's a company you'll remember. Milton Roy company. It's American Optical, and this was the original inventory system for fitting contact lenses. And they came in two diameters, 8.2 and 8.7 diameter lenses, all PMMA. And then, but still a fairly complete set. So not many of those.
Really?
She worked in there for a lot of years.
And then, of course, this is a bathroom, but of course we had to deck it out with all of this antique stuff. And so this is really quite fun. And so really anything historical related to eye care, we jump on, Craig and I. This is something you might remember too, the old Leslie Jessen photo periscope. PEK is what it was called. And again, that was another WJ product.
These are the projectors I used for many, many years.
I know. I know.
Sure.
See, the thing is that back in those days, that equipment never wore out.
No,
It's like these
Those
old,
chairs?
these old Greens refractors. You know, they still are 100% functional today. The workmanship that went into all of these instruments was just unbelievable. And then the other thing that was always amazing to me is how heavy all of this stuff, because it was all made with cast iron, especially this chair. This is pure cast iron.
Alrighty, guys, and we are back. Hello, everyone.
Hi there.
And Steve, are you? Steve is here. There we go. Let me put him on up. Paul, are you there?
The Paul's door.
So it looks like he's taking his sweet time getting back, but I think Jason's here, so I'm going to let him in the room, and we can start talking to him. Paul will eventually make it back when he makes it back. So let me turn it on here. So Jason, are you there?
I am here.
Hey, how's it
Hey,
going?
Jason.
Good. How are you guys?
We're doing great.
Good.
Doing great.
Home stretch.
Home stretch. Yeah, we're almost done here today. So you I think, are our last victim. So thanks for coming out.
That's me, huh? Well, we'll see who the victim is.
So questions for you, I guess. So yesterday, I don't know where Paul went to. He just ran off. I don't know if he's eating or what, but he made a comment. You know, here at CEwire, we have a ton of lectures on sclerals this year. We really loaded it up for people with the specialty lens lectures. And Paul made a passing comment. You know, he's a fossil, right? So he graduated in the 50s or whatever. So he's like, can you possibly talk that much about scleral lenses? And of course, the answer now is yeah. Right, because they've made a resurgence from back in his day,
Right.
And so that's why we wanted to have you here today. You know, we spoke to Bill Tullo yesterday, but you are not only in the trenches, you've designed scleral lenses, so you're the guy to talk to about all this.
Presumably so. Yeah. I mean, I attend a lot of conferences, obviously, where there's a heavy bent on sclerals these days, and sometimes we wonder, are we overdoing it? Are we forgetting about our other good lenses we have available? But gosh, the excitement is there, and so much of it is just when you fit these lenses and you see how people take to them and the impact it has. It's hard not to want to talk about them and be excited about it. So I think that's the big part of it, is we all get excited about the success stories that we feel. So yeah.
Yep. And I think the other issue is that there's so much high-tech assistance now, right? Back in Paul's day, he had Moldite, and however the hell they did it back then, I don't even want to know. But now, of course, we have things like the Penacam, right? And then really advanced software, and I put up on the screen so people will know what I'm talking about here, right? So I'm on Oculus's page, right, where we have things like the Penacam where this is like a Swiss Army knife device, but you can actually use this now to get data, feed it into software, and it can create a perfect lens pretty much out of the chute, right?
Well, it certainly helps. I mean, there's no question that the Pentacam is such a tool, not only for designing lenses, which obviously it is, but the majority of these folks who are going to be wearing scleral lenses have some type of anterior segment pathology. So it goes beyond just obviously fitting them with lenses better, but it goes to managing their anterior segment disease, which, it a lot of times we're co-managing patients with other docs, but sometimes we're managing the whole patient, and so we're tracking their condition for progression, we're properly diagnosing their condition, and we're fitting them with the lenses they need to see because of their condition. And so, yeah, like you said, it's like a Swiss Army knife. You really have the opportunity not just to fit better lenses, but you can you can manage that anterior segment condition appropriately and as well as anybody could, and also monitoring their eye for complications with the lenses. So there are, it's just such a versatile device in every way, shape, and form, for every aspect of that anterior segment disease patient.
Yep. And we're looking at I'm showing people on the screen sort of the different functions of the device and the software that it comes with. One of the interesting things that I find about this sort of new generation of devices is how they're able to take the output and then dump it straight into a design package. Like the one that I'm thinking of specifically that I actually had my own eyes modeled with was Wave. And I don't know, if you can give us a little bit of a background on that too, because I think for a lot of docs, maybe of Paul's generation, the whole idea of designing a lens in software seems completely alien.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that, again, we know these instruments are giving us so much data, tens of thousands of points of data. And as we transition our thinking from curves and widths and radii to elevation and heights in microns, what you find is an instrument like a Pentacam is going to give you an elevation map of an eyeball that's very accurate and very specific. And then to just literally take those data points of elevation and feed it into a program that can then match lenses to those elevation points accurately. And like you're looking at there, that's a great image. I mean, that is the potential of the software, is to give us so much data and then to allow the software, which can sample that eye shape very quickly and process that into a very accurate lens design in a matter of seconds. It's really amazing, because the sclera is a uniquely shaped tissue, and it's quite a bit more variable than the cornea. And so to be able to take this data and create a lens out of it, or to give us data for even if we're going to fit our own lens on our patient, we have so much data there in front of us to help us select the best diagnostic lens, to get the proper peripheral curves, etc. But again, even using a software like Wave, where the software itself takes that shape data and makes a lens to match it to the specifications that we want. It's pretty remarkable. And then also for modification, it's got great tools inside the software to modify lens design if we do get something where we find we need to make some adjustments. So very powerful. Yeah.
Yep.
What I like also, Jason, is that it's getting into the more mainstream parts of eye care, not just keratoconus, regular corneas, but you're doing things with ocular surface disease. With this instrument, you have an A scan now that I know is very accurate. So it's a myopia control, perhaps even better multifocal optics in this lens compared. So you're really getting into areas that are not just the periphery of eye care to serious eye disease, but to the more mainstream things. And I find that excellent.
It's allowing, again, it's allowing that practitioner who wants to practice at a very high end, at a full scope, managing vision at its most challenging forms, again, controlling myopia, you say, or managing that irregular cornea, those sort of things, to allow them to do that with the same type of technology that we adopted, for managing glaucoma, say, and retinal disease 10 years ago as OCTs evolved. We're at that breakthrough now with managing refractive and anterior segment disorders and myopia with the same level of technology that we now do take for granted when we're managing glaucoma or retinal disease. That's what's exciting, I think, too.
Yep. And CEwire is mostly consists of general practitioners, right? So we have about 2,000 doctors here today that have signed up for this year's CEwire so far. And the vast majority of them, when I look at the demographics, they're mostly generalists, right? So people are out there exploring, trying to find new ways to expand their practice. And I'm wondering, maybe you could speak to that a little bit, for people who are just dipping their toes into the water, right? They see something like the Pentacam. What do you think about that? Is the learning curve going to be too steep for them? Or do you think it's something that, someone could bring it into their practice and try learning with it?
I don't think the learning curve is steep at all, honestly. I think it's such a powerful tool that, diving deep into all of its features, you may never explore all the features that are available on such a powerful device. But I think that any general practice, if you want to think of it as, as your topographer, as your anterior segment disease diagnostic tool, as your lens design software input tool, it's not an inexpensive tool, but has so many applications that you can plug into your office. And again, as we're all looking for ways to expand into areas where, other than just doing routine exams, we all want to find ways to enhance our practice for our own excitement that it brings to our practice, to profitability, and to offering other things for patients. The Pentacam has so many different things about it that you can build a practice specialty around. I think that's what's exciting about it. So.
Yep, absolutely. And the axial length feature, which again, I'll put it up on the screen so people can see, this is relatively new, right? Because this Pentacam actually looks different from the old ones that I was familiar with in the old days. There are extra cameras on it now as well.
Yeah, so there's a couple different models of Pentacam. You've got a base model, and you've got the HR, and then you have the AXL. And of course, the AXL brings into it the axial length measurements. And so the AXL, of course, has caught on big time with the cataract and refractive groups, because it can give you, again, that all-encompassing package for cataract surgery and for refractive surgery with one device. I can do my axial length, I can do my corneal health and shape and all that. So this one device serves both the cataract and refractive practice equally well. And of course, as you probably talked yesterday with Bill, they've expanded it now to include wavefront aberrations and that package as well. The Pentacam HR and the base Pentacam models are, for a practice who's not doing a lot of axial length, cataract, and refractive, certainly you can get by with these instruments, and they have the contact lens design software as well. So the unit that we have, that I've worked with in practice, is the HR, and again, it doesn't do axial length for me, but that's something which I know that Oculus is trying to incorporate into more of their instrumentation as myopia management increases. So that's exciting. Yep. They certainly have the technology and the capability, as evidenced by the AXL, of bringing axial length measurement to their instrumentation.
Absolutely.
Are you finding sometimes in a situation where a person's going for cataract surgery, let's make it a tough case, they're post-LASIK, you don't have the previous K readings, it's 10 years later, and the OD has this instrument that could take measurements and perhaps design the IOL better than the OMD who doesn't have it? Do you find that they work in tandem and they take the data from the OD?
I think that if you have that kind of working relationship with your surgeon, I think they would. I mean, I feel like in my case, that I've personally put the effort in to get to know my cataract and refractive surgeons well enough that if I've got some type of technology that gives me an opportunity to look at a patient's eye carefully and uniquely, and using my personal expertise at interpretation, that if I can share that with them, they're very open to just doing the best they can, and that's the relationship you want. You love to work with somebody who values your input and whatever the technology can do to make my input that much more valuable, I think, yes, they want that information.
Yep. And that's a sea change from the old days. I remember back when I was in medical school 30 years ago, the surgeons would always, they'd have a slogan, right? It was believe nothing, trust no one. And I can't imagine the number of tests that we had to duplicate in-house because they absolutely would not trust the data that people were bringing to them from outside.
Yeah. Well, and the reality is, you know, you want your own data. You don't want to trust everything completely without testing it yourself. But hey, if you're going to do a surgical procedure, having 2 or 3 opinions that agree is really reassuring. And so again, I think bringing that data is just another cross check, especially like you said, Steve, on a difficult case for someone, say post LASIK. You know, the more opinions that you can have that tend to agree with each other, the more comfortable you feel that you're going to get the outcome that's best for your patient.
Yep, absolutely. Steve, I'm curious, you know, in your practice, and I don't remember, Steve, were you a Pentacam person in your practice?
No, we were thinking about getting it, and we still are. I know they are bending about. We have everything but.
Because I was going to ask, because
we do a lot of myopia control, right. So it would be the axial length.
Well, that's what I was going to ask, because couldn't this replace several of the instruments in your office right now, right, for the floor space? I mean, it's so much more compact. Sure. You could just toss these other units. Yeah.
The footprints are getting smaller, a lot of instruments anyway, but yes, we have a lot of duplication that we could archive, and Pentacam would take the place of the topographer, for example, and some other things. Yep.
Until you reach a point where you need 2 of them because they're always in use. The one thing that I find is that, you know, we have our Pentacam and our Keratograph on the same table, and they share the same data entry computer, and that thing is going constantly all day long because we do topography on all of our contact lens wearers. We do tomography on all our irregular corneas. We're doing dry evaluations on our patients in our dry service using our Keratograph. So the computer that runs our Keratograph and Pentacam side by side is going constantly from the minute we get to clinic till the minute we close out. Yeah.
Does your staff sometimes get pissed at you when you schedule patient after patient that are of the same type and they're backing up because mine did?
Yeah, they don't like that. But you know, the other thing the thing that kind of frustrates me sometimes is I need to go sit down and design some lenses, and so I need to sit at that computer and have access to that. But they need to do tests, so they're kicking me off all the time, and I got to come and stay late to design my lenses because there's never a moment during the day when those instruments aren't being used. But that's great. That's the way you want it. You're going to invest in an instrument. You want that thing to get utilization as much as possible.
Well, you're right with the cost. It's hard to have 2 and 3 of them in an office unless you have 10 docs.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep. Cool. All right. Well, Jason, thanks so much for, coming out here today and just sharing a little bit of your experience with us. I know that CEwire is going to be continuing on and on and on. We're doing this, 3 more times? April, May, June.
At least.
At least 3 more times. So we'd love to have you back, maybe to talk a little bit more, especially because I'm sure that with the number of scleral hours that we've had this week, we're going to have a million questions from people who've been attending these classes. So it might be interesting to get your insight.
It'll be a pleasure. Anytime, guys.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much.
Thanks for coming on, Jason.
You're welcome. Have a great rest of your day.
Bye.
You too.
All righty. So that was Jason. That was fun.
Real mainstream. So I think costs will come down a little bit, or the instruments will get more elaborate. What I would like if they could develop modules where things could be added on rather than purchase a whole new machine. A lot of instruments do that. A lot of companies do that, but it's hard sometimes. Just the hardware itself.
Yeah, because you can look. I have it up on the screen right now. You can actually see that they added physical cameras to these things, right? For the axial length one, that thing right there, I think is a camera, right? So
you're just not going to put new software in and have it do it. No, it's not like other like OCTs and angiography and things like that.
It fools you, right? Because it's in a body that looks similar to the older devices, but it's definitely not the same.
Yeah, and there are certain things. So, in the last couple of years, they've added this the scleral imaging, which they were able to incorporate that into the device without adding any hardware. But that's a software application that it's hard to build in new functionality without adding hardware, and that is the challenge. And that's why I think they have more than one device. Because to the refractive practice, cataract and refractive, they have to have the axial length.
Right.
The optometric practice, if you can only pick and choose between certain things, which ones do you want?
Right. And Oculus has been good about trade-ins and stuff like that. And because the industrial design and the physical footprint hasn't changed all that much, it can just slot right into the old spot, right? You can see it there. They're just,
Correct.
they can just drop right in. So,
Yep.
But it makes no sense to buy a standalone A scan at this point in time. You just have to bite the bullet, and perhaps they'll give you 50 cents off the second unit.
Well, and one of the things that we're not talking about today, but they have more devices that are in the pipeline that will have axial length, along with some other features
Right.
at a much lower price point for certain practices.
Cell counts, you think?
What's that?
Cell counts?
I don't know about that. What's interesting is you would think with all of the cameras that even the Keratograph has now, you've got the infrared and the different types of light sources, the cobalt blue. I mean, we take fluorescein photos with our Keratograph. You'd think there'd be a way, and you can get pretty high magnification. You'd think there'd be a way to do cell counts with that.
Yeah, that would throw away.
I wonder if maybe that's just something nobody has brought to them and said, "Hey, can you work on that?"
Okay, I have my garage right after this. I'll see if I can do it.
There you go. Love it.
all righty. So it looks like, yeah. So I think, you know what? I think, Jason, you were the last guy here for the day, and I think we're almost done. And I don't think Paul ever came back from lunch. How do you like that?
I made it finally.
Oh, there he is.
Just taking notes.
Well, lunch was just too good.
Oh my gosh. Well, Jason, thanks for coming today.
Absolutely.
All right.
Thank
Catch
you,
you later.
Jason. Have a nice rest of your Sunday.
You too.
It's 23 hours. Oh, this is Pi Day, and it's also 23 hours.
Yep. So, yeah, the Reed and Meredith are upstairs actually making a key lime pie to celebrate Pi Day. So,
It hasn't been anything I saw on Facebook. People forgot.
Yep.
You know what Pi Day is, Paul?
No. What is Pi Day?
It's March 14th, 3.14, the first three digits of pi.
Ah.
So it's
I'm
Pi
gonna
Day.
have to take the Pi birthday present I got. I had to put it in the freezer.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna unfreeze it. I don't know how
Pi Day.
my wife's carb diet's gonna do, but we'll see.
We could help you out with that. We'll come on over and eat it. So I guess, guys, we're coming to our end here because we have no more folks to talk to. The conference is actually running shockingly smoothly.
Yep.
So it looks like we're at the end.
Yeah.
So
who are you gonna put up?
I don't know. I mean, I could just play us out with, I want to actually do the Luno show again, right? They've been such good sponsors to us and been so helpful. I kind of like to show off, their remote refraction systems again, just to give people a sense of it as we leave for the day.
Yeah, I think Craig's lecture too would be a hit.
So I don't have his. I never got his permission to use it, but I'd love to put it up. Do you think I should? I mean, do you think he cares?
Care.
He doesn't care, right? Hang on a second.
It's about the exposure.
Let me see if I can find it here. Hold on. I might have it on the system or not. So sorry about that. Let me, I have this all semi-organized on this particular computer. The computer that does this stuff, the live streaming, is different from the ones that we use for CEwire itself. So let me see if I got it here. Oh, yeah, it's here, I think. What was this thing? Oh, yeah, it was about light. So let's see. Craig Thomas.
Yeah, we made it.
Yeah, so let me see if I got it here.
Richard said it was the best one he ever heard. So
Yeah, he really didn't have any complaints except that we had less sponsors than we should, which and
well, that's Richard.
A meager end to the day. So if he wants to hire some sponsors, it's fine. And we still had 64 credits. So
yep. So I've got Craig's lecture here.
Good
and
morning,
I'm not gonna.
ODwire.
There we go. Okay, so that works. So yeah, we can leave by playing that if you want. I can put it out there. It's 2 hours long, and people really do seem to like it. So he's gotten really good reviews. Yep.
So what?
That'll be like 3 o'clock Pacific. So that'll be
Yeah,
fine. That's long enough
close
because
to 5 o'clock.
yeah, no, it's long enough because as you can see also in our schedule, we don't have that many classes late into the afternoon today, and that was actually intentional. I know that Klompus brought that up in his critique. This is intentional on my part because I wanted to leave us space on the back end for if something happened to people on Saturday lectures or if we start adding new ones, right? Because it's going to run for 100 days. We might add, in fact, we probably will add several new ones.
We know
So,
of two already, 2 hours already already.
yep. So I want to leave space, and that's why there's all that space on the back end, so we can slot in new ones as the months roll on. So, cool. All right. Well, why don't I start this up? And guys, I guess another successful CEwire. Thank you for coming out and doing this again.
Right, pleasure.
And
Our pleasure.
we'll be back at the end of April. I guess, what is it, April 25th or something like that? To do
And
it
we're
all
not
again.
doing nothing in between, believe me.
So yeah, I'm going to go on a little bit of a vacation here for a few days and regroup.
Yeah.
What I might do in that interim though is we might, get a couple more lectures in. There are a few people who definitely do want to speak, so we might slot them in as well. So we'll see how it goes.
Great.
All right.
I'll be on vacation 4 days also, but by a computer.
There you go. Okay.
Orlando with the grandkids.
All right. So guys, I'll be scouting around. If anybody needs anything, shoot me an email, and we will leave with Craig Thomas. So bye for now.
Okay. Have a nice
See you
rest of
all.
your Sunday.
You too.
Your short Sunday.
Good morning, ODwire members. Thanks for joining me today. We're going to have a good conversation and do some learning on photobiomodulation. The topic of this course throws some light on it. Photobiomodulation therapy in optometric practice. I am Craig Thomas. I'm an optometrist. I practice in Dallas, Texas. Been in practice there, private practice, for 38 consecutive years. I'm still rolling strong. I got to tell you guys before we get started, I had knee replacement surgery last week, and when they put the tube in my throat, when they put me under, they kind of scraped my vocal cords, and my voice has been kind of raspy ever since. So please forgive me if I kind of hack and cough a little bit through the presentation. I'm going to try to minimize it, but I haven't quite recovered yet from the surgery. Adam wanted me to postpone this, but I've been waiting for months to do it, so we're going to do it whether I'm hacking or not. So we're going to proceed. This is cool. This is going to be some good information. I promise everybody's going to really get some valuable knowledge. We'll try to have some fun while we're talking, so where it's not some boring 2-hour lecture, and everybody will feel good when we're finished. So again, we're going to talk about photobiomodulation therapy. That's a new thing for most of us. It's a new thing for me. I just got into this technology last year, back in August. I got my device the first time. I've done hundreds of patients, or treated hundreds of patients since then. Very, very good results, probably 75–80% success rate. Nothing's perfect, but I'll take that most of the time. So let's get going. Let's get going. Here we go. I am a paid consultant for Conan Medical. That will not affect the content of this presentation. Conan Medical does not provide any type of photobiomodulation devices or technology, so there's no conflict of interest, but my duty is to inform you that I am a paid consultant for these guys, so I am. So let's get started. What photobiomodulation is, and that's a new term for all of us. Most of us I can't imagine any of us went to optometry school and had some type of photobiomodulation or photobiology class, but surprisingly, in a way, we know half of this stuff already. And by virtue of us being optometrists, we actually learned a lot about photobiology. And you see the bullets. I never really read slides out loud to anybody. Everybody can read while I'm talking. But you see what, photobiology is the discipline that studies the effects of light on living processes, the biological processes. So how does light affect us? Remember our basic physics. I actually still have my high school senior physics textbook, and I reviewed it again to a little bit about light and electromagnetic energy and stuff. And just simply remember that light is energy. It's composed of photons, and remember light has a wave-like behavior. We all know this. We've learned this 3 or 4 times, but just as a quick refresher, the basics. And as we start talking about photobiology and how does this impact us and how does it blend into our practice of optometry, just like it reminded me of a bunch of optics stuff when I was reading it, where you says the first law of photobiology states that photons of light must be absorbed by a molecule. So you see that last bullet, and I was like, man, it's like we're back in school. I mean, for me, it was back in school. I probably spent 150 hours reading articles, cross-referencing stuff, putting my own clinical experience into play to create this presentation. I've been working on it for several months, and I'm really thinking it's pretty good. I hope you guys really enjoy it as we get into it. So, quick review on photobiology, and this is what I saw once I started looking into the photobiology thing. So there's areas of specialty in photobiology. And you see on the left-hand side these various categories: photophysics and photochemistry and so on. And then I got down toward the bottom, like vision, that's us. I mean, that's a bunch of optometrists. You see the description, the photoreception that results in the formation of an image. All the talk, the rods and the cones. I'm like, man, we spent months learning about this stuff in optometry school. They called it something else. They didn't call it photobiology, and they surely didn't say that it was a specialty area of photobiology, but indeed it is when you look at this reference. So I was like, okay, well, I'm not starting from scratch. When I talk about light and the things that light can do to our bodies, and we all know how light gets converted into electrical impulses in the retina and the signal is sent to the brain. Well, that's a specialty area of photobiology. And the other ones we're going to talk about today is photomedicine, the field that is concerned with the detrimental effects and beneficial effects of non-ionizing radiation. And there's a couple of others in here that kind of have a little bit of stuff going on, but primarily we're going to be talking about photomedicine, so a specialty area of photobiology. And again, you see, by virtue of us being optometrists, we are already specialists in photobiology in one of the specialty areas. So all I'm doing is adding to my credential list when I take on this photobiomodulation. I'm just piling on because I already got half of it, so I'm gonna get the other half right now. So what is photobiomodulation? Photobiomodulation therapy, this is simple enough to read the slide. It involves the use of red or near infrared light at low power. High power is going to hurt you. Low power densities to produce some kind of beneficial effect in the cells or the tissues. That's what it is. And the goal of it is to improve cellular metabolism and to reduce tissue inflammation. That's worth saying again. The goals of photobiomodulation therapy are to improve cell metabolism, and we're going to talk about that. How does that work? It's not just some kind of voodoo thing. And how does this light reduce tissue inflammation? Those are the two primary goals of the therapy, and let's get into that. Okay, on this slide, we're going to review some basic microbiology. We've all been to microbiology class, and we all know this stuff. Some of it's even basic high school biology, but to move forward, we must review it. So here we have a regular cell in our body, kind of a representation. We see the cell nucleus. You got all the organelles inside the cells, some vacuoles and centrioles. You see these structures here, the mitochondria. Note how numerous these mitochondria are, and most cells have a whole bunch of it because that's where the energy for the cell comes from. So a picture of a cell right there, and you see on our left-hand side, what is cellular respiration? Really, it's a set of metabolic reactions. They take place within the mitochondria. It's a chemical reaction, and the result of the reaction is to produce adenosine triphosphate, what we call ATP, and that's the energy, of course, that powers cellular functions. Where it powers all the cells dividing, removing waste products, all the physiological processes. That stuff takes energy. It doesn't just happen. And the primary source of the energy is adenosine triphosphate, the ATP. I remember, and I got to tell y'all, when I was researching the content for this presentation and having to go back and review this particular part of it, and we got into the reactions that produce ATP, the glycolysis, the pyruvate oxidation, Krebs cycle. When I saw Krebs cycle, I almost fell out. I'm like, can't believe that I'm actually having to go back and review Krebs cycle. I did not like that stuff when I took it the first time, and I didn't like it when I was reading it this time. But it made more sense as a grown man, with 38 years of clinical experience. It was pretty easy to review. It all came back. But I remember in the beginning, that stuff was really complicated and complex and hard to understand. I didn't like it. And I was like, man, this stuff is ridiculous. But you got to kind of know what it is for this photobiomodulation to make sense. You got to understand, these, in a basic level, of course, glycolysis and the oxidation and Krebs cycle. You got to understand how ATP is produced, because that's a variable in the cell's metabolism, and we're going to use photobiomodulation to improve cellular metabolism. So we got to how does it do that? So it's going to start working on these mitochondria. So cellular structures, production of ATP, cellular anatomy. That's what we got right here. So let's focus on the mitochondria. That's where all the action is in this kind of stuff. So we've got a representation here of a regular mitochondria in a cell. There's different ways to represent the mitochondria. I just thought this was really cool shot with the colors. It's not the way it really is. The way it really is, you'd have to do an electron photomicrograph to actually see all the different structures inside the mitochondria. But just for argument's sake, while we're talking, we'll just presume that this is a representation of a regular normal mitochondria inside the cell. So what we're going to talk about a little bit is mitochondrial disease. And again, this is not something that optometrists usually talk to each other about. I can't remember the last article I read in optometry, optometric management, or review of optometry talking about mitochondrial disease. But as a healthcare professional, because I have patients that have had mitochondrial disease, on occasion it does come up in the history. So I have a passing awareness of it, but by no means am I some kind of biochemistry fanatic where I know all about mitochondrial disease until now. Okay, now I do. So here, and you're going to know it too. So the main thing that we need to know, as far as what we're talking about with the photobiomodulation, is that when the cells get damaged, if the cells are damaged, then the mitochondria inside the cells are going to get damaged. When they get damaged from aging or injury, some kind of trauma, the mitochondria produce nitric oxide. Nitric oxide is a fairly well-known molecule. It's got lots of functions, some of them good, some of them bad. It usually depends on where the nitric oxide is and how much is it as to whether it's doing good stuff or bad stuff. So, it's almost like everything else. It's like laughing gas when I was at the dentist office, and I fell out because I had too much gas, and he came in, he says, hey man, sometimes you can get too much of a good thing. And sometimes you can get too much nitric oxide and it'll mess you up. So what you got to understand as we go forward, you can see the bullets. You see the number 2 bullet. Why is the nitric oxide important in mitochondrial disease and in cellular respiration? Well, then we're not going to go through all the nitty gritty of the diagrams here as far as the production of the ATP and all the Krebs cycle, all the diagrams that go with that. But suffice it to say, once you get into the reaction, there's a step 1, 2, 3, and 4. And once you get to unit 4 in this chain reaction, this cascade, what's called the mitochondrial electron transport chain, what happens is that nitric oxide, if you can imagine, nitric oxide is kind of hanging off to the side, kind of just in the cytoplasm, and the metabolic reaction requires oxygen to continue the reaction. So imagine you've got this cascade going on. The cascade is part of cellular respiration, part of the production of ATP. So it's almost like dominoes falling, where you push the first domino, then it knocks the second one down, it knocks the third one down, it knocks the fourth one down. And you can have 1,000 of them lined up, and they'll all fall down in a row. If you pull 2 dominoes out of the sequence, and then it won't continue. So you can stop the reaction, some kind of way. And that's how most drugs work, where they just go inside and find a spot where they can insert themselves and stop a reaction. So in the normal cellular respiration, as you're going through steps 1, 2, 3, 4, oxygen is required in steps 3 and 4. And what happens is that if there's too much nitric oxide within the cell, the nitric oxide displaces the oxygen molecule. It basically knocks it out the way and takes its place. It's all that biochemistry, the bonding sites. So the nitric oxide will competitively displace the oxygen and lock onto the molecules inside the mitochondria, and it stops the reaction. So when you have a displacement of oxygen, that's the term. So the nitric oxide comes in, takes over like a big bully, knocks the oxygen out the way, knocks them outside. And once that happens, it's called displacement of oxygen. So then you get all kind of bad stuff happening. You get an overproduction of reactive oxygen species, that ROS stuff that we've seen before. This leads to oxidative stress. Most of us are pretty familiar with that. Those of us that have a real heavy emphasis in nutrition and holistic approaches to clinical care are really familiar with what oxidative stress and what it can do to the body and how it damages the cells. It does all kind of bad stuff. So again, to condense this slide down, mitochondrial disease occurs when there's too much nitric oxide. So the mitochondria, when they get kind of messed up, they start making too much nitric oxide. The nitric oxide displaces the oxygen. It messes up the reaction, and the production of ATP stops. So you have a decrease in cellular metabolism. The cell is less healthy because it's not making enough energy to get the job done. The energy production goes down. So the consequence of malfunctioning mitochondria or mitochondrial disease is decreased energy production, which de facto is decreased cellular metabolism. So what are we going to do about it? Well, this is what we're going to do about it. We're going to fix it. We're going to make it better. We're going to zap that thing with some light energy. You see the representation I've got here where the red light, the red or the near infrared light is coming in. The energy is absorbed by the mitochondria. So you can see the change in color. I'm trying to reflect the absorption process. And you see the little tag at the bottom, photobiomodulation changes the mitochondria. So again, what's happening, you've got this nitric oxide that's now interrupted the production of ATP, and you guys can read the bullets while I'm talking. The nitric oxide is stopping the reaction, and the cell metabolism is going down. And what is theorized, and it is a theory, that's not quite 100% proven, but all of the articles that I've read, and I've got probably 20 of them on this topic, they all say the same thing, and that the leading hypothesis of photobiomodulation therapy is that the photons that are coming in with the red and the near infrared light, like you see represented here, the photons disassociate the inhibitory nitric oxide from the cytochrome C oxidase that should be there in the first place. And so it's almost the reverse of what we were just talking about. Once the red or the near infrared light comes in, it basically pushes the nitric oxide out the way because the nitric oxide bond is not very strong, and so it's pretty easy to break it. And so the energy comes in, and it starts the biochemical reaction. The reaction displaces the nitric oxide that's messing everything up, and it allows the oxygen molecules that were kind of standing off to the side. They were just there waiting. So once they got displaced by the nitric oxide, they really didn't go far away. They just kind of went around the corner. So they're ready to come back. So as soon as the nitric oxide is out the way, as soon as the red light pushes the nitric oxide out the way, the oxygen molecules come right back in, and the reaction starts up almost immediately. And so if you see the bullets there, the inhibition of cellular respiration is fully reversible once the nitric oxide is removed. It's like flipping a switch. So if the mitochondria is not producing any ATP and the cellular metabolism is going down, within seconds from exposure to this red light, you flip the script, the oxygen comes right back in, the reaction starts right back up, and everything's like it's supposed to be. So the exposure to the tissue from this red light does this. This is the leading hypothesis. And you see that last bullet where I was talking about the nitric oxide is non-covalently bound to the hemoglobin and the copper centers, and it blocks this oxygen at a 10-to-1 ratio. So it doesn't take a whole lot of energy, one low energy photons to kick this nitric oxide out the way, and it allows cellular respiration to take place again. That's what's going on. So that is the leading hypothesis of how photobiomodulation therapy works. The light essentially displaces the nitric oxide that's messing everything up, and it allows oxygen to come back in and get the reaction started. It's really kind of simple, kind of. So that's what's going on in the mitochondria. Now, that is the primary absorption event. And that's what these things are called. So when the light is absorbed by the cells in the mitochondria, it's called an absorption event. So you got a primary absorption event, which is what we just talked about. And then you have secondary absorption events. There's a secondary thing, and there's actually tertiary stuff where, you got 3 levels of activity from one exposure to the light. So you see you see this really kind of, it's not that complicated. I got this chart off of, everything's referenced. I got this chart from this article here talking about mechanisms in mitochondrial redox signaling and photobiomodulation. It's, as I read these articles now, I'm 61 years old, and sometimes I just roll my eyes and look in the mirror. I'm like, man, this is crazy. I can't believe I'm reading articles on mechanism of mitochondrial signaling. I'm an optometrist. What is this? This is not this is not optometry. Oh, yes, it is now. Okay, so it is now. So here you got your mitochondria. So this is the representation of the mitochondria. The mitochondria is exposed to the light, the excitation energy, that's what's called. So you got energy, it's energy based. The energy is absorbed by the mitochondria, and you really get 3 different things. You get the nitric oxide displaced, you get the oxygen coming in. It does all this stuff where you get all these inflammatory things going on, all these what do you call them, signaling pathways and transcription factors. Here's at the bottom where you get the ATP production. So again, just going to the bullets, secondary effects of the photon absorption. Okay, you get all these benefits. The ATP production goes up, the electron transport inside the mitochondria goes up, the nitric oxide that was bound inside the mitochondria where it shouldn't have been now is out kind of free floating, and nitric oxide kind of dilates the blood vessels, so it increases circulation. And as long as it's controlled, you can get a brief burst of reoxygen oxygen species, which actually helps things and increases cellular metabolism. But that can, like we talked about earlier, you can get too much oxygen and then you get oxidative stress. So it's a very fine balance between having too much, not enough, or right in between. So for most people, you get these secondary effects once the photons are absorbed. And this second thing, the tertiary effects, this is really pretty cool, and it explains a lot of things that I was seeing clinically that I really could not explain. I have patients, I'm going to show you in a little bit, where we would treat them one time and they would get better. I mean, one 15-minute treatment with a red mask, and 2 weeks later, it's like it never happened, like they're fine. And I'm like, how can, that's pretty almost impossible if you don't really know what's happening. And I was seeing it, but not understanding it until I got a hold of these articles. And this explains it. So you get these tertiary effects of photon absorption. And what that does, again, you see the bullets, it activates these transcription factors and signaling pathways. It leads to this increased expression of genes, and that's what all these little biochemistry things are. All these the genes related to protein synthesis and cell proliferation, and the cells migrate faster. You get anti-inflammatory signaling. So it's all this biochemistry down at the molecular level, man. It's really kind of intense. It's really intense. But this explains why on some patients, not the majority, but some patients, you can get them better with one treatment session because of this, because it's almost like you release the kraken, the dam is broken. Once you activate these transcription factors, then it begats this and it begats something else, and this leads to that. All you got to do is get the ball rolling, and it'll roll downhill, but you got to get the ball rolling. The absorption of the energy from the red light, the excitation of the energy gets the ball rolling. That's what's happening. So you get a primary effect like we just talked about inside the mitochondria, where you get this nitric oxide displacement and allows the oxygen to come in, and you get an immediate increase in ATP production. It is immediate. You get these secondary effects where you get increases in circulation and the benefits of a short burst of reaction to oxygen species. That increases the metabolic rate too. And then you get these kind of downstream long-term effects, these tertiary effects, where you get into all of the anti-inflammatory parts of it. So really kind of slick once you can see the science. We're getting 3 different levels of benefit from one 15-minute exposure to the proper red light. That's pretty cool. So let's keep going. So now we talked about the science. So we spent 20 minutes talking about, the science. What is photobiomodulation, cellular respiration, mitochondria, kind of the mitochondria in health, the mitochondria in disease, a little bit of biochemistry, a little bit of immunology. You got to have some skills to understand this. This is not for the meek. So now we're going to get into it. Now we're going to go clinical. We got the background. We understand a little bit of science. And you don't have to understand it all. I've given you enough to where it's not just gibberish. It's real. So now let's talk about photobiomodulation therapy. So what we want to do is we want to activate the cells. We want to make them do stuff. You want to get the ball rolling. That's what you want to do. You want to get the ball rolling. So cellular activation can be achieved using light-emitting diodes. The diodes have to be of a specific wavelength. That's the wavelength and the energy. That's the deal. So to achieve photoactivation, that's the term where you get the ball rolling. So again, we've all been exposed to red light. I put up Christmas lights every year. They're red. Okay, nothing happens to me. It's not it's not just any old red light. Okay, it ain't like that. It's not some red light you can get at Amazon for $39.99. Okay, you're wasting $39 if you do that. It's got to be special. Okay, and this one is special. So the way the light therapy is delivered or applied is with this application mask that you see on this photo. So this is a patient of mine. All these pictures you're getting ready to see, they're all my patients. They're all my pictures. We took them. None of this download to the internet stuff. This is what it looks like. So this is one of my patients going through a photobiomodulation therapy session. This is what it looks like. Primarily, we use a red light mask. That is the workhorse for photobiomodulation therapy. I could shorten it and say PBM therapy. We've said photo, it's a long word, and I'm still, I have to tell you, I had my knee replacement, last week, and I'm still taking some hydrocodone, and I'm not quite 100%. My mouth's pretty dry. I feel like I got cotton in there. That hydrocodone's messing with me. But we're 2 days away from the presentation, so we got to get going. So I'm going to kind of rough it through. So red light mask. This is the primary tool to deliver the treatment to the patients. This is the one that you're going to use most of the time. There's a red one, there's a blue one, there's a yellow one. So we're going to start with the red one. So what the red light mask does, as you see on the bullets, you get the improvement in cellular metabolism because the ATP production increases. You get the reduction of inflammation because it upregulates these antioxidant defenses. It reduces oxidative stress. We just talked about that. You get light-induced activation of the transcription factors and signaling pathways. Okay, we just talked about that. A bunch of immunology, biochemistry. It's complicated, but it's not. I mean, we're all doctors. And so when these last things are kind of just for the science and the physics of it, just in case anybody wanted to know it, I actually looked it up. When you get a 15-minute treatment, this whole vocabulary of light energy talk, illuminance and fluence and all that kind of stuff. It's a bunch of vision science. We all took it, but for me, it was 40 years ago. So the total fluence in the treated area is 100 joules per centimeter square. You see the emission powers. I just put that in there to be technical, to prove that, hey, this is real stuff. But this is your red light mask. This is I've had my technology for 6-7 months. We've probably done 400 patients. I use this mask 80% of the time. So this is your workhorse, okay? For those patients where the red light mask is not going to get the job done entirely, the second way to deliver this photobiomodulation therapy is with a blue light mask. So different wavelength, different type of energy spectrum. So again, this was important enough to actually read the slide. I'll just start off. Blue light energy is absorbed by molecules called porphyrins within the bacteria, and photosensitization occurs. So you've got the cells. We've already talked about cell structure, cell anatomy. We're still into the cellular mechanisms here. Within the cells, you've got these molecules called porphyrins. It's kind of an aromatic shaped molecule. I looked it up and read. I actually read you know, shockingly, I read 3 or 4 articles. There's actually quite a bit of literature on it, on porphyrins. And I mean, I had never heard that word up until 5-6 months ago. I mean, I don't know any other optometrist that would have. But I'm a porphyrin expert now. I mean, again, I've read 3 or 4 articles on porphyrins. So these porphyrins are inside the cells, these molecules within the cells and on the surface of the cells. And in the process of photobiomodulation therapy with the blue light, not the red, the blue light. So when the cells are exposed to the blue light, the porphyrins, which are chromophores, they absorb the blue light and they are sensitized, and the term is photosensitization. So that's the first step, the first absorption event. So the blue light, it hits the cells. These molecules called porphyrins absorb the energy from the blue light. The absorption event produces photosensitization. And in a general sense, the exposure to the light results in what's called photodynamic inactivation, which is a process in which we kill bacteria with light. So we can kill bacteria with certain kinds of light. This particular blue light works like this. So when on blue light illumination, the porphyrins, which are usually on the surface, they're membrane bound. So they're molecules on the membranes of the cells. They absorb the blue light, the photosensitization occurs, and the absorption event produces a generation or a liberation of singlet oxygen radicals. So imagine you've got, oxygen can be good, oxygen can kill you. It just depends. Almost everything's like that. You can have too much of a good thing. So although we have to have oxygen to stay alive, too much oxygen or oxygen in a pure form or by itself has the ability to produce oxidative stress and to damage stuff. So if you want to kill something, sometimes you just expose it to a whole bunch of oxygen, and it'll start producing all kind of bad reactions and it'll kill stuff. So here, the bacteria, so let's say you've got a bacterial infection, the bacteria have these porphyrins on the cell membrane, the porphyrins absorb the blue light, the absorption event produces a release or a generation of these singlet oxygen radicals. So the energy gets converted and produces a reaction where you get a release of these singlet oxygen radicals. And these radicals, the regular term is free radicals. So these radicals damage or disrupt the cell wall in most gram-positive bacteria, and it kills the cell, the bacteria. So if you got a bunch of gram-positive bacteria, on the eyelid, on the face, and the glands, wherever, you've got too many gram-positive bacteria where they're multiplying out of control, and we call that an infection. Well, if you want to kill them, well, traditionally we would use antibiotics, a bunch of drugs, a bunch of chemicals. Okay, we all do that every day, all day. I know I do. But this is another way to do it, a non-pharmacologic way to kill bacteria using blue light. And the mechanism of action is that these porphyrin molecules on the cell membrane absorb the blue light. It produces a generation of singlet oxygen radicals, and those radicals damage the cell wall, and then the bacterial cell dies. That's what's happening. And this is really, really effective, because most bacterial cells do not have a strong defense mechanism to fight free radical contamination. So that, they're vulnerable. Bacterial cells do not like this, and they will die when they're exposed to these singlet oxygen radicals. So it's a really good way to kill bacteria. Again, what's called photodynamic inactivation. I'm going to inactivate this bacteria with this light. That's how I'm going to kill them. So that's what the blue light does. So, there's lots of applications for the blue light, and we'll get into it as we continue on. The third way that we can deliver photobiomodulation therapy is using the amber light mask. You could say yellow, but it's really amber if we're going to be technically correct. And I didn't get the amber light until I understood what I was doing. So I think I got my device in August or September. I figured out I needed the blue mask about 3 months in. I figured out I needed the amber mask about a month later, and now I have all three, and I must say I use them all quite a bit now. I mean, I titrate care, I customize care. I may have some patients where I do a red mask and a blue. I may have some patients where I do a blue and a yellow. I may have some patients where the red is too much energy, and I'll go with the amber to kind of tone it down, and then blend the blue in. I've got some patients where we do the amber only. So there's no cookbook approach. Once you get some clinical experience, and hopefully with the head start of listening to this presentation, as opposed to having to learn it day by day and week by week like I did, and spend 150 hours trying to figure it out, hopefully everybody that's listening could spend 2 hours trying to figure it out, get you some technology, and start helping your patients. So what does the amber light do? You guys see the bullets. It's real similar to the red light. It's just not quite as powerful. If you look on your electromagnetic spectrum, is all the colors. You go from the red to the yellow, orange, and the whole. You see all the colors. Where red's on one end and blue and violet's on the other end. Well, the yellow, the amber is kind of right next to the red, just a little bit less power. So I found that for me, if I have patients where I put the red mask on and they get a little bit of a tingle, it's a little bit too strong, then I'll switch them to the amber mask. The amber has similar mechanisms of action. It works on the mitochondria, just like the red mask, to increase ATP production. It promotes the release of the nitric oxide, just like the red mask does. So you get the benefits in the neurotransmission, tissue repair, all of that cellular migration and cell proliferation, all of that stuff, just like the red mask. The difference in the red and the yellow is on the reducing the inflammatory response, especially if you have redness, patients with rosacea in particular. The amber mask is really, really slick. It really has a good positive benefit. So people with those red splotches all over their cheeks and forehead and stuff, man, you can zap that away with this amber mask sometimes, and I've seen that. And several friends of mine that have the technology, depending on the part of town you're in, the state you're in, the practice that you have, if you got a bunch of rich people, you could do one thing. If you got a bunch of poor people on insurance, you could do a different thing. This technology increases skin elasticity, and it decreases the metalloproteinases activity. It's almost like a little bit of a spa thing if you want to get rid of some wrinkles and get rid of some swelling. Now, that's not really what optometrists are supposed to be doing, but if I'm there, I might do it. I got to tell you, what I started seeing is a bunch of my patients with puffy bags under their eyelids, and I'm wondering, man, is that puffy eyelid thing messing with her blink rate, and is it messing with the closure of her eyelids? Maybe it's exacerbating the dry eye a little bit. Hey, let's see if we can get rid of some of that with this amber mask, and that might help your blepharitis and dry eye symptoms a little bit. And what I'm telling you is that it does, okay? So the yellow mask I use when people can't, I don't want to say tolerate, but when where they're not the best candidates for the stronger therapy with the red light, so I'll go to the amber. But if I want to get rid of facial puffiness, the amber light, it works on the lymphatic system, and it increases lymphatic drainage. So you get a clearing of the lymphatic system up in the facial area. You get this increase in skin elasticity because you're increasing hydration of the skin. And again, it's not really what we're doing as a primary thing, so I didn't want to get too deep into it, but there's a lot of benefits to using this amber mask, and I promise you'll see it if you want to start doing it. And again, you see my reference down here? All the references I found, you look at this, the Journal of Aesthetic and Reconstructive Surgery. Okay, there's no review of optometry article talking about amber light mask therapy. It's not in Primary Care Optometry News. It's none of that. I mean, I had to really look to find this stuff, and it's in this field. So look at the title of this article that I got all this information out of. Photobiomodulation using amber, LED, and infrared laser controlling pigmentation and flaccidity from skin. Hey, okay, I can do that. Look at the date, 2020. Okay, there ain't an article in here that's more than 4 or 5 years old. I can't stand going to presentations where I look at the reference and it's from 1988 or some nonsense. Okay, everything I'm talking about is brand new. This technology is brand new. Okay, this is cutting edge, top of the line, hot off the presses. Okay, that's what we're talking about. It's not perfect. there are occasional adverse events. Okay, nothing is perfect. I have seen everything on this slide is stuff that I've seen on my patients. So you do have potential adverse events from this therapy. You can have the eyelid and facial pain that requires cessation of therapy. So I can count them on one hand in 7 months, the patients where we put the mask on and they say, Dr. Thomas, I don't like this, take it off. Dr. Thomas, this thing's too hot, it's bothering me, take it off. Dr. Thomas, I'm not comfortable, take this thing off. Okay, I think maybe 2 people in 7 months said that, maybe 3. You know, I'm not there every day, but I mean, I can count them on one hand. So again, that's an adverse event ratio that I can live with. I've seen this temporary reddening of the skin following the therapy. Again, we're applying energy. I mean, you know, I'm not blowing on them, you know, kissing them on the cheek. I mean, we're doing stuff. You know, and every once in a while, you know, you can just get too much of a good thing. So on occasion, very, very infrequently, you'll have a temporary reddening of the skin following a therapy session. I've had, you know, maybe 4 or 5 people, you know, where they'll call up the next day and say, Dr. Thomas, my eyes are kind of irritated. My eyelids are kind of tender. You know, did we do something wrong yesterday? You know, did that machine mess me up? You know, am I going to be okay? Yeah, you're fine. And they're always fine. You know, I haven't had one single patient where within a day or 2 after that phone call, you know, they had to come in the office for me to mess with them. So, you know, I don't schedule patients on a 1-day follow-up for this. But, you know, again, I can count on one hand the number of patients that has happened to in 7 months. So that's, again, an adverse event ratio I can live with. I've had 2 people where as we came at them with the mask, as we were getting ready to put the mask over their face, they spazzed out and got all crazy, you know, kind of like a claustrophobia thing, and like, hey, what's going on here? What's going on? You know, what's happening here? Like, Ms. Jones, stop. Ms. Jones, hey, stop. We're just putting this mask on you. It's okay. We had one lady, we tried to do her twice. So we did it the first time and she freaked out. And so we say, hey, okay, we'll call it a day. And so we'll pick it up next week. We'll do it again. And so she came in the next week and her husband came with her that time. And I actually went in the room. Usually I'm not in the room when they're doing it. I mean, we're way past that. But because this lady, you know, she had kind of had that funky feeling the first time, I actually went in the room when they started. And we had to get this lady to hold her husband's hand while she was laying in the recliner. And, you know, we almost had to, you know, form a circle and do a prayer circle on her. I mean, it was kind of funny. And, you know, she finally calmed down enough to where we could do it. And then we would have had did 3 treatments. But, you know, I think maybe 2 people had the claustrophobia thing. And again, that small number of patients, you know, 1 to 5% will be photosensitive or uncomfortable to where they want to discontinue. So, you know, somebody says, hey, this thing's too hot, take it off. Okay, take it off. Okay, fine. Okay, go do something else. So, nothing's perfect, but, you know, I'd say out of my patient base, my clinical experience of hundreds of patients, you know, probably 5 to 10% where you get no effect, you know, where we'll do 3-4 treatments and they just don't get better. Okay, hey, it didn't work. You get a real small percentage on the other side where we try to do it and they say, hey, I don't like this. I don't want to do this again. But you got like 85%, maybe 90% where they get better. And I don't mean a little bit, I mean a lot. Again, I could take those numbers any day. So even though you have these adverse events, the risk of them is there. The risk is so low, so infrequent, so mild, and there are no serious adverse events in the literature. There's nothing major ever that's been reported by doing photobiomodulation therapy with these types of devices, with this mask. Not one thing that I could find, and I looked, and not one thing that I've seen in my patient base doing hundreds of patients. So I mean, this thing is safe and it is effective. I have done. Here's a picture of the cheek redness. This is what it would look like if you had the adverse effect. I've done 2 3-year-olds and a couple of 5-year-olds where we were getting rid of chalazions and blepharitis, and I'm gonna show you some pictures. You know, I did one of my staff's little kids. So if I could do a 3-year-old kid, okay, this thing's pretty safe. I'd say this is an example of the worst skin reddening. This is the worst. I took a picture of it. It was that bad. This is the worst patient I've had in 7 months as far as erythema after a treatment. And this is her man, this is her right after we took the mask off. And so you see all the redness right here, the erythema. That was not there before we applied the mask. And she felt it. I said, do you feel okay? She said, no, it's a little tingly here. It's a little funky. I'm like, okay, fine. We keep steroid cream in the office that we use when we do our allergy skin testing. So I rubbed a little bit of the steroid cream on there. And I told her to call me if it didn't go in a day or two. She didn't call me, so I figured she was fine. Once you had a reaction like this, since this was so quick, right afterwards, I decided to discontinue therapy. If it was a severe presentation and I was running out of options, I would have let this heal up, maybe give it 2 weeks, and then I would have gone at her with the yellow mask or the amber mask and see what kind of benefit I could get there. She has blepharitis, meibomian gland dysfunction. That's what I was treating. So this is the worst that I've seen. And again, I have treated 3-year-old kids with the mask. They think it's a toy. They love it. I did have the 1 5-year-old, and I just think this kid was hyper. We had to almost papoose him down because he was a knucklehead. He was just bouncing all over the room. But the other young kids that I've treated, I mean, it's like it's nothing to them. They're not scared of it. It doesn't hurt. You see this little 3-year-old girl here. She's like, oh, wow, I'm getting ready to put this mask on. Do I get to go to McDonald's when we're finished? I mean, there was no apprehension here at all. So if you can treat a little 3-year-old kid like this, you can treat anybody. So the technology is safe and effective, and I have absolutely no qualms about recommending it to any patient for practically anything. There's a few things. I mean, I've had some people with the permanent eyeliner tattoo stuff. I'm a little edgy on that. I've done 1 or 2, and I was kind of biting my tongue while I did it. But that's the only kind of thing I'm a little bit tiny concerned about. Other than that, I'll do this on anybody every day, all day, if they have problems that I think I could fix. So 3-year-old kid doing it, anybody could do it. So now let's pivot. We've spent some time talking about the background of science and photobiology, talking about the areas of specialty that we participate in as optometrists. We talked about the science of cellular respiration and how the mitochondria are responsible for generating the ATP. We've talked about how when mitochondria get kind of damaged or aged or messed up, they start making too much nitric oxide. The nitric oxide moves in and it basically pushes the oxygen out the way, and it stops the reaction to make the ATP. We talked about how the red light comes in. The red light photo disassociates the inhibitory nitric oxide and allows the oxygen that's hanging off to the side to come back in and start the reaction back up. We talked about that. Okay, we talked about the different kinds of light energy and the different mechanisms of action that they do to provide beneficial effects on the cells and the biological process. We talked about all of that. So now let's pivot again. Let's talk about our patients and what happens to our patients and why we would even be considering applying photobiomodulation therapy to our patients. Well, the first thing and the biggest thing and the most important thing and the most common thing is meibomian gland dysfunction. I'm not going to read a bunch of slides to everybody on meibomian gland dysfunction, because if you're a modern optometrist and even having enough interest to view this lecture, then you should have a very good working knowledge of all the ins and outs and ups and downs of meibomian gland dysfunction, the mechanisms of action, the pathophysiology, the epidemiology. We should have a reasonable awareness of that as optometrists practicing in 2021, unless you're living in the Batcave. So meibomian gland dysfunction is the first disease that we're going to talk about. So now we're going to close this thing out over the next hour, talking about the various diseases that can be treated with this technology and how you do it. Okay, the protocols, my protocols. It's my protocols. It's not any kind of peer-reviewed double stamp of approval, from the AMA kind of stuff. This is Craig Thomas working with the technology for 7 months, treating 400 patients, and I'm going to condense it down and give you the best shot I got at getting this technology and not having to take 5, 6, 7 months to figure it out. So meibomian gland dysfunction is the first thing we talk about. Hopefully y'all been reading the slide while I've been talking. Here, a visualization of the meibomian glands in the lower lids. I must, take a quick diversion. You must. I'm almost begging my colleagues. You must have meibography capability in your office to make the patients understand what's going on and what's happening. I would almost say if you don't have a myographer, get a myographer before you would consider getting the photobiomodulation device, because you've got to have a myographer. You've got to be able to look at the glands like this, not some kind of bogus transilluminator stuff that we learned in optometry school 40 years ago, where you pull the lid down and stick the butt end of the transilluminator on there and make everything glow red, and you're supposed to see what's happening. Okay, that's like 1940s stuff. Okay, let's stop it. That is not how you examine the meibomian glands of a person in 2021. You must have a near infrared dual imaging myographer. There's 7, 8, 9, 10 of them on the market. I don't care which one you get. I got 3 of them in my office. I'm getting ready to get a 4th. I'm going to have one in every exam room. It's that important. So this is the image. This is the image. You got to be able to show your patients what the meibomian glands look like if you're going to get the patient to understand and accept your recommendations for photobiomodulation therapy. I mean, I can't imagine how much harder it would be to do it if you did not have the ability to image the glands and show them like this. So, meibomian glands in real life, in real time. Here, a representation of what we just looked at. A lot of you guys have heard me lecture on dry eye and meibomian gland stuff. I've been on this for probably 4 years now, where every CEwire lecture, I'm going to talk about some kind of ocular surface disease condition, because that's what people have. And if you're going to talk about any kind of ocular surface disease condition, what we all know is that 85% of the time, the source of the problem is in the meibomian gland. So, if you're going to fix somebody's irritated eyes, you got to fix the meibomian glands 85% of the time. So here's a schematic representation of a normal meibomian gland. Everybody's seen it. Everybody's seen the central duct going up there and the little acinar things that make the meibum. And just as a refresher, I don't want to get too deep into it. Everybody could read while I'm talking. But this is a representation of a normal meibomian gland. So the meibum is secreted in these little bulbs, comes up out of the central duct, and then is out on the surface of the eye up here. So standard meibomian gland anatomy. Here, a real life picture, of course, of the eyelid. And, if you don't have a myographer, this is the best you can do. So you got these, and I'm not going to belittle optometrists that don't have myographers, but you should go get a myographer. Until then, if you don't have one, then you got to go plan B. And plan B is okay. I mean, I went plan B for years, so it's not the end of the world. So, if you've got to just kind of go with your slit lamp exam, this is what you're looking at here. You're looking at all these bullets. You see the aspects of it, these non-fixed obstructions. This, you can't really see that stuff on the slit lamp. These severe things here, you can see all this on the slit lamp, the eyelid margin hyperemia, the tarsal hyperemia, the telangiectasia. So this is what an eyelid would look like that would have meibomian gland dysfunction, at a moderate level. You can see the orifices right here. You can see the glands. There's a gland right there. There's a gland right there. There's a gland right here. Look at this dark space. Here the glands have atrophied. Okay, see right there where it's kind of dark. So gland, 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 no gland. Man, but that would be like 1,000 times easier to see on a myography image. But we got to start somewhere. So here it is. So still talking about meibomian gland dysfunction. And I put these slides up here, doctors, because as simple as it sounds, some of us, all of us, I mean, I ain't perfect. Everybody's got, kind of things that happen. Sometimes it's staring you right in the face and you don't know what you're looking at. So you could, if you were in a hurry, you got 4 patients waiting, your patient says, hey doc, when I wake up in the morning, my eyes are kind of burning and irritated. Is there anything wrong with me? And you do your slit lamp exam and you don't have a myographer and you go, hey, you look fine. I've seen 10 times worse than this 100 times. But then if you kind of say, well, hey, where come this area is dark right there? Okay, that's a significant finding. That denotes meibomian gland atrophy, not meibomian gland dysfunction. That gland is gone, and that's severe, advanced disease. So there's still valuable clinical information you can obtain from this biomicroscopy view, and so that's why I put the slide up here. We go back to really looking at it for real. Okay, so back to our myography. again, I submit that this could look fairly normal, with a slit lamp exam. This is one of my patients, the 30-year-old contact lens wearer. And so what are the risk factors for having this condition? You see them listed: bacterial infection, contact lens wear, allergic conjunctivitis, and so on. And I list bacterial infection at the top. I kind of, for me, went down in descending order as far as the likelihood of the presentation. So to me, there's, if you lined up 100 people with meibomian gland dysfunction, okay, the number one thing, maybe 50 or 60 of the people, they're going to have bacterial infection as the primary cause of the gland dysfunction. Contact lens wear, okay, I've got 10 patients a day coming in with contacts. Contact lens wear is a risk factor for meibomian gland dysfunction, primarily because of the mechanical trauma of pulling and yanking on your eyelids all day long, year after year. And the contact lens, within minutes of putting it on, no matter what it is, a daily wear disposable, a monthly, it doesn't matter. Within minutes of putting the contact lens on, for practically every person, you start to have bacteria adhere to the surface. And if you sleep in the thing or wear it more than a few days, you'll start to get a biofilm develop on it. And the biofilm exacerbates or kind of serves as a precursor to getting the bacterial infection. So those two kind of things go together. And you see all the other stuff here. And the last one, advancing age. Age is almost really, I should put age at the top. As we get older, we lose meibomian glands, just like losing hair and losing strength and losing teeth and losing everything else. You lose meibomian glands as you get older. But look at this 30-year-old lady. You got one messed up gland right there. See, when it's gray right here, there's no glands here. That's atrophy. So you have severe end-stage meibomian gland atrophy on this person, where you got one gland on the lower lid that's getting ready to kind of fall out. And on the other eyelid, you got 3 or 4 of them that are kind of halfway okay. But this is crazy. Okay, if you understand meibomian gland anatomy and meibomian gland morphology and how to interpret these meibography images, this lady's in trouble. She's down to maybe 10% of her glands, 15% of her glands left, and she's only 30 years old. What's going to happen to this lady when she's 50 years old? It'll be like she got cornflakes in her eyes. What if she wants to go get LASIK one day and they cut the nerves and her dry eye gets 5 times worse? I've seen people get suicidal with dry eye after LASIK. It's incredible. This is a big deal, y'all. And when we see patients like this, before they kind of fall off the cliff and walk around like they got sand in their eyes all day, maybe we should try to help them. Maybe we should try to fix it. Maybe we should do something about it. I don't think putting some Xiidra on this lady 2 times a day is going to make a big difference. I don't think using Lotamax gel 2 times a day is going to really fix this. It's not going to make a difference. Cystane ain't going to help her. Okay, it's not going to work. It's not going to do nothing. You got to work on the glands and try to save the ones you got and make them a little healthier and prevent whatever and stop whatever's making them die, or this lady will be suffering as a mature adult. I promise you. And y'all know I'm telling the truth. Here again, another example of meibomian gland atrophy. You see the morphology of the glands. I'm hoping y'all can understand what you're looking at here. If you don't have a meibographer, it's just like it's like being on Mars. It doesn't make sense. What you're seeing here, and I used this slide on a previous presentation last year, so you may recognize it because it's just so good. So this is one of my patients that has been wearing contacts 30, 40 years. Comes in, all of a sudden says, "Hey doc, I can't wear my contacts anymore. My eyes are just dry. I just can't get through the day wearing my contacts." Okay, hey, let's see what's going on. I image the glands on the lower lid. You see one reasonably normal looking gland right there. You see this gland, this one here. So this gland is clogged at the orifice, and the bottom half of the gland is still working and producing meibum. The meibum is trying to come up through the central duct and come out the orifice, but it can't because the central duct is blocked. And so what happens is this gland is splitting apart down the middle, a process that we call unzipping. So this gland is being unzipped, and that's a precursor to it dying. Okay, it's ready to go. You can see this one here is going through the same pathological process. These little things you see here, these are fragments of a gland. It's kind of a segment, and you see how they're not clear, whereas these glands are clear. This is a phenomenon called fading glands. So it's not like the image isn't clear. It's not like this, you got to cock the patient's head to the side to get a better image. This is what they look like. What they say, this is how we do it. These glands, that's this bullet here. Fading or poorly defined glands. That's what these are here. Whole or partial gland dropout. That's what you're seeing here. Shortening of glands. That's right there. Atrophy of the acini. You can almost see one floating in the middle there where it's unzipped. Cystic dilation of the central duct, which produces increased intraductal pressure, and the sign, not the sign, the symptom that the patient reports is tenderness to the eyelids on palpation. So a lot of times I'll push on my patient's eyelids and I'll go, hey, is that okay? Yeah, fine. Yeah, why are you doing that? And then the next patient, I'll push on their eyelids and I'll say, hey, stop it. You're bothering me. Stop it. Okay, if they say stop it, you're bothering me, that's an indication of increased intraductal pressure. That's telling you the glands are blocked, but they're not dead. They're still working. They're still producing meibum. The meibum has nowhere to go. Basically, you're blowing up a balloon till it pops, and but right before it pops, it's got a lot of pressure on it, and the patient will feel that as eyelid tenderness. And so if you don't understand the clue of the patient saying their eyelids are tender, or if you don't understand the clue where you push on the lids and the patient kind of backs up off the chin rest, say, hey, stop it. Okay, that's telling you 3 or 4 things without even having the ability to image the glands. So eyelid tenderness is an indication of increased intraductal pressure, which means the glands are blocked, and all of this stuff is going to start to happen unless you unclog the glands and fix it. Okay, so it's real important stuff. Let's get to some patients. So we talked about my Bowman gland dysfunction now. We did all the prep science to get to this point. Here's one of my patients, 56-year-old white guy coming in. He's been diagnosed with rosacea. He lives here in Dallas. He had been to a couple of other eye doctors. They had diagnosed him with my Bowman gland dysfunction, blepharitis, and rosacea. So he knew what was going on. He had a pocket full of drops. He had tried Xydra. He tried lid scrubs. He'd bought a Bruder mask. They were trying. But I said, hey, man, you okay? He goes, nah, that's why I'm here. I heard you were pretty good. I want to get a third opinion. Okay, I go, well, okay, let's have at it. So we're going to have at it. So that's how he presented. He presented with recent examinations by other eye doctors. I didn't know if they were optometrists or ophthalmologists. Doesn't matter. He received the correct diagnosis of rosacea and the ocular manifestations of that. And he wanted to see if there was additional treatments or different treatments that would make him even better than he was. He did admit that he was better, but he clearly admitted that he wasn't as good as he wanted to be, and he still had symptoms. So I said, okay, let's get on it. I looked at the guy with the slit lamp before I put him in the treatment room. So imagine it, we're starting off the visit. I look at him in the slit lamp, put some fluorescein in, see what his corneas look like, image the glands. I mean, there's 4 or 5 things that we did before we got him to this point where he's sitting in this chair. But we end up with him sitting in this chair, and we're going to initiate photobiomodulation therapy to treat his rosacea and the ocular manifestations of it. So you start off with an external exam. And this is not the external exam that we learned in optometry school, which is basically doing a slit lamp exam. This is the external exam as it is prescribed and described in current procedural terminology, the CPT code book. The CPT code book is always the premier reference. It supersedes everything else unless specifically stated in somebody's local coverage determination. So you always start really with CPT when you're trying to figure out service components and descriptions and definitions of exams and the services that we provide. CPT is where that stuff goes, not some optometry school lecture from 40 years ago. So in this context, the external examination is a face-to-face inspection. It is not biomicroscopy. You get a close-up on the guy. In addition to the inspection, you should kind of, play doctor, and you should kind of palpate around and look real close, kind of touch him, touch his lids, do stuff to him. And so what you're wanting to do, you're wanting to feel the texture, the size, consistency of the head, the skin, the neck, all in through there. I don't want to be politically incorrect, but it's almost like I'm Governor Cuomo coming up to some intern and I want to say hi. I'm going to touch their face with two hands. I'm going to inspect them. So what you're looking for is any abnormal clinical signs, rashes, lesions, all of this stuff that's listed here, the erythema, the big nose, rhinophyma, all of this stuff. You're looking for any of this stuff here, face to face, no slit lamp, just me and you having a good time. Okay, so I've examined the guy, I've inspected him, I've performed my external examination before I expose him to the treatment. He's now being treated. So we have the red mask on, and there are no set protocols for this technology right now. I don't think there will ever be, because everybody is different. I don't want to say you're shooting from the shooting from the hip or shooting from the seat of your pants, but everybody's different, and you can devise 2 or 3 different treatment protocols or paradigms and end up with the same end result. That's what I've seen. So there's more than one way to skin a cat. So here's the first way you can skin a cat. So I'm going to show you 3 different ways to do the same thing. So on this guy, and again, for me, I feel pretty comfortable now where I've done enough people, I've seen enough results to where I'm getting pretty good at saying, okay, I want to treat this person like this. I'm going to treat this person this way. I'm going to treat Ms. Jones over there a slightly different way, even though all 3 of them have meibomian gland dysfunction as their primary disease. So hypothetical best practices number 1. So we would have an initial therapy session, that's the terminology, of photobiomodulation. So I put the mask on, we have a 15-minute exposure time, get up and go home. You come back a week later, put the mask on, and we get people to wash their face if they got makeup or anything on. Most men, we don't have to worry about it, but you don't want any makeup or stuff on. So you want clean skin. Second session comes back, do the same thing again. Third time, do the same thing again. Fourth time, do the same thing again. So this is 4 treatments, an hour total exposure time spread out over a month. And I promise you, ladies and gentlemen, I have seen patients get better by doing this. And I mean a lot better. I don't mean a little bit, I mean a lot. Okay, where my standard thing would be come in a week, come in a week, come in a week. Okay, we did 4 visits, boom, 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 boom. I cut them loose for a month. Come back after a month for a 5th visit. Hey, Mr. Jones, how you doing? Hey, man, do your eyes feel better? Oh, yeah, doc, man, it's like night and day. I feel so good. Do you think we need to do anything else, or are you okay right now? Doc, I'm happy. If you're happy, I'm happy. Hey, I'm happy if you're happy. We patting each other on the back right now. And so at that level, I cut them loose for 4 to 6 months. What I've seen and what I've read, this stuff doesn't last forever. Nothing lasts forever. It can wear off. It depends on the person. I'm 7 months in now. I've seen some people where the effect is worn off, and I've already had some people where we've gone through a second round of treatment. Most of my patients that I started treating in, October, November, I haven't seen them since. I mean, they're fine. So what you've got, 1 visit, 2 visit, 3 visit, 4 visit, 5 visit a month later. So that's one way to treat meibomian gland dysfunction. Here would be a second way to treat another patient with meibomian gland dysfunction. So you can, and this way is better, in my experience, and based on several articles, this way is better than the first way. So this way you do an initial therapy session, photobiomodulation, we've applied the red mask, and immediately when the 15-minute session is over, you perform meibomian gland expression. There's a heating effect, and I'll show you in a second, where the mask, and it's not the primary mechanism, it's almost just a side effect. There's some heat generated from the light, and it produces a warm feeling. I mean, it's there. You can tell you got something on your head. So it actually is hot enough to soften the meibum and to facilitate the expression of the meibum immediately after the treatment. So I've got 2 articles that clearly say if you do this, and then immediately, you can't wait for it to cool down. You got to do it. Really, you got to do it within 5 minutes. You immediately express the glands, and then you come back 2 days later and you do it again, and then you come back 2 days after that, and you do it again. Dr. Stonecipher, he's the doctor that developed this protocol. He says this thing is the bomb. He said, if you do it like this, man, you can fix almost anybody. Now, this is a fairly intense week's worth of work. You know, a patient's going to be in your office, you know, probably 3 hours, you know, in a 1 week time period, but it fixes it. I mean, they're like 1,000 times better, you know, after this third session. So mask expression, mask expression, mask expression. That works really, really, really good. Well, what if you don't want to do meibomian gland expression? What if the patient can't come back every 2 days? I mean, they're traveling salesmen. They're here. They'll be back next week. Okay, so there's times where you can't do this, where you don't want to do this, where this might not work. Okay, then you go back to number 1, or you can do it a different way. So here's best practices number 3. Same patient, same meibomian gland dysfunction, but you can have a different approach. So you can go at them like this. If you want to go big dog, you can hit them with some intense pulse light, and we'll talk about that in a second. You can put the photobiomodulation on them. You see it happening. You can whip out your BlephX device and do a blepharoexfoliation procedure and clean the bacterial biofilm off the eyelid margin. So you would start them off like that. Then and that's a lot. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of mechanical trauma on the lids. That skin is real delicate. It's thin. You know, this is max therapy to me. I mean, we're banging them now. I mean, I'm sledgehammering. We're jackhammering them now. I mean, this is strong. Okay, this is a strong approach. Extremely effective. Extremely effective. So IPL, mask, clean the lids. Let them recover from that. Let the benefit of the intense pulse light that we haven't talked about yet come on in. Let all those secondary and tertiary effects of the photobiomodulation, let that come on in. Clean the eyelids. You know, we've already said, you know, 40, 50, 60% of the time, bacteria on the eyelid margins kind of contributed to the problem. You got to get that stuff off of there if you want them to get better. So you go first session like this, let them have a couple of weeks to recover and let the stuff go to work. Come back, you hit them with the IPL again, you put the mask on them again, and now you express the glands. See, so now you've given them 2 weeks to let that congealed meibum kind of soften up, kind of loosen up. You're getting them ready to do this. Now you do all of this stuff. This is a lot, man. They're in the office an hour. I mean, now, you know, this don't take but 5-6 minutes, you know, 15 minutes here. But, you know, you or your staff or somebody got to squeeze those glands. So, I mean, that's a lot of work. But, again, extremely effective. And then you let them recover from that. Let it kind of simmer. Let it percolate a little bit. Let you know, talk amongst yourselves. Y'all got to let that work. And then you come back 2 weeks later for the third session and you hit them again. You hit them with that IPL. You hit them with the mask. You squeeze them glands to get all that old meibum out. I promise you, if the patient can tolerate this level of intensity of work, I mean, it's like a cure. Okay, I mean, you have, if this don't work, there's really only 1 or 2 things left. If this don't work, to me, the only thing left to do is introductive probing of the glands with masking probes, and that's not what this lecture is about. But I mean, to me, if I do it like this, and they come back 2 minutes later and they say, Dr. Thomas, my eyes still bother me, man. They're still dry. I'm like, hey, man, you're in trouble. Okay, you know, you go get your affairs in order. You know, I can't fix it. So there are 3 different ways. I can go 4. I can make up another one. I could go 5. There's no rules. I'm giving you my best practices, and I have treated my several hundred patients this way, where I determine a treatment plan based on each individual's patient's presentation and clinical appearance. Okay, so there's no rules. Make up your own rules, or take my lead, and you can kind of go from there and modify them as you desire once you get clinical experience. Let's talk for a second. We're still on meibomian gland dysfunction, And this is a big deal. That's why I'm talking about it. So we have a topic called meibum lipidomics, and I've put this slide up on a couple of previous presentations, but I'm feeling that once I talk about meibum lipidomics in this presentation, most of us are not going to be talking about meibum lipidomics, in our offices or with our colleagues. So this is your one chance now to get some information on meibum lipidomics. And I put this in here because there is still confusion. There is still misleading information. I don't want to say inaccurate. I don't want to say anybody trying to be purposefully inaccurate, talking to a bunch of optometrists and ophthalmologists trying to sell some technology. But there has been, in my opinion, a little bit of an overreaction to some of these metrics where manufacturers try to take these numbers and twist them, so to speak, to make their technologies appear to be superior. Well, I got all the technologies. I got a LipiFlow. I got the TearCare. I got a MibaFlow. I got IPL. I got every mask that I can get. I got everything, okay? So I've been able to try. That's why I'm lecturing, because I got everything. I can compare them, mix them and match them, blend them together. It's really kind of fun. I'm having fun with it, actually, and pretty good money without saying that. So meibum lipidomics. So the first thing you got to recognize is that meibum is not solid at low temperature. So it never really gets, I always tell my patients, you think about meibum like butter. Butter can exist in different states of matter depending on the temperature. So if it's at room temperature, it's real soft. If you put it in the fridge, it gets pretty hard. If you put it in the freezer, it gets rock hard. I can hurt somebody with a stick of butter, if I take it out the freezer. It's dangerous. I could put it on the stove in a pan and turn it into a liquid. It just depends on the temperature. So the state of matter is temperature dependent. Meibum is like that, where the state of the meibum is a function of temperature. So when the temperature is low, the meibum becomes more solid, and the correct term when you read all this biochemistry stuff is the meibum is at an ordered state versus disordered. It's the biochemistry stuff where you got molecules on the chain sticking off the sides, and the molecule doesn't change as far as its components, but the conformation of the molecule changes. The shape of the molecule can change and then change back, almost like a chameleon. So the molecules can be in various levels of orderedness, so to speak. So it can be ordered or disordered. You see the second bullet, meibum never really turns into a liquid. So it's a liquid crystalline phase when it gets as hot as the person can stand it. So if I'm not burning you up, I can get it as hot as I can before the patient is uncomfortable, where it would flow as easily as possible. You increase the fluidity of it. We're changing the fluidity. Well, I can increase the fluidity to where it is at its maximum level, and that would be what's termed about 80% disordered. Melting. This is a personal tidbit. I've read almost too many articles on meibomian gland dysfunction and how to treat it, all the articles and all the journals that we read, and almost like some crazy man at the movie theaters yelling at the screen and throwing stuff. If I see one more time some peer-reviewed, supposed to be nice, high-class scientific article using the term melting to describe changes in meibum fluidity, I'm going to write the editor, because that is not what is happening. We are not melting anything. Okay, melting is when you change a product or a molecule. It's a phase change from solid to liquid. That is not what is happening when we increase the temperature of meibum. We are increasing the rate of disorder. We're changing the conformation of the molecule, but we are not changing it from a solid to a liquid. It is not changing in phase. So meibum never melts. It changes in fluidity, becoming more ordered or less ordered. That is the correct terminology based on these extremely current articles that I have listed down here. One of them in 2019, one of them in 2017. So this ain't me making up stuff. You see the next bullet, the studies demonstrate it says liquefied, but because I'm copying it out the article, but that's not the right term. Here's the stuff I was talking about earlier, the temperature. 40 degrees centigrade is required for maximum lipid disorder. So, heating it up to 45 ain't gonna make a difference. Okay, heating it to 50, it ain't gonna make it a difference. So if you want to get it as disordered as possible, heat it to 40 degrees centigrade. The studies that were put out by LipiFlow early on, 8-10 years ago, kind of mimicked by the tear care guys now, because their stuff gets real hot, and that's what I use it for. Is when I need the maximum heat, or I have a patient where their eyes are so deep set or they're so goofy I can't use my LipiFlow. That's what my tear care is for. So you can get it real hot. If the condition is severe, that's what all the reference article says. But the LipiFlow guys, and I'm gonna call them out by name, and I've told them, I said, hey man, y'all are not right trying to suggest that it has to be heated to this temperature to do something. So clearly, the hotter you make it, the better. The hotter you make it, the easier it is to express the meibum. But you can get effective disordering of the meibum just by heating it 2.5 centigrades above the normal. So as long as you heat it up some and then express it, you're going to get some results. You don't have to get it smoking hot to get the job done. So you don't have to go buy a LipiFlow, even though I did last year, and I like it a lot. I use it all the time. I would recommend you go get a LipiFlow. But if you can or you don't, and I've got some patients don't want to pay for it. Okay, well I got to do Plan B. So Plan A is maybe hit them with that LipiFlow. Plan B would be hitting them with a MibaFlow. Plan C might be tear care and manual expression. I mean, there's no right or wrong. Everybody's different. The main thing I want to show with this slide is that you don't have to get it smoking hot to facilitate the expression of the meibum. And some of the manufacturers' handouts and some of the journal articles suggest you got to get it smoking hot or you're just wasting your time. That is not true. Here's what I'm talking about with the temperature change, and this is after the mask. So when you put the red mask on, any of them, but the red mask is what you're going to be doing most of the time. So you put the red mask on. You do a 15-minute treatment. You see as it goes down, pre-treatment, post-treatment. So you put the mask on. This is before the mask. Here's your range for most people, so 39.5 to 36.2. So it's pretty narrow range when it's normal. Immediately after you take the mask off, it's pretty warm. I mean, you're almost, 40.5, 41.8. That's the numbers we just talked about, where you were approaching a level of maximum disorder. You're getting the meibum as soft and hot as you can. Right now, it's as soft and as hot as it can be without hurting the patient. It starts to cool down fast. 2 minutes, starting to cool down. 5 minutes later, it's starting to cool way down. We're not talking Fahrenheit, we're talking centigrade. Okay, it's a big deal. After 5 minutes, it's really cold. Okay, so the moral to the story here is if you're going to have a treatment protocol that combines photobiomodulation therapy with meibomian gland expression, which is superior to photobiomodulation therapy alone, then you got to get at it quick. So if you're wasting time, if you're busy, the person had their mask therapy and they're finished at 1:15 and you got busy all of a sudden and you can't get them into the exam room till 1:30, okay, you just lost your edge. It's almost like there's no benefit. You can still do it, but it'd be just like they walked in without any kind of benefit of the heat. So if you're going to do it and get the maximum benefit, you got to go at them within 5 minutes. That's why I use my MibaFlow technology, where the staff can express the glands and I don't have to mess with it and trying to be moving them from one room to another, because we do this in a special room, and I'd have to get them out of this room and take them into one of the regular exam rooms. Man, that might take 5 minutes right there. And then I got to go in, wash my hands, get ready, do the thing, tell them what I'm going to do. It's almost impossible to do it properly within 5 minutes. I don't even try anymore. So we do it in the room with the MibaFlow technology almost always. I'd say 85–90% of the time, that's how we do it. When somebody's just out of control, I'll still go do it myself and grab some forceps and express them, but I try to see if we can get the job done without me having to do it. This is what I'm talking about, the meibomian gland expression with the meibomian gland expressor forceps. I don't want to really read these bullets, y'all can see them. And it's just what I talked about. If you're going what the articles prove, what my clinical experience strongly suggests, to get the best effect of treating patients with meibomian gland expression, you must express the glands at the beginning of the treatment program. If you don't get this stuff out of the glands, this nasty looking cheesy stuff coming out of these glands, if you don't get that stuff out of there, you're almost wasting your time. I mean, I don't want to say you're wasting your time, because we have evidence that we have strong evidence, multiple articles, that photobiomodulation therapy as a monotherapy, as a standalone, this is all I'm going to do therapy, like I presented in option number 1, where the guy came in for 4 weeks at a time and I didn't do nothing else to him, they get better. They get a lot better, and it happens to a lot of them. This is even better than that. Okay, so you can choose, how good do you want to make your patient? Do you want to make them kind of good? Do you want to make them good? Do you want to make them really good? Do you want to make them extra special good? I mean, you pick the level of goodness that you want to deliver depending on the patient. But to me, this second level of goodness where you're expressing the glands, I mean, I don't hardly do anybody now where we don't express the glands. It's just too important. To me, they're going to heal up faster. You get all this old kind of thickened congeal meibum out of the gland, and it allows the gland to basically reboot, kind of reset, and it's just better. Okay, let's say you do all of this stuff, everything I'm talking about, and 6 months later they're still not better. Okay, then that means the glands are just stopped up or dead, and your last step is to go ahead and again do some probing and try to open the thing up with one of them masking probes, because you've got some periductal fibrosis in there just blocking the thing up, and none of this is going to matter in those patients. But that's an exceptionally small group. Okay, we're talking single digits as far as percentages. So my Meibomian gland expression simply, I don't want to say has to be done, should be done in most people. What we were just talking about, my Meibomian gland expression, I'm using my LipiFlow. I've been thinking of getting a LipiFlow for years. To me, it was just too expensive and too much. It was just too expensive. The machine was expensive. The coupling devices was expensive. I do not practice in an affluent part of town. It's a cash procedure. I just didn't see where I was going to have a lot of demand for something that was costing hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars, no matter what the benefit. And I chose not to make the investment up until last year. And again, and I decided, hey, we got this pandemic going, our profession is changing, private equity, all the things at play. I said, I'm going to differentiate myself, and I'm going to be a ocular surface disease specialist even more than I already am. I'm going to kick it up 3 notches, not 1, not 2. I'm kicking it up 3 notches. Just in 2020, LipiFlow acquisition, TearCare acquisition, IPL acquisition, photomodulation acquisition. I got all of this stuff in the past 6 months. I'm kicking it up 3 notches and moving forward. So here's one of my staff applying the LipiFlow just to show you that I have it. It is the only FDA cleared device to actually restore my Meibomian gland function, but I'm telling you, you can do it more than one way. You could do it this way. So this is when some of you may not be familiar with the Meibo Thermoflow device. This top image is an example of it. I've been doing this I've used this technology for almost 4 years, 3.5 years. Really, really cool. Patients love it. They love it. I mean, it's like a crackhead, man. They love it. They just don't want to go nowhere. It's so soothing and massaging. The heat is just, we do all this in a spa room. I've got a special spa room, got the soft music going. We got dimmer lights. I got a little aromatherapy up in there. It's a spa experience whenever possible, and the patients really like it. And I recommend strongly that you guys consider doing that. The iLux, I neglected to mention the iLux previously. The iLux is another device to do my Meibomian gland expression. I know a couple of guys that have, and I know more than a couple. I probably know 6, 7 doctors that have it. Most of them like it. It has the same negative as the LipiFlow, where it's expensive to use. That I don't want to say that's a big deal because it's a clinical lecture, not a practice management lecture. But the higher stuff costs, in my experience, the less I can do it. So if I can do something where I don't have any cost versus something where I've got a $200 or $300 cost, on some patients that's going to make a difference. Am I saying these things are equal? They are not. This iLux is better than this MeiboFlow. Okay, do you want to pay, how good do you want your patient to be? Do you want to be really good, kind of good, extra special good? You can pick and choose. You and the patient decide how good you want to be. If the patient don't have a lot of money, hey, we might do this. If the patient's got a lot of money, we want to get it fixed fast, I might do that. Okay, so it just depends. There's no rules, but you got to get the glands expressed. So for my best practices at treating meibomian gland dysfunction, step one, you got to clean the eyelid. Yeah, I think you got to clean the eyelid most of the time. So you do it with the BlephX electromechanical device. The technique is called blepharoexfoliation. If you don't want to mess with that, don't want to buy one, don't know what I'm talking about, whatever. Plan B would be mechanical debridement. You can do that with a spud or a spatula, just kind of scraping the lid mechanically. Just got to be careful you don't press down too hard and cut them. You could do the home-based debridement procedures like the new lids. I've talked to a few doctors that really like that. I've not used it myself. I'm just kind of antsy about patients doing stuff at home real close to their eyeballs, and I've done it to myself. It's got kind of a little tingly feeling. They say that you can't damage the cornea. I kind of believe it, but I'm a doctor where without sounding too funny, I want to control it. I don't want my patients doing stuff. I want to do it. That's my job. It's my job to clean your eyelids. That's on me. Let me handle that. You do this other stuff. I'm going to clean your eyelids. Okay. So like the dentist, you got to brush your teeth every day, but you're going to come in here every 6 months and I'm going to clean your teeth. It's not the same thing. Okay. So I'm going to clean the eyelid once or twice a year, or you can brush your teeth and use lid scrubs and all that kind of stuff. I think cleaning is better. You can do both. There's no rules, but you got to get the eyelid margin clean because bacteria there are contributing to the problem. Step two, you got to apply some heat to liquefy the meibum, soften it up, not melt it, liquefy or soften it, and evacuate the glands. You could do that with some kind of thermal pulsation system like the LipiFlow. You can do it with the other stuff, a tear care, the MibaFlow. You can just grab some forceps. You can do Bruder mask at home. This is what we learned in optometry school. I graduated from optometry school in 1983. Hey man, back then we were putting socks of rice in a microwave and then telling them to squeeze them with a Q-tip. We were giving them the outrageously bad recommendation. There's nothing worse than telling your patient to go home and clean the edges of their eyelids with Johnson's baby shampoo. Every time I hear that, I just start gagging. I still see, I do a lot of consulting. I go to doctors' offices. I'll see where they give out these handouts. Clean your eyelids with baby shampoo at night. And I'm like, no, don't do that. Don't do that. The baby shampoo is going to disrupt the lipid layer of the tear film and tear it all up. These patients already got messed up tear films most of the time, and especially they got messed up lipid layers because that's where the lipids coming from the meibomian glands. 85% of the time, the problem is meibomian gland dysfunction. The lipid layer is already messed up. Then you put some baby shampoo in there, and it don't burn, so they don't even know it's in their eyes, and all it's doing is tearing up the lipid layer that's up in there. It just makes it worse. So all you end up with is a clean eyelid margin and no lipids. Okay, that ain't gonna help nobody. So don't use that Johnson's baby shampoo. Stop it. The third thing, what we just talked about, photobiomodulation or IPL, and it has these benefits of improving cell metabolism, decreasing tissue inflammation, and of course, you still can blend in pharmaceutical therapy. I'm not saying don't use drops. I'm not saying don't use hypochlorous acid. I'm not saying that at all. Well, this is a photobiomodulation lecture, okay? So I ain't got time for that right now. But this is how you would do it, okay? My best practices. This is an example of cleaning the eyelid like I just talked about. I use a BlephX device. I think that's the best way to do it. Here's an example of the sponge, cleaning the lid margin. If you don't want to spend several $1,000s buying one of these bad boys, okay, drop $40 on a spatula and just scrape it off, okay? Do something, to put some Alkane in there. Hey, Miss Jones, look up. You pull that thing down and scrape it with this spatula, wipe it off on a Q-tip and go at them again. Okay, this is what I used to do. Okay, I got this BlephX device 5 years ago. So what did I do for the other 30 years I've been practicing? Okay, I did it so this works. This is better. These are the patients where you would want to consider doing an eyelid cleaning mechanically, an eyelid margin cleaning. So you see the bullets there. Here, this is a patient where we might go at them with some IPL. When you see the telangiectasia here on the lid margin, that's the clue where the IPL is going to be the bomb. The IPL fixes this like it's like magic. Okay, so you can have people with meibomian gland dysfunction. You see all this inflammation here. This telangiectasia, these little squiggly blood vessels. Man, when I see that, hey, Mr. Jones, I got good news for you. Doc, my eyes are killing me. Yeah, I'm gonna fix it. Okay, I'm getting ready to fix it. I promise you I'm gonna fix it. And so on these people, you go IPL and photobiomodulation. And the functionalities of the IPL, you get a thermal softening and liquefaction of the meibum, but it modulates the secretion of pleural and anti-inflammatory molecules. It suppresses the matrix metalloproteases, just like the yellow mass did, just like the red mass can do. So you get an anti-inflammatory effect. You get this thermolytic thing where it cauterizes these blood vessels with energy, and it clogs them up, so now they can't transmit the pleural inflammatory molecules and all them cytokines, all that stuff. There's 5-6 things going on. It's complicated, but it works. It works real good. Okay, so now let's talk about some IPL just real fast. So here's a person still talking about meibomian gland dysfunction, but I want to go at them with a higher level of intensity. I'm going all out. I'm going to fix it right now. So this person's having IPL and gland expression. And this article here, Dr. Arita was the main author. I've read a bunch of her articles. She's a physician in Japan. She is the meibomian gland Yoda. If you want some information on meibomian glands, you just read anything by Dr. Arita and you just take it as gospel. If this lady says it's true, it's true. I go to the next topic. Okay. So if I see anything with her name on it, I'm putting it in here. So she wrote this article, she and this other doc, and they were talking about how to fix meibomian gland dysfunction. And just like with the photobiomodulation, if you do IPL and meibomian gland expression together on the same patient at the same time, they get a lot better real fast. So what she proved is that if you do IPL only, they feel better. They look better. If you do IPL combined with meibomian gland expression, they are better function. That better function is not the same as better feeling or looking better. If you do these two, you get better function. It's different. I try to go like this when I can. So here you see one of what we call our eyelid hygienist. So we have an eyelid hygienist applying IPL therapy to this patient. Intense pulse light. You got to protect them. You don't want to burn up their eye with the light. Got the little goggles on. So again, to me, this is nasty. Okay, this is some nasty meibomian gland dysfunction. This is ridiculous. The edge is red. It's terrible looking. Squeezing all this nasty looking stuff out of here. Okay, this is the protocol I'm going at with this lady. I hit her with the IPL. I hit her with the red light. I hit her with the blue light. That's a lot. Okay, I mean that's a lot of energy being applied to this lady's eyelids and periorbital areas in one session. Okay, leave her alone. Leave her alone. Let that thing calm down. Let it work. Let it percolate for a while. Come back. Do the same thing in 2 weeks. Let it simmer. Let it work. Do your stuff. Come back for a third section. Do it all in 2 weeks. After the second and third sessions, you express the glands after the light therapy. This is maximum, full-blown, all-out, I can't do nothing else to help you, Miss Jones therapy. And it works really, really good. Okay, I'm telling you, if you want to go at them, hey, this is how you do it. I'm going at you with both hands and 2 feet. And we're gonna fix it. So this is a combined light therapy protocol using IPL and photobiomodulation together. Combined light therapy. Okay. As you see at the bottom, here's my disclaimer. Okay, I didn't get this out in no article. This is me figuring it out. There's no evidence-based protocols. Okay, I just take my word. You can modify it if you want. Let's pivot quickly. We got about 15, 20 minutes left. Recalcitrant chalazion, chronic chalazion, chalazion that don't want to go away, however you want to describe it. Chalazion that's getting on my nerves. Okay, this is real. So this little girl came in. This is my textbook prototype. If you don't believe it here, you just walk away. So this little girl come in September. She's kind of quiet, kind of shy. She's there with her mother and her father. Everybody's there. I go in the exam room. She had scheduled an appointment to see me, and no special reason. She had no knowledge of who I was. She didn't come on a referral. She came out of desperation because she had seen 2 previous ophthalmologists, and they wanted to strap her down, tie her up, and stick her with a needle and cut it out. And the parents just wouldn't have none of it. They said, that is not going to be happening to my 3-year-old girl. It will traumatize her for the rest of her life. And I mean, think about it. You're 3 years old. You might be old enough to remember getting tied down and papoosed up and jabbed with a harpoon and some guy coming at you with a knife. Okay, you might remember that. Okay, I remember when I was 5 years old and fell on my face and knocked a tooth out. I remember it. So the parent says, we did not want to follow the recommendations of the ophthalmologist to have her eyelid cut open. We did not want to follow the recommendations of the ophthalmologist to get an injection into the lesion. So they said, we ain't doing none of that. Is there anything that you can do for our little girl that does not involve tying her down or cutting her eyelid open? Okay, I said, absolutely, man. I almost, y'all know how I am. Y'all listen to me a bunch of times now. You know how I talk. You know how I practice. I'm telling you, this is a true story. So when the little girl comes in, I'd had my device for about a month and a half. This was the first Schlesian I had treated, but I had read a bunch of articles, the ones that are available. I don't say a bunch, but I'd read some articles on treating Schlesian, primarily by Dr. Stonecipher, Carl Stonecipher. And so I just looked at him. I said, you don't know how lucky you are. I can fix this like it ain't nothing. I said, you don't know how lucky you are to come into my office. There's only, at the time, back in September, I think it's different now. I think there were only 2 or 3, maybe 4 photobiomodulation devices in the city of Dallas, Texas, the 10th largest city in the country. I think I was the 2nd or 3rd optometrist. I mean, maybe the 1st, I don't know. There ain't a bunch of us. So I said, you don't know how lucky you are, Miss Jones. I can work on your little girl right now. So, and she had tried all the regular stuff. I mean, they didn't go at her, trying to stick her with a needle the first time. And they did all the hot compresses, the digital massage. They put her on erythromycin syrup. They had her with the ointments. They put her on Tobradex drops. They did everything that any optometrist would do. None of it worked. None of it, not a bit of it. Didn't change a bit. Not one bit. Okay. So I said, I'm looking at this big knot on her eyelid. Y'all see it. You can see it right there. It's a monster. I mean, that's like a little BB up under there. You can see a little crusting there. I said, how long has this thing been here? She said, a year. I said, ooh, I don't think it's going to go away tomorrow. They said, yeah, we get kind of tired of looking at it. But we don't want to get it cut out. And I said, okay, hey, let's have at it. We're going to go at it. So this is the pre-treatment appearance. There's the Schlesian right there. That thing has been there for 1 year. Okay. Boom. We treated her that first day. She comes back for a second treatment. This is the appearance on the second treatment. So I've got a little text up here if you wanted some background information on it, what a Schlesian is. I don't really care right now. Y'all can read it. That's what a Schlesian is. So for diseases like meibomian gland dysfunction, Schlesian, hordeolum, generally if you're going photobiomodulation only, light therapy only, 4 consecutive sessions. That's what I found for most patients. Sometimes you get lucky with 1. This one took 4. So this is her second therapy session. They're separated by 2 to 3 day intervals. You got to kind of, this is not one where you let it sit and linger. This is one where you hammer at it real hard, real fast. So you go at her, do 1 session. She was a little bit antsy when we tried to put the mask on her. She was a little scared. She's kind of a timid girl. Whereas the other picture I show you, the other little 3-year-old, she's like, hey, this is great. When do we start? So she was like, hey, what are you doing? I don't know what you're doing. Hey, what are y'all doing over there? So we ended up having to have her daddy sit in the chair, and she sat in her daddy's lap while we put the mask on her, and that worked fine. So here she is, the second appearance. We did a third appearance. It's not necessary to show it. We did a 4th appearance. So this is her on the 4th treatment. Much smaller. It's getting smaller. You see, it's there. We didn't do any try. I said, look, I just want to see what we could do by ourselves. I didn't put her on no Tobradex, no hot mask at home, no nothing. I didn't do nothing to her but this. This is all we did. Okay. Actually, that was the last visit. Then my protocol is you do the treatment, whatever number of sessions you're going to do, and you cut them loose for a month and you leave them alone, because you get downstream effects. All the signaling pathways, all that stuff is still going on days and days and weeks after the exposure to the light. So here this little girl is 1 month later. It's almost gone. It's gone. That bad boy is gone. It's gone. The parents didn't know what to do. They say, Dr. Thomas, how come the other doctors didn't tell us to do this? Ma'am, I can't answer that question. Dr. Thomas, how long is this going to last? Is this thing going to come back? Ma'am, I can't answer that question. It's gone right now. You got any other questions? You know, I mean, I'm like, man, I'm the best eye doctor in Dallas, Texas. I got my chest out right now. You can't tell me nothing. My ego, I'm already pretty strong on the ego department. You can't tell me nothing right now. I'm the baddest eye doctor in town. I'm Leroy Brown, the baddest eye doctor around. I got rid of this little girl's chalazion with nothing but that red light. If Panzer's listening, he said the magic red light. Okay, it's the magic red light. It works, y'all. I'm showing you it works. I got rid of this girl's chalazion in a month, and it has not come back. The last time I saw her was November. So here, photobiomodulation therapy to treat recalcitrant chalazion. It demonstrates excellent results. I have not had one patient with a chalazion that did not have some resolution. What Dr. Stonecipher and this other doctor, Dr. Potvin, found out is that almost 40% of the eyes show resolution after one treatment. Now, that's combining it with Tobradex or something, but one treatment, 40% of the people get better. That's pretty strong. Over 90% of the people get better with 2 treatments. All cases of chalazion resolved within 2 months. This guy in this article had 100% effectiveness. I would say I've had 100% effectiveness. I agree. I have not had any person with a chalazion that did not have complete resolution or resolution where they were satisfied and they say, hey, I'm cool with this. You know, if the thing went down 85% in size, if it went from 5 millimeters to 1.5 millimeters, hey, I can live with it now. You know, we'll chill for a minute. There's nobody where it didn't help them. Nobody where you did get some resolution. Really powerful, really powerful. So treating chalazions, to me, and I don't say this lightly, I present to you, my brothers and sisters, that we are approaching a level where it would be considered malpractice to try to treat a chalazion in a young kid like this with an injection or with some kind of surgery. If the ophthalmologist goes at this lady and tries to cut her eyelid open, or if some optometrist or ophthalmologist tries to give this lady an intralesional injection of steroids, this little girl, and they present that as the first and best treatment option, I would say that borders on malpractice. When you've got this photobiomodulation therapy available to you, which is non-invasive, 0 risk, and almost 100% effective. All of those invasive treatments have significant risk, significant pain, significant follow-up, and do not guarantee resolution. There's simply no comparison. It's not even close. It's not even close. Let's pivot. Internal hordeolum. This is the second category of diseases, conditions, disorders that you treat with photobiomodulation therapy. This is one of my patients. She came in, and this lady, this is a prime example. I saw her initially in September. It didn't seem like it was that big a deal, you know, and again, I don't even know what I was thinking at the time, but I put her on traditional conservative therapy, hot compresses, combination antibiotic steroid drop, digital massage, you know, standard kind of stuff. I gave her some oral antibiotics. I gave her some Keflex, 500 milligrams twice a day for 10 days. My standard regimen. And it went away, kind of, sort of. You know, I saw her 2 or 3 times in September. You know, she says, okay, this is good enough. I'm fine. You know, I don't want to come back in here every week anymore. I'm like, fine, get out. You know, we're done. Call me if you need me. Well, in November, she called me because she needed me. So she came back, and the thing, it came back. And you can see a little bit of swelling right there, kind of the nodular appearance. You know, here's the lesion. It's not the best picture, but it's right there. So you got, you know, she came back after my first, what I thought, successful attempt at treating it through traditional conservative therapy was ineffective. So she's got this internal hordeolum, which is an acute bacterial infection inside the meibomian gland. As I just said, the previous treatment was ineffective at preventing this recurrence, although it did produce some resolution at the time. As we know, the hordeolums can be chronic, they can be intermittent, they can have exacerbations, they can erupt and go crazy, they can do whatever they want. So this lady, it was coming back. This is that patient, and realize, you know, when I saw her in September, I didn't put it on there. I cleaned her lids, I scraped them, I did the Blefex, Blefro exfoliation, and she still had this greasy looking filmy lesion where the biofilm is forming right here on the eyelid margin. I'm like, man, that stuff is reformed already. I mean, it's just been 2-3 months, my Lord. So, her eyelids were all kind of nasty looking on the margin again. So I went at it again. I cleaned it off again. So bacterial biofilm, this is the stuff that can happen with the bacterial biofilm. All of this, you get this over-colonization. This is the stuff we used to talk about with Dr. Reinerson's theory. Here's the reference, Dr. Reinerson and Dr. Perry. They developed this unification theory of dry eye and blepharitis essentially being one long disease, and you're just looking at different aspects of the natural history of the presentation depending on where they are, and that the bacterial biofilm on the eyelid margin was responsible for the extreme vast majority of cases of meibomian gland dysfunction and blepharitis. I don't quite agree with that anymore. I did a few years ago, but my continued reading and learning and different clinical experiences have shown me that the bacterial biofilm on the eyelid margin, although a contributing factor to a significant percentage, if not the majority, of patients with meibomian gland dysfunction and these other ocular surface diseases, it's not 80%, it's not 90%, it's not 100%. The article here suggests that the percentage is very high and is approaching some kind of 100%. Okay, I don't go with that anymore, but it is still real important, and I still try to clean these eyelids off most of the time. There's pictures of meibomian. This is that lady. Okay, look where the hordeolum is. Man, you can see that. Okay, so I thought it was a cool shot where you can see where the hordeolum is doing the meibography. So best practices on intortal hordeolum. I do not use IPL for these patients. I just don't. I do the photobiomodulation, and then I do all this stuff here. I go at them with both the red and the blue, 3 to 4 sessions, 2-week duration. Squeeze the glands if it's not hurting them too much. If it's tender, I don't do it. But this is my best practices for internal hordeolum. Quickly, last couple of things. This little 5-year-old kid, this is the kid I told you about where we had to kind of strap him down. He was going crazy in there. But he's a kid. So this 5-year-old kid comes in. You can see the staphylococcal blepharitis on this right upper eyelid. You see, here's the left lid looking normal. Here's the right lid all swollen up with kind of a protective ptosis coming on. You got a little bit of redness. You got a light-skinned black kid, but you can still see it's red right there. There's no crusting. There's no other stuff. This is what he looked like. I put some fluorescein in. He looked fine. Just got his lids infected. If you touch it, he says, don't touch it. It hurts. You can see when I kind of expose the lid margin, you can see the pouting and plugging of the gland, which is pathognomonic for this condition. See right there, there it is right there. You see the plug. I thought that was a cool shot. So you know what's happening. Kind of just low mag, medium mag, high mag. Another picture of it. You can see it's this close-up high mag on the lid, a lot of edema, red. There's that pouting gland right there. Okay, so what do I do for this young 5-year-old kid that I really don't want to put on systemic antibiotics? Every time you came at the kid with a bottle of eye drops, he'd start trying to kick you in the shin. So he wasn't having it. He wasn't having it. He said, don't touch me. Don't put no drops on me. Don't do nothing to me. Leave me alone. When can I go? I'm like, okay, we'll figure this out. So I figured it out, and I prescribed photobiomodulation therapy as the only treatment. Monotherapy. So I devised a treatment plan for him, 4 sessions, 2 weeks, 15 minutes on the red light. Because you've got a bacterial component here, almost always I would go at him with the red for 15 minutes and the blue for 15 minutes. But I told you 5 times, this kid was out of control. It's like, hey, I was almost like, hey, take this kid out of here. He bothered me. But I wanted to help him, and I wanted to see if this stuff would work on it. Oh, and of course the answer is yes. Okay, so I did him 4 times, and he got better. And again, to me, I just don't use IPL on this stuff. It's on the eyelid. It's too close. I don't want to do IPL on kids. This is a photobiomodulation thing. Here, I actually posted up this case on ODwire, this case of staphylococcal blepharitis. So some of us may have seen this image before. But this one, this is another one where, just when you see it, you just go ooh and ah. So this guy comes in with the swollen eyelid, the same kind of staphylococcal blepharitis that the 5-year-old kid had. He had a 1-day duration, so like 3 days earlier, he's fine. The day before yesterday, he wakes up and his eyelid's going crazy. It's tender. This is the 3rd time in about 15 months that this patient has presented to me with this condition. I put pictures on it before of him having, this is ulcerative blepharitis caused by Staphylococcus. Again, I put pictures up in there of me lancing the lesion when it was full of pus. So this is the third time I'm seeing this guy for the same problem. So it's just like the slide we had before. This tends to recur. Okay, you know, it's not magic, you can't fix it, but I could treat it. So he comes back, and I had to put this guy on a 2-week course of Augmentin to get it under control last time. I mean, I had to really go at it. This is a picture of him, just like I said, 8 months earlier. So this is the same guy. And here you had the ulcerative corn. You know, I popped it with a needle, squeezed all that stuff up out of there, put him on a bunch of antibiotics, and he was fine for 8 months, but then it came right back. Okay. So now I'm going at him, IPL. So now to me, this is an adult, grown man, third attack. Okay, what I'm doing is not working. Okay, I'm tired of playing with it. I'm tired of messing with it. I'm going all in, 2 hands and both feet. IPL. Boom. Red mask, kill the bacteria. Boom. Red mask, try to get some energy in there. Try to reduce the inflammation. No drops. This guy comes back for his follow-up. He was healed. I don't have the picture. That one treatment session of all-out therapy fixed his problem. One session, one treatment fixed his problem. It was incredible. And that was in November. I haven't seen him since, as far as, you know, seeing him for that problem. All right, here's our last thing. We'll close it out. A lot of people got Demodex, got that Demodex blepharitis. So we know, everybody knows about it. I'm not going to give a Demodex lecture, but this is the last condition where I am now routinely treating patients with photobiomodulation therapy. So we got an image of the patient with the Demodex. You see the deposits on the base of the lashes that are pathognomonic for this condition. You know, it can be causing all sorts of problems. You see the problems listed here. So this is a real common, very important condition, real hard to get rid of. Standard treatment now is tea tree oil. I don't know about y'all, but that stuff is like putting Lysol on my hands. I mean, I can't stand it. You know, I used to use them Clearadex wipes and stuff, and I'd be warning the patient, hey, you better hold your nose. This stuff's pungent, you know, but it's going to kill the mites. So, yeah, it's killing me. I mean, I can't deal with it. Every time I used it and tried to wipe a patient's lids, I'd have to wash my hands 4 times to get that stuff off my fingertips. I'd put a contact lens on somebody to have some tea tree oil on it. So the tea tree oil is effective, but I don't want to do that no more. I ain't going to do that no more. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do the photobiomodulation. So again, just a slide of you know, the condition of the blepharitis caused by Demodex. You guys can read this later. You know, it's getting late. You know, but that's what it looks like. So again, we have to recognize what we're looking at. You can't look at this patient and say, hey, you're okay. You know, if this lady comes in and say, doc, my eyes are bothering me. Is there anything wrong with me? You can't look at her and say, nah, there's nothing wrong with you. Use some artificial tears. You'll be all right. You can't do that. You got to recognize the clinical signs of our different diseases. And these are the clinical signs of the blepharitis that's caused by Demodex. So what are you going to do? You're going to treat the Demodex with IPL. The treatment options is, you know, you got to reduce the number of the mites. You're not going to really eradicate them. You can use the scrubs with the tea tree oil, and you can do this and you can do that. You can still try to do what people did 45 years ago and recommend baby shampoo. What the studies, this study here, this study from 2018, this study proved that baby shampoo means nothing to the Demodex mite. They drink that stuff like Kool-Aid. It don't mean nothing to them. It ain't killing none of them. Say, baby shampoo, can I have seconds, please? And all it's going to do is tear up the lipid layer of the tear film. Check this out. Survival time of Demodex in 50% baby shampoo, 150 minutes. Okay, I mean, they strong, so you ain't killing them. They're resistant to antiseptic, alcohol, 75% alcohol. I put an alcohol pad on your eyelid, and that's not going to kill them. It'll make you go crazy, but it's not going to kill the mites. 10% iodine, erythromycin won't kill them. Man, these bad boys are pretty strong. So studies show no single treatment will eradicate the infestation after 4 weeks of traditional therapy. So this is what I do, and this works. Combination light therapy produces excellent results for patients with demodicosis, which is Demodex blepharitis. You go full bore, IPL, 4 sessions, 2 to 3 weeks apart. You got Demodex in the top lid. You got Demodex in the bottom lid. So IPL, Photobiomodulation, 4 sessions, red light, blue light, blepharoexfoliation after the 2nd and 4th sessions, because you're killing the mites. You know, the lifespan is 21 days, so you're killing them, and they're kind of creeping up and dying as they come up out the eyelash follicles, and you got to scrape all of those dead mites off the eyelid margin, get all that crud out of there for them to get the best recovery. So, I mean, this is full bore fixing it as best it can be fixed. I'm doing it. I'm not sending a patient home with a box of lid wipes with tea tree oil and doing this. I'm going to fix it myself. I'm going to do it properly. I'm going to do it with technology. I'm going to do it to where it lasts and where it works. That's what these guys said here in 2019. That's what they said. It's not really me. I copied their stuff from this article right here. Okay. It's not me making it up. This is the way to do it. That's what these guys said. This is my recommendation. This is how we should do it, y'all.